It has been almost 4 years, and this question still remains unanswered. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Aliza Spencer. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Binghamton, New York. That is where 12-year-old Aliza Spencer lived with her family. She was born to Fred and Jeannette Spencer in January of 2010, and she had multiple siblings. Aliza was definitely considered to be daddy's girl. She was always by her father's side. She just really loved to help him. She loved helping him in the garden. She loved to cook. She loved to bake. Aliza was one of those kids that was described as just being a friend to everyone. If she didn't know you that well and you were in need of something, she would still be there to help you. Aliza spread kindness to everyone. And one day, a few years ago, somebody took her from the world. It was April 21st, 2022 at approximately 10 p.m. Aliza was out on a walk with her dad and her 13-year-old brother. They were, I think, across the street from the home they lived in when all of a sudden you hear a gunshot and Aliza falls to the ground. She was shot in her chest. It was a single shot and it was a small caliber weapon. And unfortunately, it was a fatal shot. 12-year-old Aliza died. And this was obviously extremely devastating. I mean, this happened right by her home, near her, with her family by her side. And nobody knows where the gunshot came from. Nobody knows who fired that bullet. As a matter of fact, nobody really knows much at all. All they've really said is that they know it wasn't a drive-by shooting. So this occurred in Binghamton, and it happened on Bigelow Street near the intersection of Chamberlain Street. To this day, police have never announced a suspect or even a person of interest. They don't know if this person deliberately shot Aliza, on purpose. I do see one article say that it was a stray bullet. So I don't know if that means it was fired at someone else, missed that person, and then it just by chance struck Aliza. I mean, I guess that's a possibility. The fact is there was no one standing directly in front of them that they saw that fired a weapon. But obviously somebody shot it, and it hit her right in the chest. And this poor 12-year-old girl was just out on a walk with her family, enjoying the night air, and her life ended abruptly. And that's incredibly unfair. It's even more unfair that nobody knows who did this. Nobody knows why this was done. If she was targeted, how? Who would target a 12-year-old child? But as we know, unfortunately, there are a lot of very crazy people out there who kill for all sorts of ridiculous reasons. But the police and the family, they need your help. They need to know if you know anything. Because someone somewhere out there does know the truth about what truly happened to Aliza Spencer. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Aliza Spencer, you are asked to please call 607-772-7080. How many times have we heard this story? Young woman working alone at a convenience store is then later found murdered. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Anita Carlson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Bemidji, Minnesota. That is where 22-year-old Anita Carlson lived. Anita was a recent graduate of Bemidji State University, and at the time this case occurred, she was working 2 different jobs to support herself, and she had an incredible work ethic. She was very hardworking. She was a very pleasant person to be around. She was thoughtful, and she was caring, and she worked really, really well with the public. She had fantastic customer service skills, and she loved working with customers. She did so at Pete's Place, a little convenience store and gas station there in Bemidji. It was June 30th, 1987. Anita was working the late night shift, something she had been doing for the 2.5 months or so that she had been working at Pete's Place. She was working alone. Pete's Place had a couple of robberies, I guess, happen, but nothing major. Nothing ever violent occurred there. At approximately 10:30 p.m., Anita would call her roommate to state that she was almost off of work and she would be home soon. Later on, there would be a determination that the last purchase that was made there happened at about 11 p.m. and it was for fuel. The following morning, the owner of Pete's Place came to the store to open up, And when they did so, the store was unlocked. Anita's purse and all of her belongings were there. She had a bracelet that was over by like the bread aisle, which was unusual. The register was open, and they determined that about $1,000 in cash was stolen. But Anita was gone. She is soon reported missing, and the police become involved, and when they're examining the scene, they don't notice anything all that unusual in terms of like there was no sign of foul play. No, things weren't tossed over, there wasn't any sign of disarray, there was no broken windows or forced entry, just that there was clearly a robbery. You have a missing employee, and a bracelet of hers was found over in a opposite side of the store, indicating something happened where she was likely taken by force. This is also before there were cameras everywhere. There were no witnesses who would come forward to state that they saw or heard anything. I don't know if they tracked down the last person who made that purchase around 11 p.m. I don't really see much mention of that. On July 5th, 1987, the search came to a tragic end. They found Anita's body. She was deceased. Anita was just tossed on a random trail in a wooded area, and she had been raped, and she was shot at least 3 times through the back of her head. And now they were searching for a killer, and that search proved to be very, very difficult. I did read that in a couple of news articles, they mentioned that they had a particular person in mind, someone who had recent involvement with Anita, I guess involvement at the convenience store, that raised enough red flags for them to investigate him, and they got warrants to search his home. They never found anything, though. They've also never named that person. The FBI becomes involved. They end up profiling this case, and they determined that there's a chance that Anita may have been killed by several people, or at the very least, 2 people. One person who did the physical killing and the rape, and another person was there as lookout or watched it happen. All they know for sure is that Anita was abducted from the convenience store, she was raped, and she was murdered, and money was stolen from the convenience store. Robbery may have been the initial intention that just then led to the rape and abduction and murder. If there was a male employee, for example, I don't know if this would have happened. But they don't know what the true motive was. They don't know what the initial intention here was. And her case has remained unsolved ever since. Somebody somewhere out there, though, has got to know the truth. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Anita Carlson, you are asked to call the Cold Case Homicide Unit at 651-793-7000. Anita deserves justice. When a human foot washed up on shore, they knew he was no longer missing. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Antonio Neill. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Everett, which is located in Washington. That is where 22-year-old Antonio Neill lived with his family. It was December 12th, 2016. Antonio had said goodbye to his mother because he was going to be going to a friend's house, and then he would be home either later that night or the next day. He never got home. And so by the following day, when his mother realized she hasn't heard from him, she hasn't seen him, she's calling around, but no one's saying they know where he is. I guess he went to like some kind of house party or something located on the 2400 block of Cedar Street in Everett. And according to witnesses, Antonio seemed to have gotten into some kind of fight or physical altercation with another man there. Who that man is, I'm not sure. I'm sure the police probably do, but I don't know his name. But then it seems like a short time after that, he just disappeared. Antonio drove a 2000 Volkswagen Jetta, which was then later found by police. I guess that was found in the area of Linwood, which it looks like, just based on the map, because I'm obviously not from there, looks like it's about 14 or 15 miles away from Everett. But there were no signs of any kind of foul play or anything in the car. And sadly, by all accounts, his case just goes cold. Nobody knows where he is. Nobody knows what happened. I have to assume they've done the cell phone pings, because this was 2016. I just don't know if they've gotten anything from it. There really isn't a lot published about this case. And then something tragic happens in 2019. And it was actually New Year's Day. A couple was just taking a leisurely walk along this river here. I guess this is on Jetty Island. When at first they saw a shoe. When they looked closer, they realized this was more than just a shoe. There was still a human foot inside of it. And so obviously the police are contacted. When Antonio's mom sees a photo of the shoe, she immediately knows that that's her son. The sock was still on the foot, and when she saw the sock, she's like, I saw him put those socks on that day. And then they would confirm that the foot inside was, in fact, Antonio's. It was obviously quite a shock, especially considering that's the only part that was found. Nothing else was found, just the foot. They said there were no obvious signs of trauma, but obviously this is a severed foot. They have no idea how it got that way. They can't tell from the foot if this was a murder or an accident or what. However, police are still considering this case to be, at the very least, a suspicious death. They haven't said like, oh yeah, he just accidentally fell into the water and somehow this happened. You know, I think there is that belief in the back of everyone's minds that he was killed and possibly just based on the foot, possibly dismembered and thrown into the water, which is pretty wild that it's still washed up on shore like almost 2 years later. So I guess this is off of the Snohomish River, which is a huge river. I have to assume they've searched parts of it, but it's a very big body of water. And with this being years later, you know, there's no telling if the rest of the body will be there or not. But as of this point, no other body parts have washed up. No other body parts have been found. But somebody somewhere out there does know the truth about what happened to him. Was it the person he got into a fight with? Who is that person? Have they ruled that person out? I don't know. Somebody knows. Somebody knows the answers to this, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on what may have happened to Antonio Neill, you are asked to please call 425-388-3845. You can also make anonymous tips to 1-800-222-8477. She was nearly decapitated on her front doorstep, and her likely killer probably got away with it. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Athalia Ponsell Lindsley. Viewer discretion is advised. She was actually born with the name Mary Ann Fetter, and she was born on July 25th, 1917. She was born into wealth. Her and her family lived on an island outside of Cuba for quite some time. Then she would move to New York, where she was a model for many, many years. She was also a dancer. She was even on a show called Winner Takes All, a game show. And Athalia also dated a Kennedy for some time. By the time this case occurred, she is now living in St. Augustine in Florida. 6 months prior to this case, she married the former mayor of St. Augustine, James Jinx Lindsley. It's unusual, though, their living situation, because I guess she lived in her home and he lived in his home. It was two separate houses, even though they were married. At any rate, this is the house that Athalia lived in. It was a beautiful home. It was definitely considered, at least back then, as a very high society neighborhood. Athalia, pictured here, was a socialite. She mingled with the rich. She was also a very outspoken person, they would say. She had, definitely had a lot of opinions that she was not afraid to share. She tried to dip her toe into politics. Now, Athalia at the time was neighbors with this man here, Allen Stanford Jr. And I believe this was the house he lived in. Well, Athalia and Allen were not, they were in a feud. They did not get along. Athalia, I guess, had numerous dogs that barked all the time that Allen just did not like. It caused a significant amount of tension between the two of them and tension in the neighborhood. And at one or two points, Allen had threatened to harm Athalia. He threatened her life. And then something horrific happened. January 23rd, 1974. Sometime between 5:30 p.m. and 6 p.m., there was screams heard outside of Athalia's home. One person, a 20-year-old neighbor, eventually would step outside to see what was going on. They saw a man hovering over what looked like Athalia and swinging his arm at Athalia repeatedly. He was described as a middle-aged white man wearing a white dress shirt with dark dress pants. The man then fled the scene. Then the neighbors would rush over to see what happened, and they were horrified to see what they saw. Athalia lie here, blood sprayed everywhere. Her head was nearly removed from her body. It was barely attached. And I accidentally clicked on a photo that I did not want to see. It doesn't look like her head is there at all. So the swinging motion that the neighbors saw was this man attacking her with what they would later find out was a machete. She was struck 9 times. The witness who saw the attack literally said the words, "Mr. Stanford is hitting Miss Ponsell." He identified her attacker as Alan Stanford before they even knew she was dead. Well, he is the one who had threatened her before, and he was the one who was in a feud with Athalia. Now Athalia is dead. Well, he would say, "I'm innocent, I did not do this." On February 17th, a man named Dewey Lee had been nearby this swamp area when he noticed some items. Upon closer inspection, they found a white dress shirt, they found dark-colored dress pants, they found a wristwatch, and they found the machete. This machete here. This was the outfit that the witness saw Athalia's killer wearing. This is the machete that was used to kill her. They then discovered that it was Mr. Stanford's mother who purchased that white dress shirt and those dress pants. The wristwatch, based on the serial numbers, was linked directly to Alan Stanford. It was his watch. He is arrested and he is charged with the murder of Athalia. At his trial, the defense will present 5 witnesses who stated that they saw Alan Stanford at his office on the day in question, specifically between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. The murder happened between 5:30 p.m. and 6 p.m., and the guy did flee the scene. Then, at trial, the witness who saw the attack changed a slight bit of his story. He said he now realizes that the man he saw attacking Athalia had more hair and much broader shoulders than Mr. Stanford. His defense team would argue that, and they actually admit, the clothing was his clothing, the watch was his watch. They would say that someone clearly stole all of those items, put them on to make it look like he was the one killing her because of their feud, and he was being framed. On February 3rd, 1975, after deliberating for just 2.5 hours, Alan Stanford was found not guilty. The prosecution says there is absolutely no way that jury could have gone through all of that evidence in 2 hours and came to that conclusion. You know, I don't know if they looked into this new husband and maybe he wanted Athalia out. Maybe he knows about this feud. Maybe he stole the clothes. Maybe he stole the watch and made it look like it was him. But I don't think he was ever even investigated. I don't think anyone else was other than Alan. Alan Stanford makes the most sense, though. He was the one with the aggression and the anger. He was the one who had threatened to kill her. And he was the one that they literally said his name. Mr. Stanford is hitting Athalia. At first glance, it looked like him. But he can never be charged again, even if he was still alive. He died in 2006. Her husband died in 1983. And technically now, the brutal murder of Athalia, Ponsell, Lindsley is still unsolved. Timu Charles Manson here thought he could evade the police forever. No. And now he's dead. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Becky O'Connell. Viewer discretion is advised. This story is going to take us to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Rebecca O'Connell, who would go by Becky, was born on September 10th, 1980. Her mother was Tina Carroll, and at the time this case occurred, I'm not sure where Becky's biological father was, but she had a stepfather named David. Becky was just described as your typical, everyday 9-year-old girl. Becky was just a kid, and she enjoyed doing kid things, playing with her friends, riding her bike. She loved eating candy. Sadly, she never got to a double-digit age. It was May 8th, 1990. Becky wanted to walk down to the local convenience store, this one pictured here, to purchase some candy. This was right down the street from her house. This was a normal walk. She did it all the time. She did it alone. Again, 1990. Different times, us kids were allowed to do this kind of thing. But Becky never came home. After a brief amount of time of waiting, her mom and stepdad realized she wasn't home yet, and so they went out looking for her. They searched the entire area, but they couldn't find her, so they go to police to report her missing. And the police initially were essentially telling the parents, the mom and the stepdad, hey, so what did you guys say to her to make her, run away? They're like, what? It's as if they weren't treating the disappearance of a 9-year-old child very seriously. But before they could go any further with finding suspects, the following day, they found Becky. She was within the vicinity of a lake called Lake Alvin. The little girl was found nude, and sadly, she was deceased. And her body was just left out in an open field. The person who did this wasn't hiding her, they just left her there. Becky was raped, the coroner would determine. Becky had several knife wounds, including to her shoulder, her chest, her back, her hip, and her hands, and her jugular vein had been sliced. And that was her cause of death. Initially, they pressed very heavily into the stepfather, saying maybe there was abuse in the house. Was he abusing her? I mean, I get it. I understand. They're the mom and the stepdad. Of course, they're going to be kind of your primary first suspects. You got to look close to home first. And they were able to quickly determine that it was not the mother and it was not the stepfather who had anything to do with this. They were able to rule both of them out. Now, at the time, there was a local man living in the area named Donald Moeller. From a young age, Donald Moeller had been in and out of trouble with the law. He had abducted and raped a 21-year-old woman in the 70s, who did survive, but he did try to kill her. He also tried to stab a 13-year-old boy as he attempted to sexually assault him. Police tracked him down and they questioned him. He denied any involvement. Police were able to then secure a warrant to search his home, and when they went to execute that warrant, Donald was gone. Donald fled the scene, and he fled the state. But in July or August of 1991, they tracked him to Tacoma, Washington, where he had also gotten into trouble there as he was evading the authorities in South Dakota. So the authorities went there, they brought him back to South Dakota and charged him with the rape, abduction, and murder of Becky O'Connell. He still denied having anything to do with it, though. There was a composite drawing done of a potential suspect, and at the time, he looked relatively similar. His facial hair seemed to be, he had a big beard at one point, but then he didn't, then he did again, then he didn't. Looking through pictures of him, his appearance seemed to change a lot. But he goes on trial in 1992. The defense would argue that DNA that was provided by Donald Moeller did not match the DNA found with Becky. In 1991, the DNA technology was not what we have today. It was still very new at that point. And really the most they could do was like DNA typing. And they claimed it wasn't the same DNA type. However, witnesses would testify that they saw him near that convenience store. He also drove a truck that police did find at his property. Witnesses described the truck outside the convenience store as having mud caked all over it. And when police went to his house within a couple of days, they also noticed his truck still had mud caked all over it. So there was a lot of circumstantial evidence pointing him to being the one responsible for this. The jury agreed, and he would be convicted of the murder and sentenced to death. For the years, he still denied having anything to do with it. They got the wrong guy. There's no evidence. He appealed his death sentence, and at one point, his death sentence was thrown out, and he would go to trial again. But he ends up being reconvicted and once again sentenced to death. And in 2012, he finally decided to stop the appeals and admit that he actually was the one responsible. He had no reason to finally admit it, but he did. He said, I kidnapped her, I raped her, and then I murdered her. I did exactly what they said I did. On October 30th, 2012, it was the date of his execution, Becky's mother, who had left South Dakota after all of this and vowed to never come back, came back one last time. And I was reading an article where it stated that she couldn't even sit down in a chair. She walked right up to that glass, got as close as she possibly could, and watched him die. And honestly, can't blame her. He was executed by lethal injection. And a child who was a forever little girl finally got justice. He was dropped off by his home and then never seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Bevan Wright. Viewer discretion is advised. We are actually going to New Zealand for this one, and it's the area called Fielding. That is where 43-year-old father of two, Bevan Wright, lived. I guess he worked there as a shearer, and he was actually working his job on January 9th, 2008. After work, his co-workers would drop him off at a petrol station just down the road from the house he lived in with his sister. That was at 1:30 p.m. At 5:49 p.m., Bevan's cell phone, which was a Nokia, not this exact one because it hasn't been found, his sister would end up picking up the phone because he wasn't answering it and she couldn't find him anywhere. And apparently it was his boss telling him that he did not actually have to work the following day. She knocks on the bedroom door of her brother, but he does not answer. And when she opens the door, he's not in there. The car he typically drove was actually parked on the front lawn. I'm not sure if it was this car or that car, but one of the cars was his, and it was still parked there. His wallet and his car keys, however, weren't in the house. Bevan, pictured here with his brother, was someone who would actually kind of pick up and just leave for a few days. This was actually relatively normal for him. But what was very strange to some of his family was that the fact that his cell phone was still in the house on January 9th, and the cell phone is something he was never without. It was glued to him. He always had it on him. Now, from what I understand, between the day he disappeared and the day the police searched his home, the cell phone was no longer in the house. That cell phone has never been found. It hasn't even been used since January 9th at 5:49 p.m. His family finally reports him missing on February 7th, 2008. Something of note here is that before he was reported missing, one of his family members, and I don't know why, but euthanized his dog. This was after he disappeared, but before he was reported missing. Police would eventually search the home, specifically his bedroom. They didn't find any evidence of what may have happened to him. He also owned a green sleeping bag with a yellow liner that was also not found in the home. Police are extremely confident that they know he was alive and well at 1:30 p.m. on January 9th, 2008. They can confirm that. But at 5:49 p.m., just a few hours later, he is gone. But they did uncover some information about his family and the fact that he did not necessarily get along with one of his nephews. His sister, Jeannette, who I think was the sister he lived with, had a son named Jesse. Jesse did have arguments all the time with Bevan. Jesse also got into arguments and fights with his mother. According to other family members, Bevan at one point said that he was going to put Jesse in the hospital if he doesn't start treating his mother better. On New Year's Eve 2007, this was just a few days before he disappeared, Jesse got into a big fight with his mom Jeannette, which caused him to actually throw a shoe at his mother. He was then trespassed out of the home. And then the nephew was seen at the house again at 11 o'clock in the morning the day Bevan disappeared. Just a couple of hours later, Bevan gets home. Police know for a fact he got home because they also found his shearing equipment that he used that day at work inside the house, as well as the belief that his cell phone was in the house at a certain point that afternoon as well. Something else of note, that in Bevan's bedroom, they did find drug paraphernalia, including some needles and methamphetamine. The needles would end up, some of them had his DNA on them. Could this be related to drugs? They're not sure. Then they got information about a little red car that a witness said they overheard someone talking about how they put a body in the trunk of this car. This was after this witness also heard someone pounding on the trunk door of the car from inside of it. Well, apparently the owner of the car told this witness, yeah, the person died in that house, and so I'm putting them in the trunk and, I'm gonna bury them somewhere. Okay, what? This should have been a red flag immediately. Well, it turns out a little red car was linked to Bevan's family, specifically the nephew. So they asked Jesse about the red car. He says, oh yeah, I got into a crash and I set it on fire. But then when police looked up any information about a car being on fire in this entire time frame, there was nothing. They did eventually find this red car at a site where they would demolish and crush cars. The owner of that location said that someone had come there prior to try to sell the red car to him, but the owner of the place said, no, that's okay, I don't want it. But then the person just left the car outside of the area with all of the wheels removed. So the guy just then took it into the area, and it was there ever since. However, when police got to it, there was no usable evidence found inside. They also got tips from people that Bevan was buried in a wooded area. They said that he was buried near this bridge. Police go to all of these areas where they say he's buried. They look, they search, they dig. Nothing. One person said, he's buried in concrete and you're never going to find him. They don't know if they're just being dicked around by random people or if these stories are true. But ultimately, at the end of this, Bevan Wright still has not been found. Police absolutely believe that foul play was involved. However, they have not named any actual suspects in this case. I know the nephew probably looks suspicious, but they don't have any evidence to connect him to anything that may have happened to him. And as of now, he is not a suspect. Considering that they've heard multiple different stories with regards to this red car from multiple people, they don't even really truly know if any of those stories are even true. Where is his cell phone? Where are his car keys? Where is his wallet? How is his cell phone at the house after he disappeared, but now it's gone? That's also strange. And most importantly, where is Bevan Wright? Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about where exactly he is located. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on his whereabouts or what may have really happened to him, you are asked to please call the Crime Stopper cold case line there at 0800 2653 2273. Kidnapped from school, his abductors would demand a ransom, but would the little boy come home safe? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Bobby Greenlease. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Kansas City, Missouri, and we're going all the way back to 1953. Robert Greenlease Jr., who would go by Bobby, he was born on February 3rd, 1947, and he was born into a very wealthy family. The Greenlease family, and that's actually his father pictured there, they owned and operated car dealerships. And back in the 50s, they were multi-millionaires. Robert Greenlease Sr. was actually 65 years old when Bobby was born, but he still always remained very attentive and took very good care of Bobby. So did his mom. Bobby attended a preschool located in this building, which was the Notre Dame de Sion, and that's in Kansas City, and that's where Bobby was when the day this all took place. It was September 28th, 1953. Bobby's class was interrupted so that Bobby could be removed from that class. Bobby's aunt came to the school to say that his mother had just suffered a heart attack. So they pulled Bobby out of class, and the aunt would put Bobby into a cab with her, and they took off. The administrator who handled this earlier would later call the Greenlease home just to see how Mrs. Greenlease was doing, and she was shocked to find out that Mrs. Greenlease did not have a heart attack. She was fine. Also, Bobby's aunt wasn't there. Whoever that woman was claiming to be the aunt was not. It was a ruse. Bobby was kidnapped. Not too soon after this, Bobby's father gets a phone call coming from the abductors. They demanded a ransom. They demanded $600,000 in cash, which would be equivalent to about $7 million today. Mr. Greenlease did not alert the police. He rounded up the money because he had it, and he would deliver it to where it was being told to be delivered to. One of the kidnappers, at least, would collect the money, but there was no boy. A short time later, St. Louis police were alerted that there was a man who was flaunting this large amount of money. A man who never had possessed money like that before. They also, police, heard from a sex worker that there was the same man had asked her to fly to Los Angeles to send a letter from LA to the police in Missouri to throw them off the scent. The man was named Carroll Hall. He was tracked down in St. Louis, Missouri, and he was brought in for questioning. And it was there that he implicated his girlfriend, Bonnie Heedy, of the kidnapping. The police found her, and they also found Bobby. Unfortunately, Bobby would be coming home in a casket. The 6-year-old boy was buried in a shallow grave in Bonnie's backyard. The little boy had been shot in his head with a revolver, which police also collected. While Carroll Hall tried to say that she was basically the mastermind and she did all of this, turns out that was not true. First of all, she was identified as the woman claiming to be the aunt. A cab driver also came forward to state that she was the woman who got into his cab with the little boy, who he didn't recognize at that point. Well, they also found out that Carroll Hall had gone to military school with an older brother of Bobby. But Carroll heard all about how the family is rich, and Carroll devised this plan to, go after this rich family. He had been planning this for years. He wanted to make one of the Greenleases a victim. When the ransom was called in the first time, Bobby was already dead. They shot him in their vehicle and then buried him in the backyard, and then called to make ransom demands, which was paid. Roughly $288,000 of that ransom money was found, but the remaining $300,000 plus has never been located. There's all sorts of theories and conspiracies out there about where that money truly went, but the fact is it's never been found. Carroll Hall and Bonnie Heedy would both plead guilty to the kidnapping and the murder, and a jury would recommend the death sentence for both of them, which would be the gas chamber. On December 18th, 1953, just 81 days from when the crime actually was committed, the two of them were executed together. And both of them are rotting in hell. And this little boy never got a chance to grow up. He never even got to experience childhood. All because what? Some guy didn't like that some family was rich? He wanted money but also wanted to victimize them? Well, at least only 81 days after his murder, he got justice. This old man may have killed an 11-year-old girl, and he will never face justice. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Brenda Sue Brown. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular case is going to take us to Shelby, North Carolina, and it is all the way in 1966. That is where 11-year-old Brenda Sue Brown lived with her family. Brenda had a lot of siblings, and her mom worked a lot, and so Brenda would end up kind of becoming almost like a secondary mother in the family. She would walk the kids to their schools. She would prepare and cook dinner if her mom was at work. She was an incredibly responsible young girl, and she kind of had to be. She was a really sweet kid, had a really good head on her shoulders, really smart, but also she was a kid. She was 11. It was July 27th, 1966. Her mom asks her, can you just walk your 6-year-old sister, Patricia, to her Head Start class? And she did. She walked her sister. Now, this class that her sister went to was about half a mile away, a little less. I believe her sister made it to class, but Brenda never came home. Brenda was never seen alive again. Sadly, at 6:45 p.m. that same day, the badly beaten and mutilated body of an 11-year-old girl was found. She was identified as Brenda Sue Brown. She was found completely nude, but there were no indications, the coroner stated, of any kind of rape or sexual act at all. Her clothing had been folded up and placed right next to her body. This tiny child, her head had been caved in with a rock, which was right next to her body as well. Her little skull had 12 severe fractures. There were 2 suspects right away. The first suspect at the time in 1966 was the more likely of the two. This is a still unnamed, bald, kind of older man who just days prior was driving around, and one of Brenda's sisters, it was her turn to walk her sister to class, this man pulls up next to them and says, "Hey, look inside." And the little girl looks inside the car and sees this man pleasuring himself. And so the girls run. This happened right where Brenda would have likely been taken. From my understanding, they identified this man, they talked to him, and then they released him. The other suspect was a 13-year-old boy in the neighborhood who had some mental impairments. His name was Robert Roseborough. This is the clearest photo of him I can find from at that point. They just felt he was like one of those quiet kids, right? That somehow, I guess, made him suspicious to police. But this is also 1966. Robert is a black child, and there were, unfortunately, other reasons why they considered him a suspect. They brought him in for questioning, and he basically sat there in silence and never answered any of their questions, and they never had any evidence to connect him to Brenda's murder, and so they let him go. Evidence would seemingly come 2 years later. 11:30 a.m., June 22nd, 1968. A woman named Mary Helen Williams Kendrick, she owned and operated a business called Mary's Cannon Towel Outlet. When a customer walks up to the window at about 11:30 a.m., the door is closed, which is unusual, and the door was locked, and the closed sign was up. When this customer's little girl looks into the window, she sees a woman lying on the ground in a pool of blood. And peering from behind the counter inside the store as well was a younger black male. They go to police. Police enter the building, and they find a deceased body, and this younger black male is still there. He has blood all over him. He's holding a gun. Mary had been completely nude with the clothing in a neat little pile next to her body. She, too, had not been raped. That young boy was Robert Roseborough. He was arrested and charged with her murder. There was no denying this one. He was literally caught with blood on his hands over the body behind 3 locked doors. He did deny it, but there just was no other suspects in this. This is what made sense. Robert Roseborough was considered a really quiet kid. Didn't ever get into he literally had never gotten into trouble before. He had mental impairments. He had a lower IQ. He was not on the same level as everyone else his age. But he was found guilty of the murder of Mary, and he was sentenced to death at the age of 16. However, a short time later, that death sentence would be overturned, and he was then sentenced to life in prison without parole. And now everyone goes back to the Brenda Sue Brown story. It's kind of the similar situation, the way she was found. Well, he was never charged with Brenda's murder. Fast forwarding to about 2005, 2006 or so, police have a new suspect in Brenda's murder. This man here, Thurman Price. Thurman Price was friends in the 60s with a man, now a dead man, named Earl Mickey Parker. He died in 2002. Well, Earl's granddaughter came forward to police to state that Earl, while he was dying, confessed to killing Brenda Sue Brown with Thurman Price. Earl's confession went as such. I'm going to read this. He walked to a local bootlegger's house the night before where he met Price and drank for several hours. While walking home the next morning, they saw Brenda Sue near South Lafayette Street, and they sneaked up behind her with the intention of rape. Lael described how Parker told her that Price had grabbed Brenda Sue and dragged her from the road to where there was a little black boy playing in a field, and Price screamed after him to go home. Supposedly, this was Robert Roseborough. According to Lael's grandfather's account, Brenda Sue fought hard and scratched Price, which made him angry, and he picked up a rock and hit her in the face and told Parker that they had to kill her because they would go away and do real time this time. And then he died after this confession. The details he gave matched the crime scene perfectly. Nobody else should have known what was there other than the killers. So around 2007, Thurman Price is arrested and charged with the murder of Brenda Sue Brown. They are confident that he and Earl were the ones to kill her. It was not Robert Roseborough. However, Thurman died before he could go to trial. It's just interesting because the way she was found with her clothing off and stacked next to her with no rape actually occurring was almost identical to what happened to Mary. Both Thurman and Earl knew Robert. And they also knew he would be an easy scapegoat, and that also he was mentally impaired. Could it have been some crazy elaborate setup with Mary's murder? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure at what point in time this photo comes from, but this was Robert as an older gentleman in prison. And it all comes back down to Brenda Sue Brown, an 11-year-old girl who took on a motherly role, was savagely beaten and killed, and just thrown off into a side of a road. And this 11-year-old girl, unfortunately, will never get justice. Did someone take advantage of his generosity and kill him? Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Brian Schuch. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Tampa, Florida. Brian Keith Schuch was actually born on January 13th, 1964 in Salina, Kansas. But when he was about 10 years old, he and his family relocated to Florida, and that's where he lived the rest of his life. He was actually the youngest of 5 kids, and his mom said that because of that, he was definitely the most behaved of the group. Family was very, very important to Brian, and he wanted to have his own. He would eventually marry his wife, Lauren, and the two of them would have 3 children together. And by the time this case occurred, they're also taking care of a family, like a niece. He was also someone who just enjoyed to go fishing. He loved drive-in movies. He loved going to races. Brian also worked as a warehouse manager at a Hardware Suppliers of America store. This takes us to July 20th, 1994. Brian, who is in Tampa, Florida, visiting his parents, he goes out that night to a bar with, I guess, a friend. The friend and Brian are later seen entering another man's apartment building, and then like 5 or 6 minutes later, both Brian and the friend are seen leaving it. But what happens after that exact moment, nobody really knows. Because 6 hours later, at the corners of North Taliaferro Avenue and East Caracas Street, Brian Schuch was found dead on the doorstep of this house. A house he didn't know anyone there. It's just believed he was actually attacked somewhere just before this and made his way and crawled to the door for help. But by the time anyone was aware and they opened the door, he was already deceased. Brian Schuch had been stabbed numerous times. Brian had taken his pickup truck that night. That was missing, as were his wallet, his ID, everything. I have to assume that the friend he was with has been looked into and cleared, because I don't really see any mention of him being like a suspect. 4 days later, so this is where he was found, but 4 days later, his truck is found at a Tropicana Inn in the parking lot. The truck did not have his wallet, did not have his glasses, his sunglasses that he had that night. There were indications in the car, I guess with blood maybe, that Brian was in the passenger side of his own car. And it looked like, based on evidence they found in it, that Brian had put up a fight, which his family and friends all thought was very, very strange, because the truck was like one of his prized possessions. He never let a single soul drive that vehicle other than him. And so why he was in the passenger side, it was really confusing. I think there's this theory that floated around that because Brian was this super generous guy who would help anybody, including a stranger, there's a possibility that he maybe offered to give someone a ride home, or maybe he was slightly intoxicated and he let someone drive the car. But ultimately, they believe that this was someone that Brian was probably trying to help. Give a ride to, or let them use his truck, or maybe he gave some money to them. They don't know for sure, but they believe that there was just generosity that may have led to this incident. Some monster took advantage of it and said, well, I want this car now. I want the money in your wallet. So Brian was stabbed to death and then thrown out of his vehicle towards that intersection, and then he likely crawled to that doorstep for help. Brian did have $150 in his wallet before he left that night, but that $150, obviously because his wallet was gone, was nowhere to be found as well. So ultimately, they believe that this was just a robbery that led to a murder. I'm sure they've dusted the vehicle for prints and have checked it for any additional forensic evidence, but to this day, none of the evidence that they may or may not have has linked to anyone. Whoever killed Brian Schuch is still a mystery. But someone, somewhere out there, does know the truth about who really killed Brian Schuch that night. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Brian Schuch, you are asked to please call the Tampa Police Department at 813-276-3200, or Crime Stoppers, you can report information anonymously to them at 1-800-873-8477. This might be the face of a killer, and maybe you know who he is. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Brittney Beers. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular case will take us to Sturgis, which is located in Michigan. That is where 6-year-old Brittney Beers lived with her family. Her family lived at the Village Manor apartments there in Sturgis. Brittney lived in a household that allegedly may not have been the best environment. At one point, the courts there in Michigan would remove some of her siblings from the household due to allegations of physical abuse and also child neglect. There were also a couple allegations of sexual abuse in the house. On September 16th, 1997, Brittney vanished off the face of the earth. Brittney's mother left her and her half-brother alone at the apartments while she went grocery shopping. Approximately 5 minutes after their mother left to go to the store, Brittney's half-brother saw his sister sitting here on this exact bench, which was just outside of the apartment. It's actually right in front of the Village Manor apartment sign. Another witness would also come forward to state that near this same bench, he also saw a little girl who looked like Brittney talking to an older man. This man was also driving a red or possibly brown mid-size vehicle. When Brittney's mother got home, Brittney was gone. The mom left the house at approximately 8:30 p.m. She got home about 9:05 p.m. When her mom left, she actually already saw Brittney outside riding her bike. But when the mom gets home and Brittney isn't there, she tells the brother, hey, go out and look for her. The brother couldn't find her, and then finally they call police to report her missing. Brittney's bicycle was found right outside the apartments, but there were no traces of Brittney anywhere. This is when that one witness would come forward to state that he saw Brittney, what looked like Brittney, talking to an older man. And police know based on the stepbrother or the half-brother that Brittney was sitting on this bench at about 8:35 p.m. So between 8:35 and 9:05 p.m., something happened to Brittney and someone took her. The search for her would begin, and police, family, and volunteers all went out looking for her. The search was thorough. The police went door to door asking anyone for any information, and they would get a lot of leads and tips, but they investigate all of those leads and tips, and they never really had any tangible evidence of what actually happened to her. The only real tangible thing they have is that the witness who saw Brittney talking to the older man would help police come up with this composite drawing of that man. They would circulate this image in the newspapers and on the news along with Brittney's image, but they got tips and leads again, but nothing led to anything. But they were able to determine that that individual was not responsible for whatever happened to Brittney. Then fast forward to 2015. I recently covered a case that involved this man here named David Furlong. He was convicted of the murder of another little girl named Jodi Perrick, also in Michigan. That 11-year-old girl was kidnapped, raped, and murdered. And this is from Daniel Furlong's confession, where he confessed to killing her. And then DNA linked him to her murder as well, because she was found. So in 2015, now that they have Daniel Furlong and he's being arrested and charged with this murder, they think to themselves, could he also be responsible for what happened to Brittney? When you put the images side by side, I mean, this is obviously an older photo of him, but the police, and I would agree, it bears a pretty striking resemblance. I don't know if they've talked to the witness, though, about like if they have looked at a photo of him and said, hey, is this the guy you saw? I don't know for sure if they've done that. But Daniel Furlong had a brother who lived in Sturgis at the time of Brittney's disappearance. However, when they were talking to Daniel's family, he and his brother did not really get along, and they never really spoke to each other, and certainly Daniel would never go to his home. but he also had a sister who lived in Sturgis or just outside of it. So basically the point is that Daniel Furlong had been to Sturgis, and he had people he knew that lived there. And he didn't live that far away himself. I think they have talked to him, and he has not given any indication that he was responsible for whatever happened to Brittney. Obviously, without her remains, and they really don't have any physical evidence, not really, they can't connect him to what happened to Brittney because they don't know what happened to her. The obvious belief is that Brittney was abducted, and that Brittney was more than likely killed that day, that night. But where she is sadly anybody's guess. Daniel Furlong may have been her abductor and killer, or he may not have been. I know they've talked to the members of the family that had been involved in potential abuse allegations, sexual abuse allegations, child neglect, people who had been removed out of the house. I know they've talked to all of them, but again, they haven't gotten anywhere with that either. So one of these people, a family member, could have done this, and not Daniel Furlong. They don't know. The only real tangible piece of evidence they have in this entire case really is this composite drawing. And then the question of, who is this man? And is this man the one who abducted and likely murdered Brittney Beers? That question remains unanswered. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth about what happened to Brittney Beers, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the case of Brittney Beers, you were asked to please contact the Sturgis Police Department at 269-651-3231. This is the face of a monster, but the question that still remains is, where's Caleb? Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Caleb Diehl. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case is going to take us to Nocona, Texas. That is where 18-year-old Caleb Diehl grew up. He grew up in a big family. He had 4 older siblings. His siblings would say that Caleb was someone who just did not have any fear. They said that if one of the big kids was doing something, he was going to do it too. Caleb spent a lot of time with his friends. His friends were really important to him. And he was just a silly, fun kid. Caleb also had a good work ethic, even from a younger age. The Diehl family, pictured more on this side, were friends with the Howard family, pictured more on this side. In particular, former banker Ricky Howard. Ricky, I guess, owned several properties, farms, and whatnot. And Caleb Diehl, when he was in his early to mid-teens, would start doing odd jobs for him. He would help around at several of Mr. Howard's properties, tending to cattle, stuff like that. It was March 30th, 2015. Caleb would tell one of his sisters that he was going to go hang out with some friends. But Caleb's car was in the shop. So he would borrow Ricky Howard's pickup truck. The thing is, no one saw Caleb after that. Caleb fell off the face of the earth, and he has been missing ever since. Within a day or two, his family does end up reporting him missing. He, fails to show up to school. He's not answering his cell phone. He hasn't logged into any of his social media accounts, which for a teenager is very, very unusual. And then within a few days of his disappearance, it's discovered that in this garage, which belonged to Ricky Dale Howard, was a pickup truck. Specifically, this one. This is the pickup truck that Caleb was supposed to be driving the day he disappeared. Well, now it's found back in the garage with the key on the hook. And Caleb had his own key to the truck, which was still at his house. However, there were no indications in the truck or near it of where Caleb might be. At this point, Ricky Howard is being questioned and talked to by police. The police find out that within a day or so of the disappearance, he was seen at a burn pit burning computers. And because the truck that Caleb was supposed to be driving was found back in his garage, it was his truck, police would ask him, hey, when's the last time you saw Caleb? He said, well, I saw him the weekend before he disappeared. And then Caleb's mom found something very distressing. She found a tape recorder that had been taped behind a cabinet and was really well hidden. When she played the tape, it was Mr. Howard's voice. He was asking himself, he was talking to himself on this recording, asking himself polygraph test questions, all pertaining to his sexual interest in young boys. So now police are getting warrants, and they are searching his property. And they find hard drives with stuff. Hundreds and hundreds of photos pertaining child pornography, including photos, sexually explicit photos of Caleb before he turned 18. Then Caleb turned 18, and 2 weeks later, he vanishes. It's discovered he had his own evidence against Ricky Howard. Obviously now, the belief is that Caleb had to have been killed or disappeared somewhere by Ricky Howard. He was last seen using Ricky's truck, which then turned back up in the garage. Now there's all this photo evidence and audio recorded evidence of all of Ricky Howard's disgusting behavior. Ricky Howard is then arrested and charged with charges related to the sexual exploitation of children. Apparently during this trial there was a mistrial, and within hours of the mistrial happening, he ends up confessing and pleading guilty. Ricky Howard is then sentenced to 30 years in prison, where he is still to this very day. It has to be more than obvious that he did something to Caleb, but he's not saying what that is. He's not admitting to what that is. He is still denying having anything to do with whatever happened to Caleb. But 1 + 1 is 2. It's always 2. There can only possibly be one solution, one answer. There is also more questions. Mainly, where is Caleb? If Ricky was the one to do something to him, where did he put him? He's not talking. But surely someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Caleb is and what exactly happened to him on that date in 2015. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Caleb Diehl, you are asked to please call 940-825-3281 or 940-851-5500. A schooner found adrift at sea, but the question was, where is its crew? Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of the crew of the Carroll A. Deering. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was the schooner known as the Carroll A. Deering, which was completed in 1919. And when this mysterious case occurs, there were 11 crew on board. In 1920, it was being used to deliver primarily coal to Rio de Janeiro. On August 26, 1920, it would clear the Virginia Capes, but at a certain point, the ship's captain became very sick, so he had to be replaced. So in Delaware, the ship was now being taken over by this man here, 66-year-old Captain Willis B. Wormel. He also brought along his own first mate, Charles McClellan. On September 8, 1920, the Carroll A. Deering successfully made it to Rio de Janeiro and dropped off its coal delivery. While at port, Captain Wormel would go to a local bar, as they all would do, and he was speaking about his crew very poorly. It didn't seem like he liked the crew at all. On December 2nd, 1920, the schooner then stops in Barbados. This was just a supply run for them. The first mate, Charles McClellan, would get drunk, and he spoke very poorly of Captain Worrell. He said that Captain Worrell would not allow him to discipline the crew, and that he had to do all the navigating because the 66-year-old captain could barely see. Later that same day, some other people at the bar would hear Charles McClellan say the words, "I'll get the captain before we get to Norfolk. I will." McClellan got so drunk that he was actually arrested and put in jail. Captain Worrell, though, would bail him out, and all was forgiven. This is one of the last known photographs of the Carroll A. Deering. This was taken by a Cape Lookout lightship. The Deering had hailed their vessel. When they got close enough to the Deering, they noticed a tall, thin, white male with red hair, and he was speaking in a very thick foreign accent. And through a megaphone, he told them that they had lost their anchors. And so they asked this other vessel, can you contact the Deering Company who owns the ship? But unfortunately, this particular ship did not have a working radio, so they could not. Something that also jumped out to the captain of this is that he saw the crew just sort of aimlessly wandering around on the Deering. They, I guess, were on something called the quarterdeck, where the ship's crew is not typically supposed to be, but all of them appear to be there just sort of doing nothing. The following afternoon, another ship sees the Deering, and now the Deering is heading towards a direction that would take it right to the shoals off of North Carolina. Specifically to this direction of the Diamond Shoals, which is also referred to as the graveyard of the Atlantic. It was the site of numerous shipwrecks over the years. But when this other vessel tried to hail the Carroll Deering, there was no response. When they looked on board from their ship, they saw nobody, not a single soul. But the other ship just left, assuming that the crew would notice or realize where they were and they would turn course. So the ship was traveling from Rio de Janeiro, and it was finally found at the shores of North Carolina. It was found on January 31st, 1920, completely abandoned. Something to note that where you go on this path here, it cuts through a very well-known area, an area referred to as the Bermuda Triangle. The Carroll A. Deering would have traveled directly through this en route to where it was finally found. And some people think that something happened there, where the crew just vanished. The Bermuda Triangle is known as a place that has taken many ships, planes, and people. But did it take the crew of the Carroll A. Deering? So while they spotted it on January 31st, 1920, they actually weren't able to board it until February 4th because of weather issues. When they searched the ship top to bottom, end to end, not a single soul is on board. The steering equipment on the boat was damaged to the point where you couldn't use it. The wheel was shattered, almost deliberately, by someone. The rudder was disengaged. The ship's log and navigation equipment were gone. All of the personal effects that the crew had with them, also gone. The 2 lifeboats that were once with it, also gone. In the galley, there was food that looked like it was right in the middle of being prepared that was not finished. Meaning it seems like something happened out of nowhere. The Carroll A. Deering itself, from the outside, wasn't damaged. This wasn't like it capsized and it threw people overboard. Was the crew kidnapped, abducted? Were they killed and thrown overboard? Did the Bermuda Triangle suck them into its void and to never be found again? Eventually, after investigating the ship, they were not really able to move it, and so what they end up doing is they put dynamite inside and they blow up the Carroll A. Deering. And this is an actual photo of what remained. So the schooner was found at Cape Hatteras, which is right where those Diamond Shoals were that caused many shipwrecks. So were they heading towards it and then something happened where they abandoned ship because they thought they was about to be shipwrecked? But if that's the case, where did the crew go? Why weren't they found? There is speculation that because the captain was speaking very poorly of his crew, and based off what the second mate said at the other bar, who ended up getting arrested for being drunk and speaking ill of the captain, saying something like, "I'm gonna get him," there's possibility of a mutiny on board. Maybe they killed him, threw him overboard, and they jumped ship and went into hiding. There were also hurricanes in the area. However, it was confirmed that the schooner was not heading towards the direction of it at all. As a matter of fact, it was going completely the opposite direction. Also, there was no obvious weather damage to the schooner. It's also possible that pirates went aboard. They took whatever they could take, and including the crew, and did God knows what with them. Maybe they took the lifeboats to make it look like they themselves abandoned the ship. But how come those lifeboats were never found? How come the crew was never found? Certainly, if they got onto the lifeboats, they would have gone towards shore somewhere, depending on how far off they were from the shore. Maybe they got lost. Maybe the lifeboats went straight towards the hurricanes or bad weather. Maybe the lifeboats got damaged and they sank, and maybe, who knows, wildlife, sharks got to them. There's a lot of possibilities, but the truth is nobody knows. This is the last known image of the Carroll A. Deering, just a day or so before the crew vanished forever. Everything looks normal. The water is calm. What caused a crew of 11 people to poof into thin air, never to be seen again? It could have been pirates, it could have been a mutiny, it could have been bad weather, it could have been the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle, it could have been a lot of things. The truth of the matter is that the answer behind this mystery will probably remain unknown and unsolved forever.
By now, I'm sure you've heard of my death, and I'm sorry to have to put you through this way. Ran some tests and found that I had terminal non-operable cancer.
It would turn out that he did not have cancer. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Charles Southern Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Charles Southern Jr. was 39 years old and he lived in Chicago, Illinois. He was actually the assistant chairman for the English department at the Chicago Junior College. At some point, he joined a spiritual movement, and it was run by holy shnikes. This lady gives me the heebie-freaking-jeebies. Ugh. A spiritual movement ran by this woman here, Terry Hoffman. Terry Hoffman had spent some time in and out of psychiatric hospitals, and then by the late 50s, early 60s, she became interested in meditation, metaphysics, hypnotism, mind control, and she then started her own movement. And it was called the Conscious Development of Body, Mind, and Soul. By the mid-70s, she had quite the following, hundreds of people around the country. She had chapters everywhere. She claimed that she was the reincarnation of Saint Teresa of Avila, and that her following has to fight off Black Lords. And they exist on many different planes of existence, and one of the only people who could see them, of course, is Terry Hoffman. She claimed that she could speak with people from beyond the grave. She told her following she could see the past, the present, and the future. And she told them, most importantly, death should never be feared, because the goal here is to be reborn into the spiritual realm. And people ate it up. Charles Southern Jr. was a highly intellectual man, and some wondered why he would join something like this. It's because he was seeking a path to enlightenment, and he also wanted to learn and embrace religion. And he actually ends up becoming a high-ranking member of this, which would later be described as a cult. But there was a trail of death before what happens to Charles happened. The video I played for you at the beginning was from this man. His name was Don Hoffman. In the video, he claims that he saw 4 different specialists, and all 4 of them said he had cancer, it was inoperable, he was going to die. And so the video he recorded was his suicide video. Just an hour or 2 after he recorded this moment, he would be dead. He died of a severe drug overdose that was a mix of several different drugs. His family not only found him in a hotel room, but they also found his tape. The family tried to track down these experts who said he had cancer. They couldn't find him. When the autopsy was done, he had no cancer. Not a single trace. Now, he was Terry Hoffman's 4th husband. And of course, he left everything he had to Terry. In 1987, this woman here, Mary Levinson, also a member of the cult, dies of an apparent drug overdose. She had changed her beneficiary for her life insurance policy to her boyfriend, who was directly connected to Terry Hoffman. 1989, David and Glenda Goodman. Both of them were found shot to death in their home in Dallas, Texas. It was determined that they were both self-inflicted gunshots. Just before their deaths, they signed over $100,000 in checks to Terry Hoffman. September of 1988, as a matter of fact, 4 days after Don Hoffman recorded that video and ended his own life, this woman here, 41-year-old Jill Bounds, was found bludgeoned to death in her home. She too was a member of the cult. However, she had left it a few years prior. She was scared of Terry Hoffman. However, she had gone to visit Terry just a couple of months before her death. Her killer has never been found. In 1979, an active member of the cult named Sandra Cleaver would go to Hawaii with her 13-year-old daughter. Her daughter was named Devereaux. Well, one day in Hawaii, they were out at sea on a raft when all of a sudden they capsized and they both fell overboard. And because of the ocean and the currents, they got separated. 13-year-old Devereaux would soon be found and she had drowned to death. By the time Devereaux's father got to Hawaii, he went to see Sandra in her hospital room. When he got there, who was sitting by her bedside? Terry Hoffman. There was a life insurance policy on her daughter. Yeah, and guess who that was payable to? Terry Hoffman. Sandra then had a life insurance policy on herself for $300,000, payable to Terry Hoffman. In September of 1981, a couple of years after her daughter's death, she has befriended a housekeeper named Louise Watson. Well, one day in 1981, both of them had gone to visit Terry Hoffman. What happens right after they visit Terry? Sandra Cleaver drives off a cliff with Louise in the car, killing them both. Sandra's brother, however, would contest the life insurance policy, saying, hey, something is up here. This Terry Hoffman broad in her cult, something is going on. This ends up bringing a ton of bad publicity to Terry. There will be a few of her former or current cult members who would end up testifying against her, and 3 out of the 4 of those people conveniently died by suicide. Then Charles Southern Jr. goes missing. He had planned a trip around Christmas of 1987 to go to India, something he had always wanted to do. So during the time where he was supposed to be gone, his family was like, okay, he's just enjoying his time in India, but he was supposed to be back at a certain point, but he never did. They waited another week or two thinking he just extended his stay. But then after that, they go to his home and they enter it, and they see his passport there in the house. It hadn't even been stamped for India. They also found a poison, a very strong poison in his home. And on a tribal stool he had was his coat and his hat folded neatly on top of the tribal stool, which apparently the family would learn was part of the Nigerian tribal symbol of death. In his home, they found 2 hastily scribbled notes. One said, I came under a bad influence and I was trying to fight it myself. This note also mentions Terry Hoffman. The other note was also to Terry Hoffman. It was his last will and testament, making Terry Hoffman the executor of his estate, giving her everything. All in all, Terry Hoffman, this is her pictured with Dawn, the gentleman I showed at the very beginning. Well, her cult had led to 11 mysterious deaths and 1 disappearance. There were convenient accidents, there were suicides, and there was even a murder. They believe that Terry had coaxed some of these people, including her husband, to end their own life. That she probably lied to him that he had this inoperable cancer, and probably used that as a way to get him to end his life. All for money. And the only thing Terry Hoffman was ever convicted of was in 1994 for bankruptcy fraud. That's it. Never charged in any of the suspicious deaths, never investigated for the disappearance of Charles Southern Jr., and she died in 2015. And all of those secrets went to the grave with her. Was Terry Hoffman truly a devil in disguise? Did she orchestrate and plan the deaths of at least 11 people, including husbands, friends, and even people who weren't connected to the cult? Well, unfortunately, with Terry Hoffman's death, the mystery of where Charles Southern Jr. is and the mystery of the other deaths will likely remain unsolved forever. A young boy and a boat's captain go out to sea. They have not been seen since. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christian Hall and David Andrews. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Christian Hall was a 15-year-old kid living in the area of Corpus Christi, Texas. The high schooler wanted to find a way to make a little bit of extra money, and so he would end up getting a job as a deckhand for a little boat, or a yacht. Specifically for this yacht here, called the Gypsy 2. David Andrews was the yacht's owner and captain, and he would go by the name Captain Dusty. At the time this case occurred, he is about 39 or 40 years old. Captain Dusty had planned a trip from Corpus Christi, Texas to the west coast of Florida. He invited along Christian Hall, but Christian Hall still needed to ask his parents for permission. Christian asks them, they say no. Christian Hall did not have permission to board that yacht, but he did anyway. Christian and Dusty would board the vessel and set sail on November 24th, 2005. Just for people who don't live in the States, so they would be going from the coast of Texas here, and the plan was to go all the way to the western coast of Florida. But then something happened. At some point in the Gulf of Mexico, off the coast of Louisiana, right there, about 65 miles off coast, the Gypsy 2 sent out a distress signal. And another vessel responded to that distress signal. When that vessel approaches the Gypsy 2, they are now being waved off by someone on the boat saying, "We don't need help. You can turn around, you can leave." Well, the distress signal was allegedly, from what I understand, that the boat was taking on some water. But because when this other vessel arrived and they were waved off and said, "You can leave," they thought they might have resolved the issue. And that was it. That was the last time anyone ever saw this boat or David or Christian ever again. And unfortunately, there are a lot of unknowns here. Was it actually taking on a lot of water, and did it eventually sink? But then why would they wave off people who were trying to help them? I don't know, and maybe someone can answer this. I don't know if these types of yachts send out any kind of automated distress signals in the event of something happening with the boat. And maybe that's why the other boat was waved off, because maybe they didn't know that there was a distress signal. But I feel like that's a manual thing to send off a distress signal. And so why would you put out a distress signal and then wave people off who are coming to help you? That doesn't make sense. So in my true crime mind, I'm thinking, did they send off that signal and then something happened where they were boarded by someone else, and maybe that's the people that other boat saw? Maybe they didn't actually see David or Christian. Maybe they saw someone else. Maybe someone who did something to David and Christian. The other thing is how well do they know David Dusty Andrews? Is he a stand-up guy? Well, according to Christian's family, David would refer to Christian to David's family as a son, like his son. But David's family denies that he ever did that. Was there any kind of untoward relationship between these two? Specifically meaning, did David... You know what I mean. I don't know if the authorities believe that maybe David Andrews abducted Christian Hall and did God knows what. Because maybe in that scenario, Christian Hall sent off the distress signal, David realized he did that, and then David waved off the people who were trying to help. Maybe that was his way of saying, "I need help." The fact of the matter is nobody knows where they are. Nobody knows what happened to them. Not only has David and Christian never been seen by anyone since, neither has the Gypsy 2. If, in fact, it was a genuine distress signal where they were taking on water in the Gulf of Mexico, then that's likely, if it was sinking, where it sank. The Gulf of Mexico, though, is gigantic, and it's not easy to search. How thorough of a search have they done? I don't know. The other issue is that Christian's family didn't report him missing until January of 2006, about 5 or 6 weeks after he was last seen. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they believed he went on that boat with David, and this type of trip wasn't going to be a couple of days. It probably would have been a couple of weeks. And so that's when they realized that after a couple of weeks he hadn't come home, that something was wrong. But again, there's a lot of unknowns here. Do you have just 2 victims of an unfortunate boating incident, and they perished somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico? Do you have 1 victim and an assailant, kidnapper? Do you have 2 victims who were victims of foul play? Or what other scenarios could there be? To this day, nobody knows what happened to these 2 individuals. But you never know. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the disappearance of Christian Hall and David Dusty Andrews, you are asked to please call 361-886-2600. On a cold New York morning, a 14-year-old girl took a shortcut that unfortunately would lead to her murder. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Christine Diefenbach. Viewer discretion is advised. Christine Ann Diefenbach was born on May 15th, 1973, and at the time this case occurred, she and her family are living in the area of Queens, New York. Christine did have a younger sister. Her sister was 5 years old when this case occurred. Everyone would describe Christine as having a very old soul. She loved art and being creative. She had a lot of talent. She was considered to be pretty shy. She lived a pretty normal life. She had friends. She grew up in a really loving and caring household. And at the age of 14, Christine was a big fan of Wayne Newton. And she knew that there was going to be an article in the Parade magazine coming out on Wayne Newton that she wanted to read. So she wanted to go to the newsstand that she always went to get the newspaper, to get that so that she could read it. Her father said yes, but also asked, try not to cross the railroad tracks. It's a shortcut that a lot of kids would take, the ones that she had taken before as well, to cut, I guess, diagonally across to get to the newsstand quicker. It was a really, really cold morning, and so getting to the newsstand faster would have been the better option. So Christine would leave her home, and then she would go to the newspaper stand. When she left, her dad told her, when you come back, we'll listen to the new Peter, Paul, and Mary album. She said, okay, great. She never got home. And after a short amount of time, knowing full well that she should have been home at this point, her father begins to look for her. And as he's doing so, he sees there's some police activity near the railroad tracks, near the shortcut that possibly Christine might have taken. When he approaches, he asks some of the detectives and the officers, what's going on here? And essentially they tell him that there is a body. He shows police a photo of Christine. They tell him it's her. 14-year-old Christine was dead. She had been severely beaten to death. Her skull was crushed. She had most of the blunt force trauma injuries were to her head. The coroner, I think, stated that there was no evidence that there was a successful rape, but they do believe that there was an attempted rape in this case. This is the area where her body was found. So right past this little building here would be the railroad tracks. Christine would have gone up these stairs to cut across the tracks. And after Christine's unfortunate death, they would end up blocking off that shortcut. Christine, pictured here with her younger sister, she had nothing stolen off of her. She did have money on her person, but it was like a few cents to get the newspaper. And so ultimately, I think they believe the motive was sexual in nature. I don't see any mention if they have for sure collected DNA from the crime scene. All I see in one article is that they are hoping that advanced DNA technology will help them uncover DNA, likely from her clothing or anything found near the crime scene. Now, early on, police did get some tips, and the tips were in reference to two men who their actual names haven't been released, but they were referred to as Tennessee and Cherokee. Tennessee and Cherokee were overheard at a bar, and so one of the people at the bar would come forward to police to tell them this information. But the people at the bar overheard them saying how they messed up a girl really bad. And they did this near the railroad tracks. So the tavern where this all happened was at Glenn's Tavern, where this was overheard. And then the murder scene is right here. That's where the home is where Christine lived, and that's where the newsstand she was heading to. So this would have been on those two men's direct path if they were walking down this way. They very likely could have run into Christine. The police have stated that those two men were found and they have been questioned. They were questioned really early on. They denied having any responsibility. And at that time, there just was no evidence to link them to this case, other than this conversation that was overheard, allegedly. But it sounds like there is some belief that both of these men, if not one of them, may have been responsible for what happened to Christine, because this conversation overheard at the bar sounded way too specific. But was that these two men boasting about something they didn't do? Were they joking in some really horrific, dark way? I mean, you need evidence to connect to Christine to determine who did this. And sadly, they do not have that evidence. And they are still hoping that someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who murdered Christine Diefenbach. Perhaps that someone is you. You can report information anonymously. You don't have to say who you are. They just need to know what you know. If you have any information on the murder of 14-year-old Christine Diefenbach, you are asked to please call 1-800-577-8477. 5 teenagers vanished together. Would they ever be found? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Clinton Avenue 5. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us back to 1978, and it will take us to Newark, New Jersey. These 5 teenage boys were very good friends. They were always together. 17-year-old Melvin Pittman, who would also go by the name Ricky, 17-year-old Ernest Taylor, 16-year-old Alvin Turner, 16-year-old Randy Johnson, and 16-year-old Michael McDowell. 4 of the 5 had gone to the same high school together, and they all lived pretty much in the Newark, New Jersey area. On August 20th, 1978, the 5 teenagers were actually out playing basketball at a local park, something they did all the time, when they were then picked up by a local contractor by the name of Lee Evans. Lee Evans knew these kids, and he knew that they would always want to make a few extra bucks because he had to move some boxes around, so he picked them up to help him with that. After that was done, he then says he drops the 5 teenagers off on Clinton Avenue. I'm not sure exactly, specifically where, but just somewhere on Clinton Avenue, which is why later they would be called the Clinton Avenue 5, because after he dropped them off, nobody has seen these 5 kids ever again. They vanished into thin air, as it seems. A short time later, the parents start to notice their sons haven't come home, and then one by one, they report these kids missing. The police asked the community to please help. We need to know where they are, and we have nothing. Because in terms of actual confirmed sightings of them, there were none. Police would interview the last person who they can confirm actually saw them, and that was the contractor, Lee Evans, but they end up giving him a lie detector test, and he apparently passes that test. And so they, at that point, cleared him as being a suspect. And they were, again, back at the beginning. They don't know where the hell these kids are. How do you have 5 full-grown teenagers just vanish into thin air with nobody seeing them or hearing anything? It actually wouldn't be until about 2010 when police say they finally have a breakthrough. Not only that, but they have the answer. The 5 teenagers are dead, and they were killed the night they disappeared. Well, a man named Philander Hampton would come forward to police around 2010 to say that he, along with his cousin, a man named Lee Evans, were responsible for the death of the boys. Yes, Lee Evans, the same man who was the one who was last known to see the kids. According to Philander Hampton, what happened was that Lee Evans believed that these 5 kids stole marijuana from him. And so what they ended up doing to the kids was retaliation for that. This was never even confirmed, by the way. He just thinks they stole this marijuana. So what Philander says happened is they lure the boys into this truck. They then take them to a house or an apartment building, and they lock all 5 of these kids in a closet. Then they set the house on fire, which effectively kills all 5 of them. So each one of these men is arrested. Lee Evans is still denying he had anything to do with it, but both men will end up being charged with 5 counts of murder despite there being no bodies. When police go to the location where they're saying this house fire occurred, they search this building, which is now a brand new building. It was constructed years ago. They brought in cadaver dogs and everything. They found nothing. No scents were picked up. It doesn't mean the boys weren't there at some point, but it's just when they're searching in 2010, there's no sign of them. And one thing that's kind of confusing me is, wouldn't they have known that the house was on fire whenever this happened? And when that happened, would they have not noticed 5 bodies in the wreckage or the remains of this home? Because I can't find any mention of a house being on fire and the bodies of people were found. I mean, it's not exactly a normal thing where you have 5 bodies that are completely and utterly destroyed by a fire. You typically have at least something remaining, especially with a crudely set fire just using basic things like gasoline. It's not impossible, of course. I mean, I'm sure the bodies could have been destroyed, but it just seems so unlikely. According to police, there was actually a 3rd person involved, but that person died before this came to light. There are a lot of people who don't believe Philander Hampton's story, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, how did nobody know about this fire and these bodies inside? But police believe the story, and they say this is what happened. Philander Hampton would agree to take a plea deal confessing to the murders as long as he testified against Lee Evans. he does so, he is sentenced to 10 years in prison. He testifies at the trial against Lee Evans, but there is no bodies, there is no evidence. All they have is the story of this man, and that's it. And so, Lee Evans is acquitted. He is found not guilty of the murders. And honestly, it's like I can't necessarily blame the jury on that. Sure, he was the last person to see him, but without the bodies, without any evidence of this fire, it's going to be hard to convict. I'm not saying I don't think he did it. I think he probably did do it. But you have to have the evidence. And unfortunately, they just have the word of one person. And the heartbreaking reality is none of these boys have ever been found. They have never been laid to rest properly. And that's tragic and unfair. And really, in the end, none of them got the justice they would rightfully deserve. 5 college students died after a party. Surely someone out there knows who started the fire. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of the 2003 Columbus, Ohio arson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Columbus, Ohio. It was the early morning hours of April 13th, 2003, just a little east of Ohio State University. It all happened here in this home. This is obviously a recent photo. But on April 12, 2003, there was a large party going on, and it was to celebrate the birthday of a student. This individual here, Alan Schlesman, he was turning 21 years old, so it was a big deal. There was somewhere between 75 to maybe 100 people at this party at any given time. But the party would finally wind down sometime around 3:30 in the morning, now on April 13th. By the time most people left, there was still roughly 15 to 20 people in the home, and then, at 4 o'clock in the morning, a fire broke out. It would later be determined that the fire was set right by the front door, and it was deliberately set. Fire and rescue would be called to the neighborhood, and it took about 100 firefighters, sometime around an hour to an hour and a half, to finally get the fire out. And then after the fire was finally put out, they were able to go inside just to see if there were any people in there still. Plenty of students had made it out, the ones who were on the lower floors. And unfortunately, there were people still inside. They found the bodies of 5 college students. Alan Schlesman and Kyle Rolland had been good friends. They were attending Ohio State University. And then Christine Wilson, Andrea Dennis, and Aaron DeMarco were 3 sorority sisters, and they were students at Ohio University in Athens. All of them killed in the fire. All of them were on the second floor. 4 of them were in one bedroom, and then the 5th one was in the bedroom just next to that one. And the sad thing is that where they were located, the fire escape was literally right there. But unfortunately, due to the fire, it was no longer accessible, and they couldn't get out. They were trapped. The fire spread so quickly, according to the students who were there and survived, and the firefighters, that these poor individuals really had no chance. There were a handful of people who did suffer some minor burns and other injuries, but they all recovered. And when they were all talked to and questioned, none of them saw who did this, and no one knows who did this. At one point, an unhoused man who resided somewhere nearby was actually arrested because people had overheard him talking about his potential involvement in this. But it also doesn't sound like he was necessarily of sound mind, and they never had any actual evidence to link this to him. And as a matter of fact, he was never even charged. He was just arrested under suspicion of involvement. But again, they had nothing to say, oh yeah, he definitely did this. I don't even think they think he did this. I know they've talked to a whole bunch of people who were at the party that night. It doesn't sound like anything has come from that. Like, were there any kind of altercations, any kind of fights that occurred? Was any student in particular directly targeted in this? Maybe multiple students were targeted. Were any of the 5 people who actually perished, were any of them the targets? They don't know. They really don't know much about this at all. All they know is that someone went to the front door of that house, deliberately set a fire, and then murdered 5 people. 5 young people between the ages of 19 and 21 who had promising futures ahead of them, who died in one of the most horrific ways you could die. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who set this fire and who killed these 5 college students. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 614-461-8477. They called him the crackhead killer, which is completely dehumanizing to his victims. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cory Deonn Morris. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Phoenix, Arizona. Specifically, we're going to the area of the 700 block of East Pierce Street. On April 12, 2003, the uncle of Cory Morris would go to the trailer Cory lived at, and he found the body of a woman inside. Now, the reason that the uncle had gone to Cory's trailer is because Cory was starting to smell like a decaying body, like he himself was, which he said, oh, that's just from the sweat of me walking to and from work. No. The victim the uncle found in the trailer was that of Julie Castillo. She was a sex worker in the area. The autopsy would show that she had crack cocaine in her system, which was lining up with other victims they had found in this exact same area. The bodies of at least 5 other sex workers who all had crack cocaine in their system. The victims that were found were Barbara Codman, Shanteria Davis, Jade Velasquez, Sherry Noah, Julie Castillo, and Janice Irvin. Because of the crack cocaine found in all of their systems, and police believe they were all killed by the same person, the media would label this killer, who was unknown at the time, as the crackhead killer, referring to the victims as crackheads. Not as people, not as daughters, not as granddaughters. I'm sure some of them were mothers, some of them were sisters, some of them were aunts. They were all human beings that the media just said, well, they were crackheads, so. Cory Deonn Morris was originally born in Oklahoma, and he lived there for quite some time. But by 1999, he ends up moving to Phoenix, Arizona. He becomes a local DJ. Then I guess he had lost that job. And the thing about Cory Morris is that nobody on earth would have suspected him of doing this, killing 5 or 6 or possibly more women. Because Cory Morris is also linked to the murders of at least 3 or 4 other women in Oklahoma that occurred just before he moved to Arizona. But everyone was like, this guy is a good guy. He's quiet. He's helpful. He's kind. He's educated. He was a good neighbor. He was a decent person. But sometimes it's the most decent people that have the most horrific hidden identities. Now, one body is found directly in his trailer. The other 5 are found buried just near the trailer where he lived. So he was indicted for, I think, 5 of the 6. I guess they couldn't link him to one of the victims. He denied having anything to do with their murders. As a matter of fact, in a confession, he actually tells police that they all accidentally died of drug overdoses. But then after they began to push him on that, he then changes his story to say, well, no, okay, I accidentally strangled all of them to death. I'm not sure how you... listen, I can maybe understand how maybe in the heat of the moment during some sort of sexual act, maybe you accidentally do it once, and that's a big maybe, but then 4 or 5 more times? What? The authorities in Oklahoma, they did try to see if they could link him to the killings from their state, but it just sounds like they never really could. But it also could be the fact that Cory Morris was eventually convicted. He was found guilty of the murder of 5 of the women, and he was sentenced to death in Arizona. So sometimes it's like, listen, he's already sentenced to death. Was it worth taxpayer dollars to put him on trial in another state just for the same outcome? But also it's about justice for the victims. And sometimes it's a symbolic thing rather than a physical thing. But at any rate, he is sentenced to death. And from what I can see, he is still on death row. He has not been executed yet. I just want to remind everyone that these women were not just crackheads. They were not drug addicts. They were not just sex workers. These were 5 human beings. We have all had struggles in our lives. We have all made Choices we wish we never made. These weren't 6 crackheads that were killed. These were 6 people. And hopefully one day very soon, the justice they got will be carried out. He just wanted to end the life of a police officer. Just because. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Constable Thomas Brian King. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Warman in Saskatchewan, Canada. That is where 40-year-old Thomas Brian King lived and where he worked for the RCMP. He was born on March 29th, hey, that's my birthday as well, 1938, and he officially enlisted on January 4th, 1971. Initially, he joined as a civilian member, and I guess that was as a radio operator, where he then eventually became a special constable. I guess there was a point where the force didn't accept married men, but eventually they changed that. So he then became a regular member of the force. Constable King is said to be remembered for being a very honorable man who was a true gentleman to everyone, and he was always incredibly ethical in his work. He had a wife, and the two of them had 2 children together. But on the night of April 25th, 1978, he was the victim of a man who just wanted to kill a cop. Enter teenagers Gregory Fisher and Darryl Crook. I believe it was Gregory Fisher who was the one who had this desire to kill a police officer. And that's Gregory Fisher right there. But both of them had told friends on this particular evening that they were just going to go out and go get a cop. But none of the friends thought they were being serious, and so they did nothing about it. But the two of them left, and they would seek out a cop. So on this particular evening, April 25th, 1978, Constable King was with Constable Rushlow. They were in 2 separate vehicles. They were going to head to the station where they would just get into one vehicle and work the rest of the evening together. However, both constables on the way to the station would both end up pulling over 2 separate vehicles a pretty decent distance apart. Constable King pulled over a vehicle, a Rambler, with 2 teenagers inside, Gregory Fisher and Darryl Crook. As Constable King approached the vehicle, one of the 2 of them threw out a beer bottle, and so Constable King goes over to pick it up, and that's when one of them gets out of the car and basically attacks Constable King. The 2 of them are now struggling with Constable King, who at some point drops his gun, and one of them is able to take the revolver off of him. Darryl Crook then takes the gun and fires a single shot into the air. Now, just down the road is Constable Rushlow, who was still dealing with the other person that he pulled over. He heard this from the distance, the shot, but it sounded like a car backfiring, so he didn't really think anything of it. Constable King is then handcuffed with his own cuffs and thrown into the back of the vehicle the 2 teenagers were driving, the Rambler, which was Gregory Fisher's car. Then they take this now abducted RCMP constable and they show him off to their friends. Their friends say, "We don't want any part of this, go away." And so they say and do nothing to help this man. Now at this point, Constable Rushlow is done with his traffic stop. He then drives past his vehicle, which is still there with the lights on, the car is still on, but no one else is there. He gets out to look around. He doesn't see Constable King anywhere, and there's no sign of anything there. That's when he realizes something is very wrong. Meanwhile, these 2 monsters here, they put him back in the car, and they take him, I guess, to or nearby the Queen Elizabeth Power Station. This is at the south part of the Saskatchewan River, where they then force Constable King to the edge of the river, where then Gregory Fisher, using the stolen revolver, points it to the back of Constable King's head and fires 2 rounds into the back of his head. The 2 men then get back into the Rambler and just go about their night. Now, luckily, a description of the Rambler had already been put into the system because of the fact that Constable King had pulled over the Rambler. And so once they saw the abandoned RCMP vehicle, they then put out a search for this Rambler. Within a few hours, they find it, and they begin a chase. They do get the car to stop, and they're able to see that Gregory Fisher is inside of it, and he is arrested. But Darryl Crook was not in the car. Gregory Fisher then told police what happened that night. He then took the officers to the body of Constable King, where he was still there, and they confirmed that he was deceased, which devastated his family. It devastated everyone at the RCMP, devastated the community. Both men would eventually be arrested. They did find Darryl Crook, and both of them are charged with the murder. Gregory Fisher says it was Darryl Crook who pulled the trigger. Darryl Crook says, no, it was Gregory Fisher who pulled the trigger. They learned in their investigation about the friends who had heard these two men say that night that they were going to go find a cop and kill them simply just because they didn't like cops. But again, no one did anything about it beforehand. They also found out about these people who saw this abducted officer and did nothing. Darryl Crook would end up being convicted of the murder and sentenced to 25 years to life. Gregory Fisher then goes on trial for the murder and is also convicted and also sentenced to 25 years to life. In 1994, Gregory Fisher ends up taking responsibility for the murder. He's not saying he was the one who pulled the trigger, but he was there and he was responsible for the murder happening. And this was his attempt to be released early and get paroled, but it didn't work. I do know at some point, though, Gregory Fisher was released on parole because by 2011, he was rearrested for breaking his parole. He then went back to prison for 2 additional years. I'm not sure with regards to where Darryl Crook is, if he's still in prison or not. And ultimately, who actually pulled the trigger is anyone's guess, because they both blamed each other for pulling the trigger. Constable King was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He pulled over, unfortunately, the wrong person, which is not his fault. He was doing his job. But thankfully, he was able to get justice. A restaurant manager would be found dead inside of the freezer of that restaurant. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Cynthia Harrison. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Pensacola in Florida. That is where Cynthia Cindy Harrison was living. Cynthia was handicapped from birth. She was also deaf and legally blind, and she never grew taller than 4 feet 7 inches. But her parents, pictured here, would say that Cindy embraced every moment of it. It never stopped her. They would say that Cindy's disabilities, she just refused to let them hold her back. She had a zest for life and a big personality. The 28-year-old had also recently gotten married, and she was really excited for that. So I believe that they were originally from Louisiana, but Cindy and her husband moved to Pensacola, Florida. And the biggest reason they did that was because there was a new Popeye's chicken restaurant opening there in Pensacola on 9 Mile Road, and she was being promoted to manager to manage that one. Which takes us to May 2nd, 1998. Cynthia would go to work that morning. A couple hours later, a delivery driver, a scheduled delivery, came to the Popeyes and no one answered. And he goes inside and he's looking all over, but he can't find Cynthia. And then he opens up the freezer, and that is where he finds her. Cynthia was tied up with her hands behind her back. There was blood everywhere. It was later determined that Cynthia had been cut about 60 times with a box cutter. Now, they were able to actually arrest the suspect very quickly because there was only one other person who was supposed to be there that morning in terms of an employee of Popeyes. A 19-year-old employee of hers, Timothy Hurst. He was scheduled to work at 8 o'clock that morning, which would have been a little bit after Cynthia had arrived, and then the store was supposed to be opened by 9 a.m. The restaurant was also missing $2,000 in cash from the registers. And because of the fact that Timothy Hurst was not at the restaurant when Cynthia's body was found, told everyone that he may be the suspect here. Police would get confirmation of this when a friend or someone who lived with Timothy contacted police to say that he had recounted to him how he murdered and robbed Cynthia. And he did so, he was talking about this to his friend while smiling and laughing. He actually showed up to the friend's house with cash in his hand. He also had a wallet, which was later identified as Cynthia's wallet. He had bloody socks on. He had blood spatter on him. In 2000, Timothy Hearst goes on trial for the murder of Cynthia. The evidence against him is extremely overwhelming. I mean, they have her blood on his clothing, they have her wallet in his possession, and they have a direct confession given to a friend. He is found guilty, and at that time, he is sentenced to death. But that would not stay. In 2011, his conviction was overturned. The reason why it was overturned was because his own defense attorney had not told the courts or the jury that he had a very, very low IQ, which was, you're withholding that information from the jury when it comes to deliberating whether or not he should get the death penalty. So he is reconvicted, and this time with a 7-5 vote, they vote in favor still of the death penalty. But then the Supreme Court of the United States would end up determining that Florida's death penalty law was unconstitutional, because this was a state that was allowing the execution to be ordered by the jury even without a unanimous decision. So around 2020 or so, the Supreme Court basically helped change the law in Florida, where, from what I understand now, it has to be a unanimous decision from the jury, 12-0, in order to convict and give the death penalty. So he doesn't get a third trial overall, however, he does get a third sentencing hearing. And now the jury has to come back with a unanimous verdict, but they don't. Even if one person says no, they cannot give the death penalty. So now instead of the death penalty, he has been resentenced to life in prison without parole. This case essentially helped change Florida state law because they had changed it a couple times. Like at one point they said, oh, we need a 10-2 verdict, but now it's unanimous. And the judge is no longer able to implement the death penalty in Florida unless they give a 12-0 verdict. Meaning he or she, the judge, cannot overrule the jury, giving the jury the ultimate power. Regardless, in the end here, Cynthia, her killer was caught quickly. He was not able to hurt or kill anyone anymore. His motive simply was robbery. He just wanted the cash. And sadly, Cynthia had to die for that. Timothy is exactly where he should be, and Cynthia's killer will never breathe free air ever again. Did he call from beyond to try to help solve his own murder? Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of D. Scott Rogo. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the San Fernando Valley area of California. D. Scott Rogo, or Douglas Scott Rogo, was born in 1950, and he lived his entire life in California. He lived a relatively normal life, except at the age of 11, he says he had an out-of-body experience that really connected him to the other side. He became very fascinated in fringe science. He became fascinated by reincarnation, UFOs, aliens, ghosts, psychics, which brings him to the world of parapsychology, and then eventually he becomes an author. Throughout his life, he would publish roughly 30 novels, including The Haunted Universe and Phone Calls from the Dead. By 1990, he lives by himself in an upscale neighborhood in the San Fernando Valley. The last time anyone can recall seeing D. Scott was on August 14th, 1990. 2 days later, on August 16th, a neighbor of his noticed that the sprinklers on his property were still running. They had been running for 2 days straight, which was unusual in itself. D. Scott was also known to be someone who would conserve water. And at the time, Los Angeles was actually under a water restriction. So the neighbor thought this was concerning enough that he contacted police. Police would go to D. Scott's home. They knocked on the door. They got no response. Everything seemed quiet. They don't notice any outward signs of a break-in or anything unusual. But as police walk around to the side, they do see a sliding glass door is partially open. And so they call in to D. Scott. No response, and so the police enter the home. That is when they find the body of 40-year-old D. Scott Rogo. There was blood everywhere. He was in a pool of blood. The coroner would later determine that he had been stabbed numerous times. There was no forced entry in the home, no broken windows, no kicked-in doors, so either the door was just unlocked and the assailant walked in, or, more likely, D. Scott Rogo let his assailant in. More than likely, someone he knew and trusted enough. His family would do a walkthrough of the home after the investigation was wrapping up and to determine if anything had been stolen. And they said that there were several, items that he had collected that would probably get a pretty penny for someone at a pawn shop that were definitely stolen from the home. So police could potentially be working under the theory that this was a robbery that turned to murder, or all of this was just an improvised moment of stupidity by this person. Maybe a fight broke out where they attacked D. Scott and then just stole things. He had several connections to psychics and had worked with psychics before, and there were a couple of them who were seeming to get visions from beyond the grave. Visions of what actually occurred inside D. Scott's home. One of the psychics said in his vision that D. Scott definitely knew this assailant. He was a younger Hispanic male, and that the attack was in fact spontaneous, that he was in the home having a conversation and an argument broke out over money, and so this person stabbed D. Scott and then stole things. They said, a couple psychics said, you will find a fingerprint on a glass in the home. And then according to police and prosecutors, eventually, they claimed they did in fact find fingerprints on a glass. Now, another psychic said that they saw something similar, but that there were at least 3 total men involved. One of them had fled the scene before the attack happened, and 2 of them stayed behind during the murder. All of these visions would help lead them to a man, a 29-year-old named John Batista, whose photo, unfortunately, I just can't find. He was, in fact, a younger Hispanic male who did, in fact, know D. Scott Rogo, someone that he might trust to let into his home. Police and the prosecution would then state that John Batista's fingerprint matched the fingerprint found on the glass that the psychics led them to. So John Batista is arrested and charged with the murder of D. Scott Rogo. He goes on trial, but then a mistrial is called. He goes on trial a second time in 1992. This time he is found guilty of second-degree murder. However, that would not last very long because in 1996, due to prosecutorial misconduct, the conviction was completely overturned and John Batista was released. What was the prosecutorial misconduct? The fingerprint did not match John Batista on the glass where they said it did. The police and the prosecution lied. Now, there is not a single trace of physical evidence that connects John Batista to the murder of D. Scott Rogo, and so he never went on trial again. Was this D. Scott Rogo trying to communicate with his psychic friends saying, hey, I'm trying to show you who did this, and maybe they just got it wrong? Unfortunately, sometimes even ghosts don't get it right. And so now the murder of D. Scott Rogo technically remains unsolved. Twin sisters would vanish together off the face of the earth, but somebody out there has got to know where they are. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Dannette and Jeannette Millbrook. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Augusta, Georgia. Dannette and Jeannette Millbrook were fraternal twins born on April 2nd, 1974. They grew up in an area of Augusta where there was, from what I was watching, a very clear rich side and there was a very clear poor side. And they grew up on the poor side. And also, sadly, racism was a very, very strong factor in this area still. Well, I mean, it still is everywhere. Dannette and Jeannette were really close. You know, they were like best friends, essentially. They did really well in school. They got good grades. They never got into trouble. They never ran with the wrong crowd. They were really happy kids. And it seems like they were just always happy and smiling. That these were 2 girls who just enjoyed life. This takes us to March 18th, 1990. Dannette and Jeannette would leave their home in the early afternoon. They would leave from here, and they walked about a half a mile or so to the local Church's Chicken, where it's believed they just purchased some chicken and left without sitting there and eating it. They then head back to their home, where they tell their mom that it looked like someone was following them in a van. A short time later, the twin sisters then leave again, and they head to their godfather's home. He actually gave them $20 for the city bus that they were going to have to be using to get to school the next week. The girls then went to one of their cousins' homes for a brief time, and the two girls asked, hey, would you be willing to walk with us back to our house? But the cousin's mom said, no, it's getting dark. Then they go to one of their sister's homes. They were there for maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then they asked the sister, hey, could you walk with us home? The sister said, unfortunately not. She had just given birth to a baby. But I guess in hindsight, you're kind of like, they were asking a few people to walk home with them. They must have felt something was wrong. The last confirmed sightings of the twin girls was here at this gas station / convenience store called the Pumpin' Shop. The girls went inside. They bought a couple of snacks, and then the store clerk would later tell authorities that they think they saw a car just outside of the store that seemed to be waiting there, but they didn't really get a good look at the person driving the vehicle. Apparently, the plan was for the girls to go to a friend's house after this, and there seems to be conflicting reports of whether or not they made it to the friends or not. Police said they did, and that technically, at that point, the last time anyone saw them was around 4:30 p.m. But this is the last, confirmed for sure sighting of them. When the two girls didn't arrive home, the mother would report them missing. And therein creates another issue. Institutional and systemic racism running rampant in this area. There was never any urgency to look for these two girls from the police's standpoint. The police told the family, you gotta wait 24 hours before we even do anything. Which, again, drives me insane, because in that 24 hours, maybe you would have found them alive. Then they told the family they're runaways. Okay, that's it. And then what's learned a couple of years later is that the case was just closed and the two girls were removed from the missing persons registry. And the case files just gone, missing. When they disappeared, they were 15. So when all this new information is coming out, it's now 2 years later and the girls would have been 17. And the police told the family, well, they turned 17, so now they're allowed to disappear on their own legally. Okay, well, they didn't go missing when they were 17, they went missing when they were 15. Then the family was told that the police said, oh yeah, the two girls were found. They actually would tell people that the girls were removed from the home and they were put into foster care. What? No, that's not true. It really did seem like the police was doing everything they could think of to just not bother with this case. Two missing black teenage girls. They just couldn't be bothered, apparently. Another person that couldn't be bothered during the initial search was the girls' father, John Millbrook. John Millbrook went out of his way to tell people, don't look for the girls. Their mother was hell-bent on finding her kids. She spent every waking moment trying to find them. The girls' siblings spent as much time as humanly possible to look for their sisters. John Millbrook, though, did not want to spend a single second looking for them. He told some of his older daughters, if the police come to your door and asking for a DNA sample from you, tell them no. Don't talk to them. So years later, there was an inmate named Ernest Vaughns who stated that he thinks he knows what happened to the girls. He actually tells a story to a former prosecutor who interviewed him about this. So he knew John Millbrook. As a matter of fact, in 1996, John Millbrook would end up going to prison for a couple of years for helping Ernest hide two bodies that he had killed. But 6 or so years prior, when he was about 13 or 14 years old, he said he was at a home where he believes the two twins were killed. He said he was at John Millbrook's home, again, when he was still a child, and John Millbrook's, he dealt drugs out of the home. The two girls were there that day. Apparently that's where they ended up going. One of the twins got drunk, the other one did not. And then some of the men there began to mess with them. They took advantage of this little girl. And the other sister was like, why are none of the adults in here saying anything? So I'm going to say something. And she spoke up to defend her sister. Then one of these men punched that sister and knocked her out. And she hit her head on the corner of a table, causing blood to just gush out. Ernest Vaughn says then he hears the girls screaming, and someone told Ernest, come back later when it's quieter. And later when he was back at the house, the girls weren't there. He believes that somebody dumped the bodies. Now, in his story, he's saying that John Millbrook did not kill the girls. He also did not help them dispose of their bodies. But he was present during all of it. And that eventually, that drove him crazy. Now, John Millbrook would later on be diagnosed as having dementia. He spent the last few years of his life living in a nursing home where he died in 2021. And if that story Ernest told is true, he took whatever he knew with him to the grave. But is it a true story? No one really knows. The case was reopened in 2013, and the detectives at that point said, yeah, there was obviously a lot of very systemic issues back then. But it seems that once again, the police kind of just went back into quiet mode when it came to this case. Despite coming out saying, hey, we're going to solve this, we're going to find out what happened. We're sorry about how the police treated your family, how they treated this from the beginning. But then it's kind of like they then just went poof, gone. It would actually end up being podcasters and true crime people who would help the family come up with the money to put up this billboard, and also helped come up with the reward money for any information that helps lead to finding them and or their killers. But unfortunately, the case is still unsolved. There's a great chance that this case was so badly screwed up from the very beginning because they just didn't want to be bothered to look, that any chance of finding them or who may have done this, that those might be gone now. But that doesn't mean they don't deserve to get those answers. These girls deserve to be brought home and laid to rest. These girls deserve justice. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to them. Perhaps that someone is you. You can report information anonymously if you are afraid of coming forward. So if you have information, you can call anonymously to 866-939-5050. You can also call the tip line at 706-821-1080. A teenage boy was abducted right in front of his parents, and they were told there would be a ransom call. That never came. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Danny Goldman. Viewer discretion is advised. This story is going to take us down to Surfside, Florida. Danny Goldman was born on March 29th, 1948. Hey, we share the same birthday. And he was the only child to Aaron and Sally Goldman. Danny, pictured here in a younger photo with a couple of his friends, he grew up loving to work on electronics. He liked to fix TVs. Everyone just described him as just an all-around good kid. At the time this case occurred, he was a senior in high school and he had a girlfriend. And this is the house the Goldmans lived in Surfside, Florida. It was March 28th, 1966, one day before Danny's 18th birthday. At approximately 4:30 in the morning, an intruder entered the home through an unlocked sliding glass door. They woke up the family and addressed Aaron and Sally by their first names. And this intruder, described as a portly fella, demanded $10,000 in cash, which they said to them, we don't have that here. So this intruder said, fine, I'm going to hold Danny, your son, as security for this money. We're going to call back with a ransom demand. And at gunpoint, he kidnapped Danny. His parents would never see him again. But that ransom call that they said was going to happen never happened. Obviously, the police were immediately notified and they would go to the house. They dusted the house for fingerprints, especially at the point of entry where the sliding glass door was. And they did find some prints there that did not match any of the Goldmans. But also in 1966, they didn't have this database where you can put it into a computer and find someone right away. And so because of the lack of any substantial clues, there was no ransom call. They had nowhere to go. The parents would go on the news pleading for their son's safe return. They sat there and waited and waited and waited, but nothing happened. And within 6 months, it seems that everyone in the police just seemed to kind of conveniently forget about all of this. It's almost as if it never even happened. It's almost as if Danny never existed to the police. But he did exist. This was a 17-year-old kid who was abducted at gunpoint. Danny's friends were obviously troubled and, saddened by their missing friend. And as they got older, they made promises to themselves that we're going to find out who did this to Danny. These are two of those friends. I think they're brothers, Joe and David Grobart. And then another sort of childhood friend is this guy here, Paul Novak, who would eventually become the mayor of Surfside. And then eventually after that, he became a lawyer. And it was kind of like armchair detectives who were solving this case. And they did. They solved it. The belief is that Danny was murdered the night he was taken. The friends who did a lot of research and a lot of work into this discovered that Danny's father, Aaron, was on the board of a bank. And what the friends would discover was that some of these banks had ties to the mob. Aaron didn't have ties to the mob, from what I understand, but the banks did. There were connections to Jimmy Hoffa, but also mainly this guy here, Santo Trafficante. He was a mob boss. They would learn that these banks that Aaron had been on the board of, they were being controlled by the mob. They were laundering money through these banks. And not only that, but they also had in their pockets police officers and detectives, including the officer or the detective who was immediately assigned the missing persons case of Danny. He was in the pocket of Trafficante. Hence why it seemed like everyone just forgot about Danny. Back at the house, police did also collect a fragment of a glove. That glove only was manufactured in one specific place and was only ever used in one particular hospital or clinic. And the friends would discover that at that clinic, a common patient there was this man here, George Defeis, or Defies. Defeis is how you spell his last name. Well, he was a known associate of Santo Trafficante. His finger and palm prints were actually already on file because he had been arrested before, and many years down the road, all these fingerprints and palm prints were eventually all loaded into a computer database in which the fingerprint found on the sliding glass door of the Goldman house matched George here. It was his fingerprint. He was present in the house. He also fit the description of this kind of older, balding, portly man who had been the one to actually enter the home and take Danny. Well, George had another associate of the Trafficante crime organization that he worked with a lot, a man named Joe Chicken Cacciatore. So this group of investigators discovered that George and Joe had then taken Danny. They shot and killed him the night of his abduction, put him onto a boat, and then dumped his body into the Atlantic Ocean, where, unfortunately, if that's the case, he'll never be found. So what was the purpose of this abduction then? Why did they target them? Well, like I said, Aaron was on the board of these banks, and in the weeks and months leading up to this abduction, Aaron had been working with the FBI and essentially providing them testimony and evidence with regards to this potential money laundering situation and other illegal goings-on at the bank, potentially involving the mob. And literally days before the abduction, arrests were starting to be made. So the belief is that Aaron was targeted because of this. They never really planned to ask for a ransom. This was just about taking their son and killing him in retribution for what he was doing. Both Aaron and Sally passed away years before any of this came to light. They never knew what happened to their son, and they never knew who did it. I mean, maybe Aaron had suspicions, I don't know, but these friends who did all of this work, who were not police officers, would eventually work with the Miami-Dade Police Department, and collectively they announced all of this information. And this case is now believed to be solved. They know who took Danny, they know who killed them. The only remaining question is where exactly is Danny? But sadly, if they put him into the Atlantic Ocean all the way back in 1966, it's just impossible. They're not going to find him. And it was all because of the mob, police corruption, money laundering, you name it. And an innocent kid got caught in the crosshairs. A kid who had no knowledge of any of this. He just became an innocent victim. A victim who sadly will never be found. and will also sadly never get justice. In 1964, a mother is found dead under mysterious circumstances. 20 years later, her son is found dead under mysterious circumstances. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Danny Paquette. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Hookset, which is in New Hampshire. Danny Paquette was born into a relatively large family. He had multiple siblings. He was always a good kid growing up. He was always helping around the farm, because that's where they lived, on a farm. And honestly, everything in their life was going totally normal. That is until a series of murders occurred that would shake up everything. In January of 1964, the body of a 14-year-old babysitter named Pamela Mason was found in Hookset, New Hampshire. 4 years before she was found murdered, this young girl here, Sandra Valade, was also found murdered in the area of Hookset. Both of them had also been raped before they're murdered. Which takes us back to the Paquette family. Specifically, 54-year-old Rena Paquette. She was the mother of the family. Well, she knew of a delivery driver there named Edward. She had suspicions that Edward was the one responsible for the murders of Pamela and Sandra. I don't think she had any proof. It's just something she felt in her gut that it had to be him. In this recreation, in 1964, young Danny Paquette actually overhears a conversation or a loud argument between his mother, Rena, and a delivery driver who he believed was named Edward. It was an explosive argument. He was really angry that Rena was going around town saying that she thinks he is the one to have killed those two teenage girls. Then tragedy strikes the Paquette family just a short time later. On the morning of February 3rd, 1964, 13-year-old Danny wakes up and he's looking for his mother because she was supposed to be taking him to the dentist that day, but he could not find her. After some time of searching without finding her, they start to notice that there is smoke coming out of a barn that they own, but the barn is a little less than a mile away from their house. When they go there, they enter the barn and they find their mother. Rena Paquette was deceased on the floor of the barn. The authorities initially ruled her death a suicide. They found no fuel sources that would have started the fire, because they're claiming that basically she set herself on fire and then just laid down on the ground and burned to death. Not sure why anyone would want to do it that way, but hey, crazier things have happened. But again, there was no fuel source. They couldn't even point to the origin of the fire. The family began to think, well, she was going around saying that this Edward guy was the killer. He had killed these two teenage girls. She gets into an argument with a guy named Edward, and then she's found dead. Coincidence? A few weeks after Rena's death, a man named Edward Coolidge, a delivery man, was arrested and charged with the murder of Pamela Mason. He would end up being convicted of the murder, and so it turns out that Rena's thoughts, her beliefs, were right. Certainly they're going to revisit this now because she died just weeks before he was arrested and she was going around saying he's the killer. Nope, they don't do anything about it. They're still saying, no, it was a suicide, completely unrelated. Okay. Time goes on, Danny Paquette grows up and he lives a life of trouble. He just struggled a lot. Eventually he gets married, he has a child with her, but they end up getting divorced and he ends up losing custody of his kids, which deeply affected him even more because he absolutely adored his children. But after he lost custody, one day he would go to his ex-wife's home and smash on the door, banging on it, saying, "You need to let me in to see my kids. I haven't seen them in a month." She got so scared because he was being very loud and almost violent, and so she had him arrested. Danny is then sent to a psychiatric hospital where at one point they actually put him under hypnosis. And while doing that, he recalls the memory of him seeing the argument between his mother and this delivery driver named Edward. He recalls a moment where his mother says to Edward, "You need to calm down, quiet down, because my son Danny is here." This is now almost 20 years after all of that happened. We're now in 1985. But he is soon released from the hospital. On November 9th, 1985, Danny, who is now trying to turn his life around and make things better, is working on a farm property. And all of a sudden, two of his friends who were on the other side heard a very loud pop. They rush over and they see Danny lying next to the bulldozer on the ground, and they could actually feel air coming out of his chest. That's because he had been shot. He had been shot through his back that went out of his chest. So there was speculation. Okay, is this the final retaliation? Is this Edward taking out the final witness? Because if you remember, his mother said his name. Danny is here, so quiet down. So now maybe Danny is a witness and can... But the problem is, Edward Coolidge in 1985 had already been in prison. He'd already been convicted of Pamela's murder. And he was in prison the day Danny was killed. Edward Coolidge would eventually be released from prison in 1992, a little bit earlier than he was supposed to be due to a technicality. But they knew he did not kill Danny. It does cause them, though, to exhume Brina's body, and they end up changing her cause of death from suicide to now undetermined. That there is now a likelier possibility she was killed deliberately by somebody else. However, whoever that is, and her murder, if it was a murder, remains unsolved to this very day. Edward has never been charged or connected directly by police to her death. But what about Danny? If it's not connected to all of that, what are the odds? In 2004, his case was reopened, and it led them to a man named Eric Windhurst. This is based off tips they got from the public. In 1985, Danny was dating another woman, and she had a child, and so this was technically Danny's stepdaughter. In 1985, Eric Windhurst was 17 years old and was dating that stepdaughter. Her name was Melanie Paquette Cooper. They found out that Melanie had accused Danny of sexually abusing her, and she told that to Eric. Eric, whose family had dealt with sexual abuse, became very angry by this, and so he decided to take Danny out. Eric Windhurst would end up pleading guilty to the second-degree murder of Danny Paquette. There was nothing to corroborate the story she told about being sexually abused. She was a very angry teenage girl at the time and was not a fan of Danny. So she probably concocted this just to see if Eric might do something about it. And he did. Eric pleads guilty and he is sentenced to 15 to 36 years in prison. Melanie was only sentenced to 3 years in prison for hindering a police investigation. She had no connection to the actual direct murder, even if she may have inspired it. In October of 2020, Eric Windhurst was paroled, and he is now a free man. We know who killed Danny, but no one has ever uncovered who killed Rena. Edward was out when she died. He had not been arrested yet. There is still a lot of belief that he was responsible for her death. However, that has never been proven, and her case just might remain a mystery forever. This is one of the strangest true crime cases that I have heard recently. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of David Glenn Lewis. Viewer discretion is advised. February 1st, 1993, in a little area called Moxie, Washington. Right on State Route 24 at the cross intersection of Rivard Road, there is a man seen wandering kind of in the middle of the road. One of the drivers who notices him keeps going forward, but then eventually decides to turn around to warn other passerbys of this guy walking in the road. And this whole process is only like a few minutes. And when he gets back, that man is now on the ground in the road. And he was dead. Like literally minutes ago, he saw this man walking, and now he's dead. So the police are notified. They, collect the body. The coroner determines that this individual died from a hit and run. They were hit by a car, and whoever did so kept driving. And nobody saw it. Nobody witnessed it. Nobody heard anything. This was around 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. The individual had no ID. There was nothing on this person's remains that told them who he was. In 2003, a Washington state detective is looking into this John Doe because at that point, that person has still remained unidentified. So this detective starts to use Google, which was a relatively new thing at that point, to look for any missing persons cases reported in various states. And he finds one that a man went missing in 1993 from Amarillo, Texas. A man named David Glenn Lewis. When the individual was found on the road, he was wearing camo fatigues. So they reach out to the family in Amarillo, Texas to try to collect some DNA samples, which they do, and they determine that the John Doe in Moxie, Washington was, in fact, David Glenn Lewis, a man who vanished from Amarillo, Texas in 1993. And within 24 hours, he is found dead in the middle of the road across the country. David Glenn Lewis was a married father of one. After college, he would eventually become a judge, and he also did work as a lawyer. And he taught at Amarillo College there in Texas. On the afternoon of January 28, 1993, David would leave his law firm feeling a little under the weather. He then went to put some gas into his car, and at 10 p.m. he went to Amarillo College to teach a night class. He was observed leaving by his students and other faculty, and that was the last time they ever saw him. His wife never saw him come home last night, but she had gone to bed pretty early. And the following morning, her and their child would actually go to Dallas, Texas to do some weekend shopping trip. David was planning on watching the Super Bowl that weekend in his home. But at 10:30 p.m. on that Friday night, David was actually seen by some people he had gone to church with. They saw him at the Amarillo International Airport at the Southwest Airlines terminal. He had no luggage with him. He had nothing with him. That same night, at about 10:30 p.m., a police officer doing their rounds noticed a red Ford Explorer parked outside of this building. This is the Potter County Courthouse. However, the following morning, that red Ford Explorer was missing. Now, David did drive a red Ford Explorer. The next morning, which is now Super Bowl Sunday, David's red Ford Explorer, this is not the actual one, is seen once again parked outside of the courthouse. There were no signs of any kind of altercation or foul play or anything. No one really realized he was missing, though, until his wife got home from their shopping weekend on that Sunday night. When she entered the home, David was not there. His car was obviously not parked in front of the home. And the VCR had been set up, though, to record the game. She just assumed maybe he had gone to a friend's house to watch it instead, but then she soon found out he did not. When he is reported missing and the public is notified, a taxi driver comes forward to state that he believes he saw David in Dallas, Texas, at the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. So this is where Amarillo is, and now he's being seen on February 1st here in Dallas. But then on that same day, February 1st, now way far away, a man is found in the middle of the road who had just been hit by a car, who 10 years later is finally identified as David Glenn Lewis. This means that if that taxi driver did see him in Dallas on February 1st, he was also seen and killed on February 1st later that same day in Washington. The other thing is there are no planes at that point in time that would go from either Amarillo or Dallas to that area of Washington. And certainly you cannot drive there in less than a day. It would have been a 24, maybe 25-hour drive if you go nonstop. How did David get from Texas to Washington in less than 24 hours if he did not get on a plane? According to David's family, he doesn't know a single person in the entire state of Washington. He had never really even been there. So why was he there? Why was he wandering aimlessly in the middle of the road at 10:30 at night, and then someone struck him with a car and then took off? And why was he wearing military fatigues? He never served. There are only theories, really. Because of his work that he did for many years as a judge and also a lawyer, there is a chance that someone took out some kind of retaliation hit on David. Perhaps abducted him and took him to Washington for whatever reason. And then somehow he gets hit by a random car. David was involved in a lawsuit along with other lawyers. I guess they were being sued by someone. So were there any plane tickets purchased under David's name during this time frame? Yes. A single ticket was purchased under his name to go from Amarillo to Dallas. However, they have no records to show that he actually used that ticket. Then, on the same day that his wife ends up reporting him missing, there is another plane ticket under his name purchased to go from Los Angeles, California to Dallas, Texas. But once again, they have no records to show if he ever used that ticket. Who purchased that plane ticket? Was it really David? Plane security back in 1993 was obviously a lot more lax back then. This is obviously pre-9/11. But if he's already dead on February 1st, and on the day he's reported missing, which would have been after February 1st, that doesn't make any sense that a ticket was purchased from Los Angeles to Dallas under his name. The entire thing is a very bizarre mystery. There is some belief that perhaps because his legal career wasn't going so well at the time, that he may have decided to end his own life. There's no proof of that. Certainly, he didn't strike himself with a car, but he was walking in the road. Was that his intention? Was he doing it at night so it would be harder to see him? But why go to Washington to do that? Was it a random destination he picked? Why was he wearing military fatigues? Why didn't he have his ID on him? There are so many questions that begin with why, and none of them are answered. Furthermore, someone did strike him with their car, so no matter what, it's a murder. It's vehicular homicide at the very least. And whoever hit him has never been identified, never been caught. There's no witnesses. Was this someone who abducted him, put him out in the middle of the road, incapacitated him in some way? He came to in this dark road, and then they struck him with the car to make it look like an accident. There was no drugs and no alcohol in his system, making it even stranger because he was of sound mind for the most part. It's just really, really weird. And at the end of this, a man is dead and nobody knows why. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth about what really happened to David. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, you can contact the Moxie, Washington Police Department at 509-575-8850, or the Amarillo, Texas Police Department at 806-378-3038. Oh, Jesus. 28 years after a wife and mother was found murdered, she finally got justice. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Dawn Magyar. Viewer discretion is advised. Dawn Lee Swan Magyar was born on March 28th, 1952. When this case occurs, she is living in the Owasso area of Michigan. Dawn was one of 3 kids in the family. She also had 2 brothers. It's not a very good picture of him, but she would then go on to marry a man named Dawn Magyar. So this would become Dawn and Dawn Magyar. They then had a baby together, also named Donnie. Unfortunately, Dawn Magyar only got 20 years on this earth. On January 27th, 1973, Dawn would get into a borrowed pickup truck and head to town in Owasso to go grocery shopping. A friend would later tell police that they conversated with Dawn in the grocery store while they were in the checkout line. Dawn seemed totally normal and her normal happy self. But after that, Dawn was never seen again. Later that day, Dawn Magyar would report his wife, Dawn, missing. The day after she's reported missing, police find the pickup truck that Dawn had been using. It was abandoned, and inside that truck were the groceries that she had purchased. But the keys were there, but the keychain it looked like it had been kind of ripped apart, and the keys were kind of scattered around the ground, making police believe that something happened at this truck where an altercation took place and Dawn was likely abducted. The thing is nobody would report seeing or hearing anything like an abduction or anyone screaming or anything. But a search for the 20-year-old woman would begin, and it was a very thorough search. But then, on March 4th, 1973, 2 children, because I feel like it's always children, they were in a wooded area and they stumbled across a woman lying on her face. So they go and alert authorities. Police walk down the path. It's pretty well hidden into this wooded area where they find Dawn Magyar, and she was sadly deceased. Dawn had taken 3 bullets to her head, and the coroner also determined that she was raped, and they did collect male bodily fluid from her remains. She was shot and killed with a .22 caliber, and they believe that this happened roughly 90 minutes after she would have been abducted. In June of 1974, in the Shiwahasi River, someone found a gun. This gun, a revolver, and in it were 3 spent bullets, and this was a .22 caliber. Now, unfortunately, the gun was so rusted that they could no longer fire it, but the ammunition found in the gun came from the exact same ammunition that was used to shoot Dawn. They were actually able to eventually trace this gun purchase to Yuma, Arizona, and it was purchased in 1965. They did rule out Dawn's husband. They checked his alibi. It was airtight. There was no way he could have done this. So it goes cold until the late 90s, when in 1998, they're finally able to trace the owner of the gun, the one that was purchased in Yuma, Arizona in 1965. It belonged to a man named Robert Shaw. Now, police were able to confirm everything that Robert Shaw was also not her killer, but he was instrumental into capturing her killer. He just didn't know it this entire time. So, oh, God. He would help lead them to a man named Gerald Wingert. Robert Shaw's now ex-wife was dating Gerald Wingert when all of this happened. This also happened to coincide with the time that Robert Shaw misplaced or lost that gun. Gerald Wingert had a very lengthy history. When he was 20, he had been convicted of raping a blind college student, was released on parole. He had several other assaults under his name. They also at one point believed he was responsible for the murder of this young girl here, 16-year-old Laura Mae McVeigh. She was raped and found murdered in 1979. Now, he was arrested for her murder, but the charges were later dismissed in 1982 for lack of evidence. Finally, in 2001, they were able to obtain a DNA sample from him, and they compared it to the DNA found with Dawn's remains. It was a match. March 7th, 2001, Kroger Brand, Waldorf, and Statler here was arrested and charged with Dawn's murder. He could not be charged for her abduction or rape, however, because there was a statute of limitations on those crimes. November of 2001, he goes on trial. The evidence against him is very overwhelming at that point, and he is found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without parole. In 2022, Gerald Wingert died in prison, and he was never convicted of any other cases. May he rot in hell. A young boy looking for Christmas trees would wander into the forest, never to be seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Derrick Engebretson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to the Wainema National Forest, which is located in Oregon. Derrick Engebretson was born on July 5th, 1990, and he was always a very adventurous, high-spirited kid. He loved going out into the wilderness with his family. It kind of became like a second home for him. He would go on hunts with his dad. Derrick was well acquainted with mountainous terrain because he and his family would go on long hikes all the time. He knew to always have a hatchet and all the necessary essentials out there in the wilderness. But it might just be the wilderness that claimed him, or an unknown monster. It was December 5th, 1998. Derrick and his father and his grandfather were out at the Wainema National Forest looking for a Christmas tree, something they did every year. But at one point, kind of out of nowhere, Derrick seemed to have wandered away from his dad and grandpa. A few minutes later, his dad looks to his father and says, "Hey, have you seen Derrick?" The grandfather's like, "No." And the dad's like, "Dad, take this seriously. I don't know where he is. He's missing." And in fact, he was. The two men immediately begin searching the area, but they do not find him. And they very quickly report him missing. This is a very large area. It is now covered in snow. But how far could he have possibly gotten in just a few minutes? They would tell police that Derrick grew up in this environment. He knew how to handle himself. He could hike 20, 30 miles. He's done it before. So they had confidence that if he had wandered off, he is still okay out there somewhere. The authorities would use helicopters, search dogs. They would search on foot. They searched for days and days, but never found him. The family put in their own independent hours looking for him. Never found a trace. His trusty hatchet that he always had with him, never found. Early on, a witness would come forward to state that they saw a man driving a two-door Honda, something that looks similar to this, and they saw an older man struggling with a younger boy to get him in the car. Now, the witness said that he didn't do anything about it because it looked like a father just struggling with his son to get him to get in the car. Other witnesses also saw a man in a vehicle like this asking for directions, pretty much around the exact same time that Derrick disappeared. At some point, a man named Frank Milligan actually confessed to kidnapping and murdering Derrick. He confessed to this a while later, because at that point when he confessed, he was in prison for the rape of a 10-year-old child. However, he later recanted his confession, and Derrick's family no longer believes that Frank Milligan had anything to do with whatever happened to Derrick. In fact, nobody knows to this day what happened to Derrick. The search for him was so thorough during the snow, but also after the snow was gone, and they never found a trace of him. I think at a certain point they say that they don't even think he's in that forest. Could he have wandered off that far and gotten himself hurt and died from the elements? Or did someone take him? Unfortunately, the answers to those questions remain unknown. This is an age-progressed photo of what he would have looked like around the age of 18 to 20. If still alive, he may look similar to this. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Derrick Engebretson and what may have happened to him, you are asked to please call 541-883-5130. Two teenage girls killed 5 years apart would decades later be linked to the same killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Diane Olkwitz and Terry Erdman. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Menominee Falls in Wisconsin, November 3rd, 1966. At 5:20 p.m., police are notified that there is a deceased person just outside of this building, the building where the victim worked. This is where the crime scene was, but just now. It was the body of a woman who was partially clothed, and there was blood everywhere. The body would soon be identified as 19-year-old Diane Olkwitz. She worked there at that plant. Diane had been stabbed more than 100 times. There were no obvious signs that she was sexually assaulted, though. Apparently, nobody heard or saw the attack, which is insane because that's over 100 stab wounds. That takes a long time. Diane was working there as a secretary at Kenworth Manufacturing. She was the second born of 6 total kids in the family, described as being a pretty sensitive person, but also incredibly outgoing and a very caring person. And nobody knows who on earth would want to do this to her. They looked into her and they didn't find any jilted exes or any issues with people that she worked with. And sadly, her case goes cold pretty quickly. This is obviously before we had cameras everywhere. This is before that DNA technology was even a thing. But then something happens 5 years later. June 24th, 1971, just next to some train tracks, the body of a young woman was found stabbed. She was nude from the waist down and her shirt was pulled up over her head. This victim had been stabbed over 60 times. She was identified as 15-year-old Terry Erdman. The previous day, Terry had spent the night at a friend's house and then she didn't come home, so she was missing technically for like 12 or 13 hours or so before her body was found. She was described as an incredibly reserved and very quiet girl, but also she had a really good sense of humor. She was one of 3 kids. She was the middle child. She had an older and a younger brother, and she had just finished up 9th grade of high school. And again, nobody knows who would have wanted to do this to her. Police back then in 1971 did look at this as potentially being done by the same person. They were killed 2 miles apart, and both of them had obviously a massive amount of stab wounds. But also back then, there really wasn't much where they could physically link the killings. So they were working under the impression that these could be related, but also they may not be at all. At some point later down the road, there would now be evidence uncovered that both women actually were sexually assaulted in some capacity. Because years down the road, they would re-go over the evidence and they're finding that there was actually male DNA present on both victims. This is now like decades later, where they're also able to determine that that male DNA found on both victims came from the same man. But still at a point where DNA technology wasn't advanced enough to go any further with it. But then came the advent and rising popularity of genetic genealogy. Fast forwarding to 2022, they're able to provide the DNA sample to Othram Labs. Then, using the genetic genealogy, they narrowed it down to a family, and then, in particular, a man. A man named Clarence Marcus Tappendorf. So, they needed to get his DNA to prove it was him. Fortunately, he died in 2008. But no worries, they're able to get a warrant to exhume his body, and they collect his DNA. And they confirm it's a match. Clarence Marcus Tappendorf was the murderer and the rapist of both Diane and Terry. They would learn that he was a truck driver back in 1966, and he delivered to where Diane worked. He had made a delivery about 4 or 5 days prior to Diane's murder. And he had delivered there frequently enough that they felt confident that he knew the layout of the building and everything around it as well. I don't know what, if any, connection he had to Terry Erdman. He didn't really have any connection to Diane. He just probably saw her during one of his deliveries. And that could be how he saw Terry as well. But sadly, in the end of this, 2 teenage girls were absolutely brutally murdered. And they will never get justice. And what's even more unfair is that their killer got to live virtually a very full life. He was 80 years old when he died in 2008. He had a wife, he had kids, he had grandkids and great-grandkids. He got to enjoy life with people, something that he stole from at least 2 people. But all I can hope is that some way, shape, or form throughout his life he was miserable, and hopefully now he is rotting in hell. Just a couple of years after the still unsolved Tylenol murders of Chicago, it seemed to happen again. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of the Excedrin Murders. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the area of Auburn, Washington. Pictured here is Stella Nichol and her 52-year-old husband, Bruce. On June 5th, 1986, Bruce came home with a severe migraine. Stella then says that Bruce grabbed 4 extra-strength Excedrins and took them. He then walks out onto the deck of their home to get some fresh air to watch the birds, and all of a sudden, he collapses. 911 was called and he was rushed to the closest hospital. But soon after arriving, sadly, Bruce Nichol would be pronounced deceased. The medical staff there said he died of emphysema. But Stella said there's no way. He's never ever had that. There's no way that could be the case. Things would change, though, about a week later. It was the morning of June 11th, 1986. Sue Snow, who was a bank manager, was getting ready for her day. Sue had complained about a headache when she woke up, and she had taken some Excedrin. When her daughter steps out of the shower, she sees her mom on the floor, unresponsive. 911 is called. Sue Snow is rushed to the nearest hospital, but unfortunately, she as well is pronounced deceased. Sue Snow would have an autopsy done, and the coroner in this case detected a very obvious scent of bitter almonds, which is a telltale sign of possible cyanide poisoning. After running some tests, they confirmed she died of cyanide poisoning. After searching the home, they discovered that there was a bottle of Excedrin. When they opened up the capsules and they did some tests, that is where the cyanide was. Someone had laced them with the poison and led to Sue Snow's death. A week after this happens, Stella Nichol hears about it, and she says, "Hey, my husband also took a couple of Excedrins, and then he died moments later. I want you guys to look into this. Is that how he died?" Well, lo and behold, after they do more tests with Bruce's remains, they discovered, in fact, he did die of cyanide poisoning. They also found cyanide laced in Excedrins in his home. And immediately after this discovery, they are having every Excedrin bottle pulled off the shelves. They do end up discovering that there was 5 total bottles that were laced with Excedrin. But here's the thing that jumped out to the authorities immediately. What are the odds that one household will have 2 of those bottles of cyanide-laced Excedrin that the owner claimed was purchased from 2 different locations? That's what Stella Nichols says, though, because her home had 2 different bottles of the laced cyanide Excedrin that she said she purchased from 2 completely different stores. Well, Sue says that's just how it ended up being, I guess. I just happened to get those 2 bottles. It was actually Sue Snow's husband who was the first person who was accused of lacing these Excedrin pills, which understandably angered him a lot, because he's like, no, I didn't. He also agreed to take a polygraph test, and he passed it. Stella Nichols, though, when they asked her if you would take a polygraph test, she said, no. But Mike, she was the one to go to the police and say, hey, I heard about this other woman who was poisoned. I want you to check my husband now. See if he was poisoned. Why would she call attention if she was the one to do it? Bum, bum, bum. Life insurance policies, that's why. You see, there was a life insurance policy taken out on Bruce Nichols, and it was for $76,000. However, there would be an additional $100,000 paid to Stella if the determination was that Bruce had died from some sort of accidental death, which would have fell under the category of a poisoning like this, like the Tylenol poisonings, that wasn't attributed to a direct person connected to the victim. So she wasn't getting that $100,000. So she needed a way to figure out, well, how do I convince them to check if he was poisoned? I got it. I'll put another poisoned bottle out there. Someone else will take one. They'll die quickly. And therefore, I'll have reason to go, haha, see, it happened again. And that's exactly what happened. When they checked the cyanide that was put into these pills, they noticed these little tiny green flecks, which was later determined to be algae destroyer. Now, Stella Nichols had an aquarium in her home, but she said, I've never purchased algae destroyer. Well, a local pet store would say otherwise. They said, no, she came in here and bought a lot of it. Now, this wasn't used in the poison directly. But what they figured out was that she had taken that algae destroyer and crushed it in a bowl. She did not wash that bowl and then put the cyanide and all the other stuff in there to mix into the Excedrin. Then Sue Nichols' own daughter in 1987 came forward to state, my mother definitely killed Bruce Nichols. Why do I know this? Because she talked about killing him in the past. Why? For money. She even told her daughter that I tried poisoning him before and it didn't work. Stella Nichols is then arrested and charged with the murder of her husband, Bruce Nichols, and also the murder of Sue Snow. Stella Nichols goes on trial and she is found guilty of both murders. Despite her claiming her innocence, that she is being framed, that this was someone else. The Tylenol murders, they happened not that long ago. Obviously that person hasn't been caught. Maybe they're doing this. Maybe it's a copycat. But no one bought it, and Stella Nichols was sentenced to 30 to 70 years in prison. And before you go thinking and feeling sorry for her, oh my gosh, she was framed, that, she didn't do this, there's no way they can prove she did it. In 2022, Stella Nichols admits that she was the one to do it. In 2022, she is calling for a compassionate release from her sentence due to her declining health, that the prison can't basically handle her health condition. And in that letter delivered by her lawyers, it states clearly she was responsible for killing both of those people. However, the court still denied her compassionate release request, and she is still sitting in a prison cell to this very day. Cases like this, though, man, they always make you think, what the hell are we putting into our bodies and we don't know who's touched them? Sue Snow was just unfortunate collateral damage. She died because Stella Nichols needed to convince the authorities that there was a poisoner out there, just so she could get $100,000. But it makes you never want to take anything ever again. Oh my God. All right. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Fawn Marie Mountain. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Claysburg, Pennsylvania. At the time this case occurred, Fawn Marie Mountain was 25 years old. She was a mother to 2 kids. Unfortunately, she had lost custody of her children, though. Growing up, Fawn did not have, from what I understand, the easiest or the best life. She had dealt with physical and sexual abuse. And sometimes that can steer you in the wrong direction in life. Not their fault, but And later down the road, when Fawn lost her daughter, Caden, that's the daughter that was stillborn, obviously it's going to cause her to spiral, as it probably would anyone. She fell into a path of drugs and alcohol. Then she met this woman here, Heather Dibert. The two of them began a relationship. Heather was an abusive person, a very terrible person, incredibly controlling, incredibly manipulative, and unfortunately someone like Fawn, who is sort of craving a connection with someone to maybe love and love her back, kind of falls into this trap. So at this point, had not been in any kind of contact with her family for a few years. As a matter of fact, she did end up filing a restraining order against her mother. But one day, when Fawn and Heather got into a huge argument, this would cause Fawn to go to her mom's house, despite there being a restraining order against the mother. Heather finds out about this and calls the police, which ends up having Mom arrested and put in jail for the weekend. Heather didn't need to do that, but she did it anyway. It was obvious that Heather was not only mentally abusing her, but physically abusing her, emotionally abusing her. That time where Heather had Fawn's mother arrested was actually the last time Fawn's mother would ever see her daughter again. But because of this no contact thing going on, because of the estrangement from the family didn't even know that Fawn had gone missing. The last time anyone ever saw her was in 2012. Meanwhile, Heather moves on with her life. But what they would learn is that within days of Fawn's disappearance, Heather and her family would completely gut out the trailer Heather lived in at one point with Fawn. They tore up all the floors, they tore up everything and rebuilt it, basically. Which no one saw as suspicious because at that point, no one knew Fawn was missing. What struck some neighbors and close family with Heather as a bit odd was that because Heather was so controlling and had this tight leash on Fawn, it seemed odd that she suddenly just stopped caring where Fawn was. Even with Heather saying, yeah, her daughter's ashes are still in the trailer and her belongings are still here. And so eventually this would trickle down to Fawn's family, who discovered she was missing, and then the family would report her missing. And so the investigation into Heather and into Fawn's disappearance did not even occur until 2015, 3 full years later. And unfortunately, there has been no sign of Fawn. Fast forward to about 2024, 2025. Heather is back in it. So she had married someone, and then at this point, they are now estranged. Well, Heather decided to hire someone to do something. She hired this guy. Okay. Looks like he was recently electrocuted. Well, his name is Zachary, and he was hired by Heather. What did Heather pay him in? Primarily drugs, but also a little bit of money. To do what? To set her estranged wife's house on fire with her ex-wife and family inside of it. The plan was to murder her ex-wife's entire family. The plot failed, thankfully. This person was arrested, and Heather was arrested. And Heather would be convicted of attempted arson and murder for hire, and she was sentenced to 14 to 40 years in prison. Zachy here ends up taking a plea deal for lesser charges. But then it begins to make everyone wonder, did she also hire this man to take care of Fawn? Nobody has seen her, ever again. Not a single sighting of her, ever. No use of any bank accounts, no social security number ever being used. And they absolutely believe foul play is involved here. And I think the overall belief is that Heather did something. But unfortunately, with the police not even knowing about this for 3 full years, that really put a damper on this. But surely someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Fawn Marie Mountain is. Her family just wants to bring her home to lay her to rest. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Fawn Marie Mountain, you are asked to please call 814-696-6100 or 1-800-4PA-TIPS. This is the last known location of a woman who seemed to disappear into thin air. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Fiona Pender. Viewer discretion is advised. Fiona Pender was born on July 13th, 1971, and she was born and raised, and this case occurred in Ireland. Fiona was one of 3 kids in the family. She also had 2 brothers. Sadly, about a year before Fiona's case occurs, her brother Mark had passed away. But Fiona maintained her positive attitude. She was incredibly outgoing. She always had a smile on her face. Fiona was a beautiful young woman who was doing some work as a hairdresser, but also worked as a model. 2 years or so before this case occurred, one of her siblings introduced her to a man named John Thompson. This is the only known photo of him that I can find, but this is John Thompson. His family owned a gigantic farm property, which would later be deemed to be worth like millions and millions of dollars. The 2 of them would eventually move into this apartment building together, and Fiona had announced a surprise. She was pregnant, and she was really, really excited for that. She was happy to start this new family. Unfortunately, the baby would never be born. On August 22nd, 1996, Fiona spent some time with her mom. They were doing some shopping for some items and clothing for the baby. She was in really great spirits, and then she would go back to her apartment. According to John Thompson, he last saw Fiona at about 6 o'clock in the morning, now on August 23rd, 1996. He had left that morning, he says, to go to his family's farm property. And when he left, Fiona was still in the apartment. But after several hours go by, people haven't heard from Fiona when they expected to hear from her. And so they go by to her apartment, they knock on the door, but nobody answers. When the family is contacted, they also state, we haven't heard from her, we haven't seen her since yesterday. So they report her missing. Eventually, when police gain entry to the apartment, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. Everything is neat and tidy. No signs of foul play, no sign of a struggle. Meanwhile, John is still apparently over at his parents' farm property, and he claims he wasn't even aware she was missing for like a couple of days. Within about 2 days of their disappearance being reported, someone would come forward to the police to report that they swear up and down that they saw 2 men walking out of Fiona's apartment building, both holding one side of a large rolled up carpet. They then put that rolled up carpet onto this like 4-wheel drive vehicle and sped away. Then another witness would come forward who was unrelated to the first witness, who stated that he saw this large 4-wheel drive vehicle driving erratically with something big on the back of it. And that vehicle driving erratically seemed to be heading in the direction of the Slieve Bloom Mountains. In 1997, John Thompson and his family members were all brought into the police station for questioning. They denied having anything to do with whatever may have happened to Fiona. They had no evidence, they had no proof, and so every one of them was released. Fast forward now to 2008. Some people were walking or hiking along the Slieve Bloom Mountains when they found a makeshift cross that said Fiona Pender, buried August 22nd, 1996. Police confirmed that there was in fact a cross there. The police believed that this was a legit thing. They searched the entire area. They obviously dug where that cross was found. They dug in other areas, but unfortunately they did not find Fiona. They found no trace of her. But it does line up the fact that those other witnesses had seen this vehicle with a rolled up carpet on the back driving towards the Slieve Bloom Mountains. There isn't another update until 2014 where John Thompson is arrested in Canada with allegations of rape. He had allegedly raped and tried to kill his then wife. And then that wife was beginning to cooperate with police, stating that John had basically confessed or had mentioned how he had killed Fiona, that he buried her in the Slieve Bloom Mountains. From what I understand, though, the charges against him for those allegations were dropped, but he is the prime suspect in the disappearance of Fiona Pender. More searches would end up being conducted over the years, and they would dig, they would bring in dogs, they would search with helicopters, every which way they could think, but they have never found Fiona. John Thompson is now living in a country where the Irish authorities do not have any option to extradite him back to Ireland. basically meaning he is hiding in a country where they can't get him. Is he responsible for whatever happened to Fiona and her unborn child? Maybe, but also maybe not, But it sure seems one way. But someone somewhere out there does know the truth about what truly happened to Fiona Pender. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about the whereabouts and what may have happened to Fiona, you were asked to contact the local authorities there in Ireland. If you know something, it is time to come forward and say something. He was found dead just outside of his home, and there are still no answers. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Gary Redner. Viewer discretion is advised. Gary Redner was born on December 31st, 1952. He was born in New York. He had a brother and a sister. Gary at one point was married, and they would have a son and a daughter together themselves. A fun fact about him is that he actually loved playing the drums, and at one point in his life, he played backup for Bruce Springsteen. But then Gary would eventually become the vice president of procurement for Redner's Warehouse Markets. He had been doing that at this point for 36 years. Obviously, it's a family store. They would say that Gary left a very favorable impression with his employees and his vendors. He was a hard-working man, and he was very dedicated to his job. But sadly, one day in 2008, someone would kill Gary. So at this point, Gary is living in Berks County, Pennsylvania. And at the time this case occurs, he's 55 years old. It was March 8th, 2008. Gary had gone to Ganley's Pub and Deli, which was just down the street from his house, and Gary was last seen leaving the pub sometime a little after 7 p.m. Gary would have then driven back to his home. Early the following morning, Gary was found dead in front of his neighbor's home. There is this little wooded area kind of over here that goes to, I think, where Gary lived. But he was found in the driveway of this home, and he had been severely beaten to death, and he had many blunt force trauma injuries to his body. In Gary's pocket, which was easily accessible, they found his wallet, and in his wallet was $270 in cash that wasn't taken. Nothing was stolen from Gary. Based on the scene, it looks like Gary had pulled into his own driveway when he was likely accosted by someone, a stranger, where the attack on Gary began, and then Gary would have run through that little wooded area to come over to his neighbor's home, where the attacker caught up with him and then continued to beat him until he was dead. Nobody saw or heard anything. At least no one has come forward to state they saw or heard anything. Or if they have, police have not announced that. I don't know if they have any usable forensic evidence, like any DNA maybe from the killer. Police might have that, but are just kind of keeping it close to their chest so that way they're not revealing too much. But the fact of the matter is it's 2026 now when I'm filming this, and his case is still unsolved. Did this have anything to do with his work at Redner's? Was there maybe a vendor or an employee that Gary wronged or pissed off? I'm pretty sure they've investigated that angle. It doesn't sound like anyone stated that there was an altercation at the pub, but there is that chance that he may have gotten into some kind of argument with someone there at the pub, and when he left, that person followed him home. No witnesses have stated that they actually saw anything happen there, though. But if it was a busy night or if it was loud, people may not have heard something. All they know for absolute certainty is that Gary was killed sometime between 7 p.m. and 6 a.m. the following morning, and someone had beat him to death, and it was not a robbery. That's all they truly know for sure. But somebody killed Gary. Someone is still out there that murdered Gary. And someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this. Killers talk, they brag, they get drunk, they get high, they spill the beans. Maybe you're afraid to come forward. Well, you can always report information anonymously. There is a $125,000 reward for any information that helps lead to capturing his killer. Maybe that'll help. But Gary and his family deserve justice, so if you know the information, it's time to come forward. If you have any information on the murder of Gary Redner, you are asked to please call 1-800-472-8477. Onions would help solve a murder. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Jerry Boggs. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Steamboat Springs, Colorado. That is where 52-year-old Gerald Jerry Boggs lived his entire life. His family had owned Boggs' hardware store there for literally decades. And at the time this case occurred, that is where Jerry was working. Jerry was a really well-liked member of Steamboat Springs. Everybody knew him and everybody loved him. He was truly just a really genuine person. Jerry also had enlisted in the U.S. Army where he was training in military intelligence. He would then serve in Vietnam. But then he comes back to Steamboat Springs where he settles down back in his hometown and he runs the hardware store. This is where he met a woman named Jill Coit. Jill Coit was renovating a local bed and breakfast there, and so she would make frequent stops at Boggs' hardware store. She came off as a really level-headed, kind person, and she began to woo Jerry, which would then lead to their marriage. Jerry, however, had no idea about Jill's past. Jill was kind of a snake. So she had told Jerry that she was pregnant. Well, it would later be discovered that she actually had a hysterectomy and she just couldn't get pregnant, so she was lying. It was also discovered that Jill not only had 1 or 2 ex-husbands, she had 8 former husbands. She was actually still technically married to her 7th husband. Well, at one point she was also married to this man here, William Clark Coit Jr. On March 29th, 1972, William Coit Jr. was shot dead. He had 2 bullet wounds to his back, and it was a murder. Well, he was killed just days after he filed for divorce from Jill. Jill was even considered a suspect in his murder, however, they never had any evidence, so she was never charged. But then she finds herself in Colorado, where she is now renovating a bed and breakfast, and now she is married to Jerry Boggs. But once the private investigator revealed all this information, he annulled the marriage. Then, shortly after that, Jerry would end up filing a lawsuit against her. Jerry had a financial connection now to her bed and breakfast, which later discovered she was using mortgage fraud in all of this, and it was a messy situation. And then, on October 21st, 1993, the messy situation became lethal. Some family or acquaintances of Jerry would enter his home one day, and they found him dead. And it was more than obvious that this was a homicide. They found a bloody shovel next to his body. He also had bullet wounds in his body. He also had these strange, burn mark injuries around his body, which they didn't know what they were at the time. Jill Coit becomes the immediate suspect just because she's caught up in a lawsuit. They had just divorced. He found out about all of her lies. But she said, couldn't have been me. I was out camping 100 miles away with my new boyfriend, Michael Bacchus. And there were also witnesses who saw 2 men walking towards Jerry's house around the time he may have been murdered. And when they looked into Jerry's stomach contents, the coroner, they found that he had potatoes and onions in his stomach contents. He knew that Jerry went to this place called the Shack Cafe every morning for breakfast, but the fact that he had onions in his stomach told them that his last meal was likely not breakfast. It was more than likely lunch or dinner, which means Jill Coit's alibi stood up. But then a detective went to the Shack Cafe to see how breakfast is prepared. And much like with every diner or restaurant you go to, they use that same flat-top grill. And when they were making breakfast with potatoes and eggs and all of that, they noticed that there were little pieces of diced onion still on the grill top. The detective literally witnessed him take those onions on accident and basically fold them into the breakfast meal. I mean, personally, I put onions in my breakfast food, but it doesn't sound like Jerry did that. He didn't order onions. So that now brings them back to his time of death happening now in the morning after he ate breakfast, which now puts Jill Coit and her boyfriend, Michael Bacchus, back into the suspect list. They search Jill's car and they find some interesting things. One, they find a taser, which would then later line up with the fact that these were taser injuries. They also found wigs in her car. And then they uncovered a photo of Jill. This is Jill. literally like weeks or months before the murder happened. She would wear disguises, including dressing up as a man. The witness saw two men walking towards Jerry's house. That's because the witness saw a disguised Jill Coit and her boyfriend Michael Bacchus. The bullets that were found in Jerry's body would also match a gun she owned, and lo and behold, it was also the exact same gun that fired the shots that killed her other husband. They lined up the taser that she had in her possession with all of the taser injuries on his body. It was a match. Jesus. She goes on trial, and she is found guilty of the murder of Jerry Boggs. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole, plus an additional 47 years. She has never been charged in connection with the murder of the other husband. Michael Bacchus was also convicted of the murder of Jerry Boggs, and he too was sentenced to life in prison without parole. And Jerry Boggs got the justice he deserved. Oh, no. Really? Give him the death penalty. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Glenn Rogers. Viewer discretion is advised. Glenn Edward Rogers, well, now here he kind of looks like Sawyer from Lost. He was born in Ohio in 1962. And from a very early age, he was trouble. He ended up leaving school before he was even 16. He got his 14-year-old girlfriend pregnant. Fast forwarding to January 10th, 1994, and this is in Kentucky. The skeletal remains of a 71-year-old man named Mark Peters were found. They were found in a cabin that was actually owned by Glenn Rogers' family. Mark Peters had actually lived in Hamilton, Ohio, and that is where he went missing from a year prior in 1993. But in 1993, when Glenn Rogers needed a place to stay, Mark Peters, who was an older man, was happy to let Glenn Rogers stay with them, and he did. How did Glenn Rogers repay him? He murdered him. For what reason? It sure seems like it was robbery. Glenn stole Mark's car. Mark owned several antiques, and he stole those. He stole jewelry that he had. Glenn had apparently just tied him to a chair and killed him, and then hid his body under a bunch of furniture, like a big pile of furniture. And he wouldn't be found for a year. But by that point, Glenn Rogers was gone. He escaped. At that point, Glenn Rogers had found himself in Los Angeles, in California. That is where he met 33-year-old Sandra Gallagher. She was, at the time, a single mother of 3, and on September 28th, 1995, she had gone out to a local bar. And witnesses would later state that they saw Glenn Rogers interacting with her. As a matter of fact, they seemed to leave together. Now, at this point, Glenn Rogers had gotten himself an apartment in the Van Nuys area of California. The following day, after Sandra is last seen, there is a burned-out vehicle found, and in that vehicle is the remains of a woman, later identified as Sandra Gallagher. It was her truck, and the truck was found within reach of Glenn Rogers' apartment. She had been strangled to death. But it sounds like Glenn, knowing full well he was probably going to be considered a suspect, well, because he was the one to do it, he immediately fled after killing her. Where does he go? Mississippi. In 1995, at the Mississippi State Fair, he runs into Linda Price and Linda's sister. They actually meet inside of a beer tent, and her and Glenn hit it off. As a matter of fact, this is a photo of Glenn Rogers with Linda Price. And after hitting it off, because Glenn seemed like this really nice, loving, caring, gentle guy, of course, well, he ends up moving in with Linda. But then the last time anyone from Linda's family could recall seeing her was on Halloween of 1995. When Linda failed to show up for trick-or-treating, they would go to her apartment and knock on the door, and answer. They go inside, and they find Linda in her bathtub, and she is deceased, murdered. Glenn Rogers, the last known person to be with her, of course, is now gone. And by the way, pretty much all of these murders so far, everyone knows it's Glenn Rogers. He just keeps escaping and somehow keeps avoiding the authorities. But now he finds himself in Florida, where he meets Tina Marie Cribbs. On November 5th, 1995, she was last seen at a bar in Gibsonton, Florida. She was seen in the company of a man who looked an awful lot like Glenn Rogers. They found out that Glenn had been staying at a local inn called the Tampa 8. They go there, they go to his room, they have the people open the door. Glenn is not there, but in the bathtub, Tina Marie Cribbs, murdered. How this man is not being found by police, how he keeps evading them, I do not know. All I know is that he next finds himself in Louisiana. On November 9th, 1995, the body of Andy Giles Sutton was found basically cut up. She had been stabbed numerous times. Last seen in the company of Glenn Rogers. Well, they finally find him in Louisiana, but he escapes, gets into his car, and leads them on a chase. After a 13-mile chase, they finally capture him. And this is from that arrest. Okay, sure. It is believed that he is responsible for the deaths of at least 5 people, possibly more. He actually would confess to killing over 40 people, but then he would later recant all of those. They would nickname him the Cross-Country Killer or the Casanova Killer. Because he was charming, he was able to weasel his way into any woman's life, and women were very easy targets for him. In June of 1999, he is brought to California, where he is to face the murder charges of Sandra Gallagher. He is convicted and sentenced to death. Earlier, he had been convicted of the murder he committed in Florida, the murder of Tina Marie Cribbs, and he was sentenced to death. Those are the only 2 convictions he actually ended up getting. On May 15th, 2025, in Florida, he was set to be executed. His last meal, pizza, chocolate cake, and soda. His final words, "I know there's lots of questions that you need answers to, and I promise you in the near future the questions will be answered, and I hope in some way will bring you closure." And he finished up his statement by saying, "President Trump, keep making America great. I'm ready to go." Then they killed the fucker. Womp womp. But in all seriousness, how he managed to always get away just in the nick of time is beyond me. None of these women should have died, but sadly they did. And fortunately for them, their monster is now rotting in hell. This is one of the most appalling murders I have ever talked about. It is incredibly gruesome. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Gordon Church. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. This case will bring us to the Cedar City area of Utah. Gordon Ray Church was born on September 14th, 1960, and he lived his entire life in Utah. He and his entire family, they were Mormons. He would go on to graduate from Cedar High School, and then he would go on to attend South Utah State College. And while in college, he was a drama major. His friends described him as just a beautiful person with a gigantic heart and a fantastic sense of humor. Gordon was also gay. And it didn't sound like a lot of people knew that, especially given his ties to being a Mormon and the LDS Church. It wasn't something that you could just be, open with. But it did also sound like people did kind of know. It was November 21st, 1988. Gordon had plans to hang out with his friends that night. They were going to have like a pre-Thanksgiving dinner. And it was going to be at a friend's house. And so Gordon will stop at a 7-Eleven to get some things that he needed. That is where 28-year-old Gordon Church would meet his killers, Michael Archuleta and Lance Wood. It was Lance Wood who first saw Gordon. Gordon was sitting in his Ford Thunderbird, and he just struck up a conversation with him. They asked Gordon, "Do you want some company?" And he simply said, "Sure, why not?" They drove around for a bit, and then they would go to a secluded location in Cedar Canyon. They all get out of the car, and Michael Archuleta will tell Lance Wood quietly, "We're going to rob him," as we get away from the car. Then, just a short time later, Michael would put a knife up to Gordon's throat and gave him like a superficial cut of an X. This caused Gordon to obviously try to run. Michael chased after him and was able to tackle him to the ground. And he then took his knife and cut a little bit deeper into his neck with that X shape. Then he broke Gordon's arm. He then took Gordon and slammed him onto the hood of the car, where he then removed Gordon's pants and he raped Gordon. This is not all that uncommon, unfortunately, for people who are homophobic, because this attack essentially was because Gordon was gay. But I know it sounds weird, but it does happen where these homophobic men will rape a gay person before injuring them or killing them. I think a lot of it is because these type of people are very, very closeted, but they can't believe that they themselves, might be gay. And so they lash out and do very violent things because of it. Michael Archuleta found chains and battery cables in the trunk of Gordon's car. They wrapped the chains around him, and then they attached the battery cables to the battery of the car, and then they attached the other end to Gordon's testicles. And they started the car and shocked him, electrocuted him. After torturing him this way for several minutes, Michael Archuleta then took him and basically began to twist his neck in a really painful way, just before he wouldn't snap it. They took him to an even more secluded area, and they continued the torture. They then kicked him repeatedly in his head and then stomped and jumped on his head. One of them then took a tire iron and they held it like a golf club, and they actually swung it like a golf club at Gordon's body. They then took the tire iron and they raped him anally with it, so deep that it actually pierced and punctured his liver. By the way, he's still alive this entire time. They then finally beat his head in with a tire iron, and then they just left him to die, which he did. Gordon's car and his body were found, I believe, the following day. The coroner stated that the beating wounds to his head were equivalent to his head being run over by a truck. This poor man went through absolute hell. And it was all because they didn't like gay people. And one of them didn't want to admit to themselves that they just might be gay. I feel like it's always gay people. When they are killed, they're killed in the most brutal way possible. And it's absolutely sickening as a gay man. I feel so horrible for what Gordon went through. The following day, Lance would actually tell his parole officer, because he had been on parole for other crimes. He said, "I witnessed Michael Archuleta rape and murder Gordon." And so Lance Wood was arrested. And then he was charged with connections to all of this. He then told them about Michael Archuleta, who was then also arrested and charged with the murder. Michael Archuleta was trying to push the blame onto Lance Wood, but ultimately, just based off forensic evidence and other things they found out about Michael Archuleta, they knew that was not the case. Michael Archuleta was the ringleader of this entire attack, but Lance Wood also actively participated in torturing him. Just because he was the one to go to police doesn't make him the good guy or the hero. He's a piece of shit who participated in torturing a man. Lance Wood would end up being convicted of the murder and sentenced to life in prison, and eventually he got the option for parole. He even had a parole hearing as recently as 2024, and he was denied. Michael Archuleta was also convicted of everything, and he was sentenced to death. He still remains on death row, awaiting his execution. Gordon Church was guilty of absolutely nothing, and he was brutally tortured, raped, and murdered simply because he was born the way he was born. And hopefully soon both of his killers will be rotting in hell. This is all that remained of a house where 3 bodies were found inside. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of the Harrington family. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to the White Creek area of New York. On July 13th, 2011, fire and police were called that there was a a house engulfed in flames there in White Creek. I believe it was reported by a family member who lived in the same area as these people did. It took them some time to get it out, and when they finally did, they found 3 people inside. But they had not died from the fire. All 3 of them had been shot to death. They were identified as 44-year-old Lisa Harrington, her 41-year-old husband Dan Harrington, and Dan's 24-year-old son Joshua O'Brien. Police quickly learned that there was someone not found in the house, and this person is now apparently missing. Lisa Harrington's son, Matthew Slocum. Matthew's girlfriend, Loretta Colgrove, also lived there, I guess, from time to time with their child. They had a son together. So all 3 of them technically were missing from the home. And essentially, it sounded like he was the main suspect right away. Later that same night, after the bodies are found, Matthew Slocum and his girlfriend and their son are found in New Hampshire. This is a photo of Matthew being arrested. They also had footage of Matthew Slocum and his girlfriend at a pawn shop in New Hampshire, and Matthew was selling and pawning his mother's jewelry. Lisa's jewelry, the woman who was found dead. At one point, he actually looked up at the camera and smiled. Loretta never really looked like she was in any kind of distress, and as a matter of fact, Matthew Slocum would throw her under the bus and say, "Oh, she killed my family. I saw it happen." But Loretta's like, no I didn't, you did. Basically stating that Matthew shot and killed his family, and then, in a weirdish kind of way, abducted Loretta and their child and forced them to go along with him as he tried to flee the scene. That Loretta was actually an unwilling participant. In 2012, Matthew Slocum goes on trial. They have the murder weapons, which was primarily a shotgun. This, in fact, was the actual gun here. There was enough evidence, physical evidence, to connect the gun and other things directly back to Matthew Slocum. Loretta would testify at his trial in 2012 and basically said he was the one to do it. However, Matthew's defense team was sticking to the story that Loretta was the one to actually do it, and that's the defense they used. That it wasn't even Matthew, it was her. They put all the blame on her. Despite having no reason as to why she would do it, there was no benefit to her, and none of the evidence pointed back to her. It was Matthew who was seen physically selling the stolen jewelry and at one point smiling. This man shot and killed his family before it even became light outside. This was like in the early morning hours. Then he took a can of gasoline, dumped it all over the home, and set the house on fire in order to destroy any potential evidence. Matthew Slocum, in 2012, was found guilty of the triple homicide and the arson, and he was sentenced to 88 years in prison. However, a short time after this, his conviction was overturned. This is because the authorities had apparently unlawfully obtained his confession. I guess he had said something along the lines of, "I just shotgunned my mother." He goes on trial a second time in 2017. Pretty much the evidence they used in the first trial was the same evidence they used. Loretta also testified against him again. A jury once again found him guilty of the triple homicide and the arson. This time he was sentenced to 80 years to life, meaning he can't ask for parole for 80 years. He will be well into his 100s before he can do that, so it's a long wait, bud, but I think he can do it. So why did he do it, by the way? What was the motive? Well, they don't really know. But at trial, testimony would reveal that Lisa was trying to find a new apartment for Matthew, his girlfriend, and the baby to live. Essentially, basically stating that Matthew and his girlfriend needed to move out. But not in a forceful way. But he didn't like that. It did make him angry. He believed that his mother was just trying to get rid of him. And so they believe that linked the motive-ish to why he did what he did. But he did it. All the same, it was him, and he will die in prison, so there's always that. She was out celebrating her 18th birthday, and unfortunately, that would also be the day that she died. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Hélène Monast. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Chambly in Quebec, Canada. That is where Hélène Monast lived with her family. Hélène was so excited to finally turn 18 in the summer of 1977. Hélène had dreams of becoming a veterinarian. She was a young woman who craved freedom and going on new adventures. She was a really happy young woman, someone who truly loved and valued life. She came from a well-respected and beloved family. She grew up never wanting for anything. She was just one of those kids who was just so content with whatever she had and was excited to start her adult life. But unfortunately, that never came to be for her. It was September 10th, 1977. Ellen would have a small birthday gathering with her family where they ate cake and had a great time, and Ellen was so excited that she finally turned 18. Afterwards, she would then go out with her friends to continue the birthday celebration. The night would conclude at a pizzeria there called Chez Marius, and the last time that anyone can recall seeing Ellen was that night at about 11:15 p.m. She was going to be walking to her aunt's home because the plan she had that night was to spend the night at her aunt's and then hang out with her the following day. She never got to her aunt's home. Her aunt would call the family the following morning to say, hey, she never showed up. The family says, we haven't seen her or heard from her either. But unfortunately, the family would find out pretty quickly where Ellen was. At about 8:30 in the morning on September 11th, 1977, a woman looked out her window and saw a woman on the ground across the street at a park. Upon closer inspection, she noticed this was a female body. This person was deceased. She would soon be identified as 18-year-old Ellen Monast. Ellen had been strangled to death, and apparently there was a thin outline across her neck that looked like it may have come from something as like a shoelace. However, there were no shoelaces found. Next to her body, they did find her clothing, and I guess there's conflicting reports on whether or not her shoes were found, but the police asked her family, was she wearing shoes that had shoelaces? Which I think eventually would indicate that they think that she was strangled to death with a shoelace. That again has not ever been found. Right by her body, they also found a plastic cup, a pack of Export A cigarettes, and a box of chiclets, which they put into evidence bags. Ellen's purse, however, was not found. So this may have been a robbery that led to a murder. It sounds like they believe that she was sexually assaulted, but it also looks like the coroner could not determine if she had been physically raped or not. However, there were bite marks on her body, fresh bite marks, and this included on her breasts. So there was definitely a sexual component to this case. If they have any fingerprints or DNA from the crime scene, I don't know. All I do know is that Ellen's murder has remained unsolved ever since. The murder occurred 48 years ago at the time of me filming this video. There are no suspects, no persons of interest. They do not know who killed Ellen Monast. Could there have been someone at the pizzeria where she was at with her friends that noticed her and maybe did something? Was this a personal attack against her directly? Was this planned? Or was she a random target? This did also happen to coincide with other murders of young women around that same time. But there has never really been a breakthrough in Ellen's case. But somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who murdered her, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Ellen Monast, you were asked to please call 1-800-711-1800. The remains of a man were found in 1994, and it took 30 years for them to finally give him his name back. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of James Conklin. Viewer discretion is advised. This case begins in the area of Big Water, Utah, right on the edge of the Arizona border. There were a pair of hikers who were hiking when they came across a rock structure, and in that rock structure they found a human skull. When police arrived, they uncovered more bones that had been scattered around. It looked like the bones had been scattered by animal life, coyotes. And this would end up being the composition or the recreation of the man. And this was his side profile that they came up with. They would come up with an age range of somewhere between 30 and 55. He had brown hair, but also had streaks of gray in his hair. They believed that he was a white male. Near his remains, they also found a faded red hat, a plaid jacket. He also had a red, white, and black colored flannel shirt with blue denim trousers. With him, they also found some faded paperwork. There was a court document that was from the Arizona area, but it doesn't sound like the court document had any of his identity on it. They also found a folded up piece of newspaper that was talking about events in Flagstaff, Arizona. So they believe that at some point this man must have come from Flagstaff, Arizona, which is right here, and that's where he was found. It's like a 2-hour drive. They figured maybe he was traveling himself on his own from Flagstaff to Utah. Maybe he was picked up. Maybe he was hitchhiking. But how did he die? Well, they don't have the precise cause of death. However, when his skull was found, there was some pretty serious blunt force trauma to it. They said it looked very similar to someone who had a blow or a stomp from someone's foot to the head, repeatedly. And they estimate his time of death could have been anywhere between 1985 to 1992. And they were relatively certain that this was probably a homicide because they also found some dried up blood spatter near where he was found. But back when he was discovered, DNA technology was still relatively new, and it certainly wasn't going to help them just put it into a database and then boom, you're going to find someone. So unfortunately, he just became a John Doe because he has no identification on him, and he would go unidentified for years. It wouldn't be until 2024 when they finally identified him. Using genetic genealogy, they were able to link it to a family member of the John Doe, which then led them to identifying the man as James Howard Conklin. He wasn't officially reported missing by his family until 2008, but the last time they saw him was in the Mesa area of Arizona. According to family, he was someone who would bounce around the state, often, sometimes never telling them exactly where he was. But he had frequented places like Flagstaff and other northern parts of the state. And the reason why there was a long time frame of him not being reported missing is because it was pretty common for him to not give his family his up-to-date contact info. And sometimes he was just off the grid for some time. But now it was just too long. So if he was killed in 1992, he would have been about 42 years old at that time. But outside of this, they don't know how he ended up where he ended up, and if someone truly did murder him, they don't know who. They don't know why. They don't know where his murder actually occurred. They don't know if he was killed in the spot he was found or was disposed of there. Judging by how his remains were found and the fact that his skull was showing signs of blunt force trauma, it is likely it was a homicide, but they can't say it with absolute certainty. And so ultimately at the end, they have his name, but they don't know how he died. And certainly if someone murdered him, that person's gotten away with it. The police are still looking for information with regards to his case. Someone somewhere out there just might know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the potential homicide of James Howard Conklin, you are asked to please call 435-644-2349. Oh, okay. Well, it may have taken 37 years, but they finally found out the identity of this creep. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jeannie Landers. Viewer discretion is advised. Jeannie Landers was born on February 20th, 1961, and from what I can tell, it looks like she had 4 sisters and a brother. But unfortunately, I don't really know a whole lot about Jeannie herself. By the time this case occurs, Jeannie is actually 18 years old, and at that point, they are living in Salem, Oregon. By 1979, when she was 18 years old, she had a functioning mind of about an 8-year-old. She had some learning issues, developmental issues, behavioral issues, and that kind of thing. And so she was actually a resident here at the Fairview Training Center in Oregon, which is now actually abandoned. This is where she was on March 9th, 1979. By all accounts, it seemed that Jeannie was just there and she walked away, and that was it. No one would see her alive again. Jeannie would soon be reported missing. 4 employees of the training center would end up working with police because they saw Janie on that March 9th day. And she seemed to be okay. And so at first, police kind of thought, okay, did she just walk away from the training center and just bolted? Well, these 4 witnesses also saw a man around this exact same time lingering around the training center. They think he was driving a yellow or possibly gold-colored vehicle. He seemed to be pretty large, tall, big, and they described him as having a pot belly. And so they would come up with these composite drawings of the man they saw. And this became a potential suspect, but they also don't know what happened to Janie. But sadly, they soon found out. 5 days after her disappearance, the remains of a young woman were found on a trail or off a trail at Silver Falls State Park. The individual had died from severe blunt force trauma. She had defensive wounds all over her hands. She had slices and cuts on her neck, and they did identify her as 18-year-old Janie Landers. This was very clearly a homicide. They would interview all the employees who worked at the training center, including and especially the 4 individuals who said they last saw her. But one by one, it sounds like they were pretty much able to rule people out. However, in 1979, DNA technology wasn't even in existence yet. So they didn't really have a lot of forensic evidence that they could do much with back then. And so sadly, the case kind of just becomes cold. But Janie's family would not give up. They wanted to make sure that this case was solved somehow, someday. And it wouldn't be until 2016 when they finally got the answer. So they would take all the evidence they had, and especially the shirt that Janie was wearing at the time of this murder. They found Janie's blood, but also they found small blood samples from someone that did not match Janie. In 2015 or 2016 or so, they're able to take that separate blood stain and determine that it came from a male contributor. They believe that Janie was likely stabbed with a knife, and what typically happens is the killer will, as they're stabbing, their hand runs down the blade and they cut themselves. That or Janie managed to attack him and draw blood. But somehow his blood got on her shirt. And in April of 2016, they now have a name. Gerald Kenneth Dunlap. One of his previous employments, the Fairview Training Center. However, he was never considered a suspect back then, or at least he wasn't, there was nothing they could link him to her murder back then. And then police would find out he also had a criminal history, which back at that time in 1979 and in Oregon, he did not disclose his criminal history, which included a rape and a robbery in which he was sentenced to life in prison in Tennessee in 1961, but was paroled after just 12 years. Why give him life then? But eventually he would move to California, where he committed more crimes, and then he married and eventually found himself in Oregon, where he worked in the laundry room of the training center until 1983. In 1996, he was arrested for sexually abusing a minor who was a family member, in which he was convicted of that and sentenced to a time in prison. And in 2002, he died in prison. The detectives now in 2016, they wanted to make absolutely sure that it was his DNA. So when they first got the hit, it's because he was convicted of a sex crime, which means he had to submit his DNA at that point. And so that's why initially it matched. They did uncover payroll and timestamps, like time clock-ins at work, and confirmed he was there that day. He also drove a yellow or gold-colored car, which is what witnesses saw. Then you got this and this. I mean, that's pretty damn close. But they realized, yeah, it was him. Janie's family is just happy that they have an answer, that they know who did this, and that they no longer need to be on the lookout for this person. He is dead and rotting in hell. And now the family, and they believe Janie as well, finally has peace. She was stolen out of this donut shop 40 years ago, and her killer still remains at large. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Jennifer Day. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Dallas, Texas. Jennifer Lee Day was born on June 30th, 1970, and she lived her entire life in the Dallas, Texas area. Unfortunately, her life was not very long. She was a sweet, innocent kid who was actually just about to start high school. Someone who was very intelligent, who always got good grades. Jennifer was described as someone who just truly loved life, and she just looked forward to every day. But sadly, she would not make it to 15 years old. Jennifer, at the age of 14, got a job working at a place called Preston Donuts. And yes, it was very common back at that time frame for 14, 15-year-olds to have jobs. Yes, it was a thing that they would sometimes work alone. Again, it's significantly different times than it is today. But that is what she was doing on June 23rd, 1985. Jennifer would get up that morning and she would get to work about 5:30 in the morning. When she spoke on the phone from the donut shop to the donut shop's owner, that was at 5:35 a.m. A customer came in at approximately 6:20 a.m. They had an interaction with Jennifer. She seemed like her normal self, friendly and bubbly. Then 15 minutes later at 6:35 a.m., another customer comes in, but this time there's no one behind the counter. The customer calls out to see if anyone can come to the counter, but no one comes. They can see a purse on the counter, and eventually the donut shop owner was contacted, which then they realized that when they got there, Jennifer wasn't there. She was nowhere to be found, but all of her belongings were there. There were no signs of any kind of struggle, no sign of a crime scene, and the cash register was still closed, and when they opened it, everything was still in it. Nothing was stolen. Jennifer had cash and jewelry in her purse. None of that was taken. The only thing missing was Jennifer. So she is reported missing, the police are contacted, and everyone begins their search. Police would hear from a witness who was actually across the street from the donut shop when at 6:32 a.m., they saw a man, an older man, getting into a vehicle with a younger blonde girl, and then the car takes off. And police believe that what this person saw was Jennifer being abducted, that she was being put into that car against her will. And sadly, their belief that she was abducted and not a runaway became reality 3 days later. There was an excavation crew doing some work nearby a construction site when in a field they came across a body of a young girl. She was nude and there was blood all over her. And so obviously they call police. Police do confirm that this is a murdered young child. She had been stabbed to death. She was 14-year-old Jennifer Lee Day. Jennifer, like I said, was found nude, but I don't see any mentions of whether or not she was raped. Judging by how she was found, I have to assume there was some kind of sexual motive here. But I don't know for sure, and I don't know if they have any male bodily fluid as DNA. They know the motive wasn't robbery because nothing was stolen. And the only real information they have was that this witness at 6:32 a.m. saw an older male getting into a car with what they presume is Jennifer, and it's a dark-colored car. I know they've dusted for fingerprints and did all the forensic testing that was available in 1985. And I have read that they do want to see if they can do anything with DNA at this point, like retest all of the evidence they had from the donut shop or with Jennifer's body or near her body that they collected to see if maybe they can get DNA from any of that would reveal potentially who the killer was. The most recent update is in about July or August of 2025, but it's really not much of an update. The update really is just more about having new detectives and reopening this case as a cold case to see what they can get. Someone stole this child out of her work, abducted her, and killed her, and left her body in a field. Why? They don't know. Who? They don't know. But somebody somewhere out there does know the truth. The killer may have said something to you. Maybe that killer is dead, or maybe they're just really far away from you now. Maybe you were afraid to come forward. Well, you can come forward now. Also, you can report information anonymously. You don't have to say who you are. They need to know who killed her. Her family needs to know that. Everyone in her life needs to know that. The police need to know that. And if there is a killer still at large, still roaming the streets out there, next to your kids, next to your family and loved ones, I'd like to think you would want that person behind bars. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, you can actually send a tip through email to policetips@plano.gov. You can also contact them at 972-424-5678.
She said, will you let me go? I said, I can't let you go, lady.
Once again, we have a case where homicide detectives don't really care about getting the truth. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Jodi Parrick. Viewer discretion is advised. Jodi Christine Parrick was born on September 2nd, 1996. And at the time of this case, Jodi and her family are living in the village of Constantine in Michigan. When all of this happened, Jodi was an 11-year-old. She was actually in the 5th grade. Jodi was outgoing and very popular in school. She was funny. She made the other kids laugh. She was also described as a mix of a tomboy and a princess. She loved to, do girly things, but also she didn't mind getting dirty. She also loved to ride her bike, and that's actually what she was doing on the day in question. It was November 8th, 2007. That day, Jodi got onto her bike and was supposed to head over to a friend's house and then was supposed to come home at a certain time, but she did not come home. After searching for Jodi for like an hour or so, her mother, pictured here, will call police to report her missing. Jodi's mom was close with another family, in particular the family of a man named Ray McCann Jr. McCann was actually a reserve police officer there in Constantine. And so her mom reaches out to him to say, hey, can you help me find her? And he does. He helps look for her. They're out there searching everywhere for the little girl, but they're having no luck. And then at one point, Ray McCann suggests not only to Jodi's mom, but also to police, we should check the cemetery, the local cemetery. And so Ray and Jodi's mom go to that cemetery, and they find her. They find Jodi. 11-year-old Jodi was found deceased, and a coroner would determine that she had been strangled to death. Almost immediately, suspicion began to fall on Ray McCann Jr. They think it's odd that he was the one to suggest we look at the graveyard. But he was just suggesting places to look. Police bring him in for questioning. They start telling him things like, we know you did this. They even go as far as to say that we know scientifically you touched her body. We have your DNA found on her. They told him, we know without a doubt you put her in that cemetery. During all of these interrogations, he denied having any responsibility a whopping 86 times. And now because the detectives are telling Jodi's mom all of this, like we have his DNA, we know he touched her, we know he moved her, we know he killed her. She now turns against her one-time friend, Ray McCann, and now believes that he killed her daughter. Now, Ray McCann was never charged with her murder. However, they would eventually charge him with perjury, stating that he had lied about everything he was telling police. He ends up pleading no contest to those perjury charges, and that's just because he doesn't want to spend decades in prison, so instead, because he pleads no contest, he gets 20 months. Before he is officially released after that 20 months, a breakthrough happens. A man named Daniel Furlong had attempted to abduct a little girl in White Pigeon, Michigan. He had kidnapped her and was going to do God knows what to her, but thankfully this was intervened and he was not able to harm her. But Daniel Furlong was then arrested. When police searched his home, specifically when they searched his garage, they found something alarming. They found ropes and stuff like that, but written down on a piece of paper was a kidnap list. A list of children, girls, that he had planned to abduct. Because of the close proximity to what happened with Jodi, now they're beginning to think, oh, maybe he has something to do with it. So they take his DNA, and they do in fact have DNA from Jodi's remains. And that DNA matched Daniel Furlong and Daniel Furlong only. As a matter of fact, police lied. They never once had any DNA connecting Ray McCann to Jodi's body. There was no touch DNA found on her. They actually had no physical evidence connecting him to her murder, but they lied to him, and they lied to Jodi's mom, and they lied to the public, thinking probably that this would get him to confess, which he never did. So he is then, right around the time this is all happening, he is now officially released and this conviction was dropped. Here is a snippet from when they were talking to Daniel Furlong in the interrogation room.
She said, will you let me go? I said, I can't let you go, Lee.
Do you know Mr. McCann? Saw everything in the paper about what was going on with him. What did you think then?
I just thought I was in the clear.
He saw what was happening to Ray McCann, that he was being accused of killing Jody, and basically he says, sweet, I got away with it. He proceeds to tell police what happened. Jody was riding around on her bike. He saw her, and he just snatched her right off of the bike. He then says he drags the little girl into his garage. He closes the door. He has a boat in there. He throws her in the boat, where he then tortures and rapes her. He tied her up with zip ties. She is crying and saying, are you going to let me go? When he says, no, I can't do that. He then puts a bag over the little girl's head, pulls it tight, and slowly suffocates her to death. Daniel Furlong ends up taking a plea deal in 2015. The then 65-year-old man was sentenced to 30 to 60 years in prison, meaning his earliest parole date will be around the time he was close to being 100 years old. He's going to die in prison. Detectives once again lied about what evidence they had in order to get someone to falsely confess, and they stuck by that story until another suspect had to make them change that story. Ray McCann would end up suing and being awarded millions of dollars, rightfully so. The whole police force community owes him an apology, because from all of that, you were also doing this little 11-year-old girl a major disservice. Why is it they never think about the victim? Why is it they're only ever thinking about, how do we get this case solved right away, even if it's wrong? But thankfully, in the end, Jodi Perrick got the justice she rightfully deserved. A young woman is found murdered in her motel room, and 2 decades later, her family is still waiting for justice. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Joy Hayward. Viewer discretion is advised. Joy Hayward was born in 1975. Joy really seemed to be appropriately named because she was full of joy and happiness. So Joy had 1 younger sister and 2 older sisters. Joy herself was a big lover of animals. I heard a story where one day she brought a dog home and she named the dog Trouble because she was going to be in trouble for bringing the dog home. She had a dream of one day working with kids. She wanted to become a teacher. Her younger sister would say that she was really good at math, and every time the younger sister needed help with math, Joy was there to help. So she graduates high school in 1993. Then she graduates later on from Salisbury University. And that's where she got her bachelor's in psychology. At the time this case occurred, Joy had been in a relationship with a man. And at this point, he was her fiance. However, the fiance had a rap sheet. One of those incidences was actually just a few months before this case occurred, where Joy called the police on him, and because he had assaulted her. He had strangled her, he choked her. She was left badly bruised. She had a black eye at one point. So when this case occurs in 2004, Joy is actually staying with her mom in Annapolis, Maryland, and that's where she grew up. From what I understand, her and her fiance actually lived in North Carolina, but the fiance relocated for work to Pennsylvania. So in February of 2004, Joy was going to take a trip and visit the fiance in Pennsylvania. She made that drive on February 11th, 2004. When she was there with her fiance, at some point they had gotten into some kind of argument. Something happened where she would decide to leave his home. When she leaves, she takes her car keys, she takes her cell phone, but she also takes the fiance's cell phone. She then gets into her car and she stops in Chester, Pennsylvania, specifically at the Days Inn, and she gets a room. According to the front desk guy, she checks in around 1:30 in the morning. She doesn't go to her room right away. She actually leaves and then comes back an hour later. She then sort of says hi to the front desk clerk, and then she gets into the elevator to go up to her room. But when she gets into the elevator, an unknown male gets into the elevator with her, just described as a younger black male. The front desk guy had absolutely no idea if they were together, if she knew him, if he knew her. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Joy calls down to the front desk and says, "Can you come up to my room?" She said that there was a problem and she needed help. The front desk guy says, "I can't leave the front desk, unfortunately." When he says that, Joy hangs up the phone. He never tries to go to the room, the front desk guy. He never tries calling the room back. The following afternoon, the maid will enter Joy's room. When she does, she finds a nightmare. She finds someone is deceased, appears to be deceased, in the bathtub. So they contact police. When police arrive, they confirm that the person is deceased, and it is Joy Hayward. Joy was found on her side in the bathtub. The water was not above her mouth or nose, so she didn't drown. She had bruises all over her body. The coroner would notice that she had petechial hemorrhaging in her eyes, and based off of the examination of her neck and all that, they determined that she was murdered and that this was strangulation. Somebody strangled her to death. In the motel room, her clothing was all on the bed in a nice, neat little pile. There were no signs of forced entry into the room. There were no signs of a struggle in the room. But they did find DNA with her remains. As police investigated Joy's life, they found nothing that would indicate why someone would kill her. They did, however, uncover the fact that her fiancé/boyfriend was abusive. He himself had a laundry list of criminal complaints, including physical abuse and choking Joy, literally just a couple of months before her murder. There were no cameras in the hotel, so nobody could see anyone enter it or leave it. All they really had was the front desk clerk who stated that she entered an elevator with a younger black male, but police did think that this was likely her killer, which would not match the description of her fiancé. The fiancé did cooperate with police. He did admit that they had gotten into a big fight and that she had taken his cell phone as well as hers. But here's the weird thing. Both of those cell phones were not found anywhere in the motel room or in her car. It does beg the question, why did Joy take the fiancé's cell phone to begin with, and why is it now missing, along with hers? He did provide his DNA, and when they linked it up, the DNA found with her remains was not him. And this was DNA not just from her body, but also from a couple areas around the motel room. And all of those DNA samples matched the same person, but again, not the fiancé. Fast forwarding a few months to June of 2004, another woman in Pennsylvania, just nearby where the Days Inn was assaulted by a man. He dragged her into a wooded area where he proceeded to rape her, and he was in the process of strangling her to death when thankfully there were some voices heard. He got spooked and he ran. This individual, she came up with this composite drawing. He was a younger black male. They also had DNA from her rape kit, and lo and behold, it matched another case. It, in fact, matched the DNA from Joy Hayward's case. But again, it did not reveal a name. What makes matters strange to especially her family is that Joy was not the type of person to let some stranger into her home or her hotel room or whatever the case may be. And so it begs the question, if she didn't know this man, why would she let him into the motel room if, in fact, he was her killer? I think there is that possibility that perhaps he accosted her and silently showed her a weapon of some kind and forced her to go into her motel room, and that's why there was no forced entry. But also, was this someone that maybe she had known for a brief time? Could this person have been connected to her abusive fiancé? And could this person have maybe followed her after this argument? It's just the timing of all of it and the fact that she took his cell phone, it definitely raises some questions, especially since that cell phone has never been found. My biggest thing that I'm going to question here is if they have DNA from her case and they have DNA from this other rape victim's case and they're saying that it's a match between that it's the same assailant, why then are they not putting it into genetic genealogy databases to find out who this is? And you might say, well, money is the reason. It's expensive testing, and that's probably why they're not doing it. My next question is why not? Why don't they have the money? Why don't the police have the money? I get everything has a cost. I understand that. But how is that still hindering the authorities from solving a murder Because I feel that in this day and age, especially in this type of case, they should be able to solve this easily if they utilize that method. And so my question goes back to, why aren't they? At any rate, someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who really murdered Joy Hayward. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Joy Hayward, you are asked to please call 610-447-7931. You can also try reaching out to 610-891-4811. Somebody has to know who hit her and then left her on the side of the road like she was garbage. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Karen Coughlin. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to an area called Sarnia, which is located in Ontario, Canada. That is where 14-year-old Karen Coughlin lived with her family. The family lived here in this house, and Karen was actually one of 6 total siblings. Karen had just started high school, and she was an excellent student and very, very intelligent. She was kind and she was thoughtful. She knew how to make people laugh, and she had a love for animals. Her family says that Karen had this goal, this dream to eventually make the world a better place. She wanted to be a teacher. She wanted to work with kids. But at the core of everything, Karen was a kid, and she loved being with her friends, and she loved roller skating. And that's actually what she was doing the night this all happened. March 15th, 1974, Karen went to school like she did every day. Afterwards, she would head over to a friend's house where she hung out for a bit. Then after that, her and some friends went to the Rose Gardens roller rink, which is no longer in operation. They had a great time. They roller skated, they were just being kids, having fun. They left, I guess, around 11 p.m. or so, and then Karen had plans to stay the night at another friend's house. The friend was expecting Karen to get there sometime before 1 o'clock in the morning. Now, from what the reports say, there were a couple of friends who dropped Karen off at a friend's house, I guess another friend's house. This is a recreation. And these friends saw Karen walking towards the house. They drove away. This is the last time anyone ever saw Karen alive. But from what I understand, this is not the house Karen was supposed to be sleeping over at. And by the way, this was sometime around 1 o'clock in the morning. At 9:50 a.m. on now March 16th, 1974, there was someone driving down this road here where they noticed something on the side of the road. It was a person, and upon closer inspection, this was a child, and this person was deceased. And sadly, the remains would be identified as 14-year-old Karen Coughlin. One of the stranger aspects of this is that, so this is where the Rose Gardens roller rink was, and then this is where Karen was last seen. This is the house where the friends dropped her off. Apparently the friend who she was supposed to be sleeping over at also lived in this area, but Karen's body is found all the way over here. I'm not sure if you can see it, but right, the little white boxes, that's where she was found. This was 22 kilometers away, which is roughly 13 miles away. So how on earth did she get way over there? Karen was fully clothed, but her coat and her shoes were found just a short distance away, kind of on the side of the road. And then several days later, so this is where her body was found, and now in this location there, right off of this, like right in this little ditch area, Karen's purse was found. How did it get there? So Karen, they believed she at the time was killed by some kind of blunt force trauma. They weren't sure if she had been sexually assaulted or not. There was no indications, however, that she was. Something else they found on her body were these small little paint chips. They were like a purpley type color. And that's when they eventually realized this wasn't like someone who had taken an instrument and beat Karen to death. She was hit by a car, which years down the road after the autopsy is reviewed, they confirmed that she was actually struck and killed by a vehicle. This was a hit and run. The issue, though, is they don't know if Karen was hit right by where she was found, or was Karen hit elsewhere. Maybe she was still alive, put into this vehicle, maybe to take her to the hospital, but then maybe she dies en route to the hospital. And so then they take her out of the car and then dump her on the side of the road like she's garbage because they don't want to get in trouble. The point is they have no idea if this was something where she was deliberately hit by someone on purpose or if someone accidentally struck her. And then this is the area where her body was eventually found. It's just the distance of everything is also strange, because how on earth did she get 13 miles away from where she was last seen? The only explanation I can think of is that the person who hit her put her in their car. Because I don't know how Karen would have been walking that far, all the way, like just way far away, and how she did that. But based off of the paint chips, the color of the vehicle likely was some purplish color. They said that it may have been a 1970 to 1971 Chrysler, Plymouth, or Dodge product with metallic purple paint, commonly known back then as plum crazy purple. A paint color that was primarily used at that time on Chryslers. In a specific vehicle, it could have been a Barracuda, a Challenger, a Charger, a Dart, a Demon, Duster, or a Super Bee. That paint was also used on Chrysler's Belvedere, Coronet, Satellite, and Valiant models at the time. And just because no one deliberately took a blunt force object and struck it over her, killing her, someone still hit a full human being, a child, with their car and then left her. Even if they didn't put her into their car to take her to the hospital and she died en route, even if that didn't happen, you are still going to be well aware that you just struck a human being. This is murder. This is homicide. Sometimes people begin to go to this path of hit and runs. They don't ever call them murders, but it's a murder. You have killed a person with your car, and you did nothing about it. And odds are you put that person into your car, they died, and then you dumped them on the side of the road. That is murder. There may have been damage to that car that would probably had to be repaired within days. The person who did this might be dead. They might also still be alive. This was 1974. Sure, 50 years ago, but the driver could have been a 20-year-old, and they're still in their 70s, maybe in their 80s. And if they're still out there, they deserve to be arrested and go on trial and go to prison. You don't get to take a human being's life, especially a child, and then just get away with it forever. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Karen Coughlin, please call 1-519-882-1011. You can also report anonymously at 1-800-222-8477. A teenage girl out on a bike ride, and she would never come home. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Karen Oatley. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Lansing, Michigan, and it is 1979. Karen Lynn Oatley was actually born on February 3rd, 1965. And Karen was actually born deaf or partially deaf. She had to use hearing aids for the first portion of her life, but eventually, I guess she was able to start hearing better without the use of hearing aids. Karen was known to be a very friendly young girl, and she was known for someone who just always smiled, who was just always happy, who was just a kid. I didn't realize until I started making these videos 5 or so years ago how often it's children who are brutally murdered. But it's like every other name on the list that I work off of is a kid. All murder is wrong, but for kids? Karen Oatley went out on her bike on the afternoon of August 5th, 1979, just to ride her bike around the neighborhood. When she hadn't returned home that late afternoon and into the early evening, after a brief search for her, they report her missing to police. But police in Lansing, Michigan, they take the report and say, runaway. Without any evidence or proof that she had run away, they just instantly said that's what it was. They also said, well, we have no proof of foul play. Well, you also have no proof of a runaway. I believe it was the following morning or afternoon where her bicycle was found abandoned. And then shortly after that, her body. The remains of the 14-year-old girl were found behind Gardner Junior High School in a wooded area, and ultimately they determined she died of suffocation. She also had cuts to her throat, but they determined those were made after she was dead. And there was no indication that she was sexually assaulted either. It doesn't always mean that there wasn't a sexual motive behind it. It's just they didn't have proof that that's what happened. I guess pretty early on, they got a lot of tips, a lot of leads from all different sources, and they did end up taking in a guy for questioning. However, they released him pretty quickly, realizing that he had nothing to do with this. As a matter of fact, they said close to 100 tips and leads within the first 24 to 48 hours of her murder being reported. And they exhausted all those tips and leads, and unfortunately it led them nowhere. It's a bizarre mystery, really, because if there was no sexual motive here and she wasn't robbed, she was a 14-year-old kid, why was she killed? The only thing I can think of is that there was a monster preying on her and probably intended to maybe sexually assault her, and maybe he accidentally killed her in the process and then he just didn't do it. Maybe she was putting up a fight and screaming before he could sexually assault her, and he strangled her until she died, and then he didn't go through with the rest. I mean, you don't accidentally suffocate someone. Did she see something she wasn't supposed to see? Did someone maybe hit her off of her bike with their car and thinking maybe she would tell on them, then killed her? I don't know if there was any kind of damage to her bike. It doesn't sound like there was. It's just what kind of person just takes a random 14-year-old kid and just suffocates them. You'd like to think that monsters don't exist like that, but sadly there are just random monsters out there who commit random acts of murder. The truth is they just don't know. They have no idea who killed Karen Oatley. They have no idea why they killed her. Could her partial deafness have something to do with it? Maybe she didn't hear something and got struck by something. Somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this to Karen and why. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Karen Oatley from 1979, you were asked to please call the Lansing Police Department at 517-483-4600. You can also anonymously call the Crime Stoppers tip line at 517-483-7867. Did she really survive the Zodiac killer? Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Kathleen Johns. Viewer discretion is advised. It was the late night hours of March 22nd, 1970, at approximately 11:15 p.m. 22-year-old Kathleen Johns was driving down Highway 132 near Interstate 5, and this is near the area of Tracy, California. In the car that night was Kathleen and Kathleen's 10-month-old baby. As she was driving down this dark, poorly lit road, all of a sudden she sees behind her another vehicle that is honking and seems to be flashing its lights and kind of moving back and forth a little bit. They were clearly trying to get Kathleen's attention, and so she stops the car. This is from one of the more frightening scenes from the 2007 film Zodiac. So Kathleen Johns sees a silhouette of a man holding a tire iron walking towards the driver's side. Well, he says that her back tire is wobbling and that he could tighten the lugs for her so it's safer. And she says, okay. So she watches this mysterious man do this and everything seems fine. He then heads back to his car. And Kathleen begins to continue driving down the road, but all of a sudden the tire that man supposedly fixed completely fell off the car. Now she was stuck on this dark, desolate highway. The man then catches up to her, pulls up next to her and says, is everything okay? She says, my tire fell off. I don't know what to do. And he says, I thought I fixed it. I can give you a ride to the nearest service station if you like. Kathleen very hesitantly says, what else can I do? And so she and the baby get into his car. As they're driving down the road, they pass by a service station and then another service station. And every time she says to him, hey, aren't you going to stop? He always changes the topic. He doesn't even acknowledge that question. The next 1.5 to 2 hours, this man just drove around with Kathleen and her baby, and she's just holding the baby like this on her lap. And he finally stops at a stop sign. Kathleen, who is now nervous and very concerned for her safety and her baby's safety, opens the door and runs out of the car into a field. Now, in the initial story she told, the man just simply closes the door, the passenger door, and drove away. Kathleen then says she flags down a Good Samaritan who stops and takes her to the local police station where she files a report. Now, this is in 1970. The Zodiac killings had already started, and they were in the vicinity of where the Zodiac killings occurred, and so there are wanted posters on the wall. She sees that poster and says, "Oh my God, that's the man. That's whose car I got into. That is who stopped me on the side of the road." They're like, "Are you sure?" And she said, "Yeah." She even initially described him before she saw the poster as having these thick-rimmed black plastic glasses, very similar to what the Zodiac was known to wear. Within a day or so, Kathleen's car is found, and it's actually found completely engulfed in flames. Someone went back and set her car on fire. Then the San Francisco Chronicle got a letter. This is the actual letter. "This is the Zodiac speaking. I am rather unhappy because you people will not wear some nice buttons. So I now have a little list, starting with the woman and her baby that I gave a rather interesting ride for a couple hours one evening a few months back. That ended in my burning her car where I found them." This was a confirmed letter from the Zodiac, and he is taking credit for the Kathleen Johns essentially kidnapping. A lot of people weren't really believing her. Really, for the most part, over the course of time in history, a lot of people don't believe her story. Kathleen Johns, over the years, she stuck to the story that she believed it was the Zodiac. This is in 1970, by the way, before social media, and so this idea of the Zodiac killer wasn't like a widespread thing that everyone just knew about. And for all intents and purposes, she did not even seem to know who the Zodiac was before she saw that poster. It seems like this would be a very elaborate thing to make up for a person she didn't even know existed at that point. That being said, she has changed her story before. So initially she said it was a non-violent confrontation. But then she told a story that it was actually violent, and he actually threatened to kill her and her baby. In the movie Zodiac, that's the story they depict. That he looks over to her and says, "I'm gonna kill you and I'm gonna throw your baby out of the window." Then she escapes the car, and in this new story she told, the man gets out of the car with the flashlight and begins to hunt for her. He can't find her, so then he gets back into his car and leaves. But that is not the story she first told. But here's the thing, if you're gonna make up this completely out of nowhere story and then say, "Oh my God, it's him, that's the Zodiac guy that did this," it seems pretty crazy that the Zodiac himself would then go along with her fake story. This infamous serial murderer who has never been identified and never been caught, it just seems wild that he goes, "You know what? I'm gonna play along with her." But also, maybe he did. Maybe he heard the story and said, "Yeah, I'm gonna fuck with police and say it was me," even though it wasn't, you know? So, ultimately, it's a mystery. A lot of killings people have claimed might have been from the Zodiac. He never claimed any of those, though. He only ever claimed the ones he was responsible for, and stories like this as well. So it just makes you think, was this real or was it not? At the end of all of this, Kathleen Johns' car was found on fire on the side of the road. Someone did that. Someone. Did she do it to her own car? And then somehow get very far away from that car so that no one would notice, and then flag down a Good Samaritan? Again, it just seems kind of crazy. So I lean more on the side of, I think she may have been abducted by the Zodiac killer and survived. Kathleen Johns died in 2002. And so, the mystery of who Kathleen Johns truly encountered on that dark highway back in 1970 might remain a mystery forever.
Let's don't come across like the cold-blooded bitch that you look like you are now.
I'm not.
I know you're not.
Don't tell me I don't care about my kids, and I just care about myself.
Just tell me what happened.
Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Catherine Harms. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Anchorage, Alaska. Catherine Harms was born on September 16th, 1961. She was born in Florida, but by the time she was about 6 years old or so, they moved to Alaska, where eventually she would graduate from high school. At one point they were living in Juneau, but then she would move to Anchorage. She actually at one point worked for the U.S. Forest Service there in Juneau. She was always just such a very positive, enthusiastic person. She was someone who would never judge you, and so you could tell her anything. She also had a little boy named Eugene. She and the father of her son were no longer together, but still her son was her entire world. He meant everything to her. He was her entire life. But then on November 10th, 1995, all of that would go away. A police officer was driving down a road when he noticed a person lying down right here in this little area. When he got closer, he realized that this was a dead body, and it was the body of a woman. This woman had a cut across her throat and a deep stab wound right into the center of her chest. Sadly, she would very quickly be identified as 34-year-old Catherine Harms. They learned that Catherine Harms had been staying here at this hotel with an acquaintance of hers, a woman named Maureen Malloy. At first, she was like, I don't know who would ever do this to her. Police did search the hotel room. They didn't find anything major, but they did find like 2 very tiny little blood drops along the wall, which would later be determined to have been Catherine's blood. But it was like super tiny drops. You know, she lived there. You could bleed all sorts of ways. A woman from Washington State would contact the authorities because she received a package from Maureen Malloy. What was in that package? All of this stuff. A bunch of documents. It also had Catherine's ID in it. It had jewelry that belonged to Catherine. It also contained a letter instructing this person. Maureen instructed the woman she sent this box to, burn everything in this box. You have to. It's very important. She didn't. She did not burn it. Instead, she went to police, where they also found this knife inside that box. Police confirmed that there were fingerprints on the letter. Fingerprints that matched Maureen. They used like this fancy clay stuff to determine if this was the murder weapon, and it was. They also searched Maureen's car, and on the key thing they found dried blood. It was Catherine's. Maureen had this coat. They turned out the coat, and they found in a pocket the exact like outline of the knife, and there were blood spots that matched Catherine in Maureen's jacket. Then this woman comes forward to state that she thinks she knows what may have happened. You see, Maureen had recently stolen some guns from her ex-husband. She said that Maureen accused Catherine of ratting her out. I think like ratting her out to this biker gang, the Hells Angels. And so Maureen, basically, she drugged Catherine with Flexeril to like really like make her numb, basically. And for about a week, she essentially tortured Catherine. She physically attacked her and also sexually abused her. And then about a week later, she took Catherine, put her in the car, drove her to the location where she was found, and stabbed her in the heart, and basically cut her throat. This is a snippet of Maureen's interrogation.
My handwriting. The note? There's nothing about a knife in the note. I didn't know about any knife.
You could look a lot better than you do. She was baiting you. She was fucking with you for days and days and days, and you've got your kids. You've got people to think about, and you just lost it. That's what happened. I mean, we're all adults here. We can read the writing on the wall. That's what happened, Maureen. Now let's just stand tall. Let's just tell it how it happened. Let's don't come across like the cold-blooded bitch that you look like you are now.
I'm not.
I know you're not.
Don't tell me I don't care about my kids, and I just care about myself.
Just tell me what happened.
She denied that she had anything to do with the murder. But there was blood in her car, blood in the apartment, there was blood in her coat. The handwriting on the letter was her handwriting. Their fingerprints on that letter were her fingerprints. She sent that box of stuff to have someone destroy evidence. They find out that she thinks Catherine ratted her out for stealing her husband's guns, which she did do that, by the way. She did steal her husband's guns. But it doesn't sound like Catherine actually did rat her out or anything. She goes on trial, she testifies in her own defense, but the evidence presented against her, all that physical evidence, is overwhelming. She would be found guilty and sentenced to 159 years in prison. But don't worry, she can ask for parole after the first 129 years. You might need a walker at that point, ma'am, but you're where you need to be. It was such a stupid motive. So completely unnecessary. And she tortured and murdered a mother who just wanted to be there for her kid, who, by the way, was living with his father. But Catherine got her justice. She called 911 3 times that night. If only they had come after the first call. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Kelly Berg Dove. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Harrisonburg, Virginia. Kelly Berg Dove grew up in a pretty big family. She was one of 5 total kids. There were 4 girls and 1 boy. One of her sisters, Elaine, would say that Kelly was probably the closest sister she had, that Kelly was always there for her. On June 17th, 1982, Elaine remembers getting into a big argument with another one of her sisters, and so, like always, she would go to for comfort. Kelly gave Elaine a big, giant hug and said something to make her laugh, because she always did that. Elaine said, "I love you, sister," and then they hugged goodbye, and she said, "I'll see you this weekend." But unfortunately, that was the last time Elaine would ever see her sister. Kelly was also a mother. She had given birth at a pretty early age, and she would marry the baby's father. His name was Diehl, Diehl Dove, and they ended up getting their own home together. Kelly had plans to attend college because she wanted to give her daughter a better life, and she was paying for school by working at a local gas station. It was the Imperial gas station in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Kelly worked at that gas station, but so did 3 of her sisters. But Kelly was the brave one. She was the one who was willing to work the night shift by herself. And that's where she was on the night of June 17th, 1982. Her mom called the gas station at about 11 p.m., but Kelly did not answer. And then Kelly would end up calling back a few minutes later. When they spoke, everything was normal. Kelly was her normal, happy, chipper self. Everything was going fine. And then it wasn't going fine anymore. At 2:27 a.m., Kelly from the gas station calls 911. There is a man lingering outside the gas station, and he is very unsettling. She told them he was improperly dressed, which no one to this day knows what that meant. Her mom thinks that was Kelly's way of saying that perhaps this man had flashed her, and she just didn't want to say it on the phone. But they also don't know for sure. 2 minutes later, she calls back again. She's now asking the police, "Can you please come here? This man he's scaring me. He is screaming bad words at me. He was calling the gas station from a payphone outside of it and taunting her." At 2:31 a.m., Kelly calls 911 again. This time panicked and scared. "Please come now." They should have been dispatched after the first call, but they didn't go. And in a case like this, it could have literally come down to a single minute or 2. And maybe we have a different story. This call, she says, he's lurking. He's getting closer to coming inside. He's really scaring me. Now they dispatch someone, and they're there within 2 minutes. But Kelly is gone. The gas station looks fine. It's normal. No sign of a struggle. Nothing thrown on the ground. No sign of an altercation. No blood. Nothing. Kelly's belongings are there, but Kelly is not. Kelly has never been seen again. Her family is notified and they rush to the gas station. They begin searching the field just behind it. They find no trace of her. The family would hear the 911 calls later, and they said with each call, you could hear in Kelly's voice how much more scared she was getting. She sounded scared already in the first call. If they had been dispatched at 2:27 a.m., well, we know she made a call at 2:31 a.m. We also know they got there within 2, maybe 3 minutes. That may have been all the difference. Kelly might still be here. Can we say that for sure? No. I don't know where this description came from. I don't know if she had time to describe the man to the police over the 911 calls, or if there was a witness who saw this individual. But this is a description of the suspect who was seen lingering outside the gas station that night. The person that Kelly was referring to. They put this out there in the newspapers, on the news, but nobody recognized him. The police have stated that they have had leads and tips over the years, but they've never had enough to call anyone a suspect or a person of interest. They know it's not her husband because her husband was definitely at home, and also she would have recognized her own husband. Did they dust the payphone that he had apparently called her from for fingerprints? I don't know. I would hope they did, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like they've really announced what actual evidence they have. But Kelly is gone. No one knows where she went. No one knows who took her. They absolutely believe she was abducted, and the likelihood is she was probably killed. But wherever he may have put her is unknown. I just can't help but wonder, going back to that first call she made, like, why not? Why not just send someone then? Obviously, we don't know for sure if it would have meant anything. But we also don't know. We don't know. And that's just frustrating. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who kidnapped and likely murdered Kelly Berg Dove. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 540-434-2545. This is one of the most vile cases I have ever heard. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Carrick Majors. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Nashville, Tennessee, and it is 1987. Carrick Majors was born on December 22nd, 1972. At the time this case occurred, he is just a 14-year-old kid. He is in middle school. He is attending East Middle School there in Nashville. Carrick was described as a really well-behaved kid and a fantastic student. He always got good grades. He loved to be helpful. He was a cooperative young man. He was a popular kid in school, a very well-liked kid. But sadly, he would die in a truly horrific manner. It was April 26, 1987. 14-year-old Carrick was hanging out with his friends. They were just having a good time being kids. They came across a park and they saw a little picnic table, and on that picnic table were just a couple of items. They approached the bench just to look, and then all of a sudden these three people come out of the woods and demand and scream at the kids, "Get away from those things, those are ours." And a small little argument ensues where the kids attempt to run away, and as they're running away, a little vase that was on the table fell off the table and broke. This vase is later valued at $2. The three older people begin to chase the kids into the woods. Two of the kids get away. Carrick, unfortunately, did not. One of the three individuals grabbed him by the neck and yanked him down. The other two friends were far enough away, but they did see Carrick was dragged back to that picnic table where they saw him be slammed onto the table, where then these adults began to punch at Carrick's face. They were heard calling him the N-word and using other various racial slurs towards Carrick. These were three white people. Carrick was punched so hard he fell off the table and landed on the ground. They would later discover that Carrick was dragged out into the woods by these three people and tied to a tree where he was beat with fists and kicked repeatedly. For the next several hours, they tortured this young kid. They burned his nose with a lighter. Carrick, they would later be told, was begging for his life and was screaming he just wanted to go back to school. He said, "I just want my education, please let me go." But they did not. They retrieved brass knuckles and they began to beat Carrick. They found a stick that they swatted over his entire body. They removed the 14-year-old boy's clothing, where they then took a small knife and they carved a deep letter X into his chest while he's still alive. They then urinated on him. They did this numerous times. They made up or formed their own version of a switch and beat him with it while calling him racial slurs. They then took a knife and they finally stabbed him 2 times into his chest. And then they walked away as this 14-year-old child slowly bled out and died. This lasted several hours. His family reported him missing very quickly. They had not yet heard from the friends who had witnessed the initial part of this. The police took an initial report from the family, but they did not investigate anything. The police refused to even search for Carrick. The police did not talk to or interview any of Carrick's friends. The following day, his mom goes to juvenile court to report him missing again. The juvenile court says he's just a runaway. That's it. And finally, the friends come forward. They say, listen, we saw what the first part of this would happen. The police still refuse to do anything. So it was his mother and the friends who would go out to this wooded area where all of this occurred. And they were the ones to find the deceased child. Later on, the coroner who did the autopsy on the boy, who saw just countless injuries and could tell this boy was tortured. Well, the police said, well, even if we had gone looking for him, he was already dead. The coroner would later state, nope, that wasn't the case. The time when he was initially reported missing, the coroner confirmed he was still alive. That if they had started a search right away when he was reported missing, they would have been able to find him and get to him before he died. So later on, the two officers who were involved in this would be suspended, but they weren't fired. They basically got a slap on the wrist. Could they have definitively saved his life at that point? They can't say for absolute sure. But they would have found him, and they would have been able to at least try. They also probably would have been able to arrest the suspects from the get-go. As a matter of fact, it was one of the suspects who reported the incident to the police. Just 2 days later, a 16-year-old boy named Robert Roger Brewington, who I can't find a photo of, would go to police to state he was one of the 3 people who took part in the attack. The other 2 was 17-year-old Tammy Middlebrooks and her 24-year-old brother Donald Middlebrooks. The 3 of them were homeless. They had collected these little trinkets that they had put on that picnic table, and they were going to try to sell them. Then they came across these 3 kids who were just looking at the items, had not even touched them. And then in the little chaos, the vase falls off the table and breaks. This really pissed off Donald Middlebrooks. He then went into a racial slur tirade and chased down these kids and caught Carrick. Robert then details to police the torture that lasted many hours, where he was alive the entire time before he says Donald Middlebrooks put the knife into Carrick's chest twice. Donald Middlebrooks would later say, well, actually, he did one of them, but it was Robert Brewington who put the other knife wound into his chest. All 3 of them are arrested and charged with the murder. Whether or not Robert Brewington actually inflicted one of the stab wounds, he was still present and participated in the torture. He also used racial slurs towards Carrick. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison plus 75 additional years. However, he was eligible for parole, but he has not been paroled. Tammy Middlebrooks was also found guilty with her part in the murder. She was sentenced to, I believe, 17 years to life, and she has since been paroled. Donald Middlebrooks was found guilty of the kidnapping and the torture and the murder, and he was sentenced to death. This photo was captured of Donald Middlebrooks as he just found out he was sentenced to death. He grinned and smiled. He also happily detailed the exact torture of the boy. He seemed giddy about it. Donald Middlebrooks is still on death row. In 2022, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee gave him a temporary stay of execution. And the only reason given I can see is as it's to conduct an investigation of execution protocol oversight, not because of anything to do with the actual case. But he is still alive, and he is still on death row. One day he will be executed, or he will just die in prison. And one of his other killers will hopefully also die in prison, while one of his other killers is out there free as a bird. But in the end, Carrick did get justice, and it was the justice he rightfully deserved. It sure sounds like she was abducted in the middle of the afternoon. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Kim Leggett. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us all the way down here to Mercedes, Texas. Kim Sue Leggett was born on December 27th, 1962, and I know for a fact she had at least one younger brother. And it sounds like growing up that they were really close and she was like a really fantastic big sister. Eventually, Kim would get married and the two of them had a son together who was 1 year old at the time this case occurred. At the time, Kim was actually in school to become an x-ray technician. And obviously, she needed to make money, so she was working a job. She actually worked for her father-in-law's business. It was the Ross Cotton Gin Company. And that is where Kim was working on the afternoon of October 9th, 1984. At 4:30 p.m., a delivery driver would come to the building to, deliver some produce. Kim was there. She helped check in the produce. The delivery driver left. That same delivery driver comes back 30 minutes later with another delivery, and this is now at 5 p.m. But at this time, Kim is no longer there. Her blue car, and this is an actual photo, was still there. The door to the cotton gin was open and unlocked. And like I said earlier, Kim was going to school to be an x-ray technician, and she was clearly studying at this point in the day because they would find her open books for this class. They found a pad of paper with a pencil. She was clearly taking notes. She had her calculator, which she had already turned on, and it was still on. At 4:45 p.m. that same day, and this is actually before anyone knew Kim was missing, Kim's parents, which included her mom and her stepfather, they got a phone call stating that Kim had been kidnapped and that they were going to be calling back with a ransom demand. But her parents thought it was a joke and they just kind of hung up the phone. And then the stepfather calls the cotton gin to see hey, Kim, what's going on? We got the stupid, joke phone call, but nobody answered. That's when he gets to his car and he drives to the cotton gin to see what's going on. And when he gets there, this is now after the point when the delivery driver had come. He goes inside and finds no one. They would later find out from the delivery driver about this window of time. After searching for her and calling friends and other family, they couldn't find her. They report Kim missing. And of course, police being police, especially back in this time frame, they said, she's an adult, she's allowed to go missing, it's not illegal, call us back later. And they did not take this seriously from the get-go, because it took them a long time to start treating this like an actual missing person. They didn't even get the FBI involved for months, I believe. At one point, the parents receive a letter, and inside that letter was a handwritten note demanding $250,000 for Kim's return. The letter itself, by all accounts, appeared to actually have been written by Kim herself. However, the writing on the envelope certainly did not match her handwriting. This was clearly somebody else. At this point, they now firmly believe that Kim was abducted. She was kidnapped. In the very early portions of the investigation, a witness came forward to state that sometime between 4:30 p.m. and 5 p.m., they drove past the cotton gin and they saw what looked like Kim standing next to her car talking to two white males standing next to a car that looked like this. Now, this is right in between the time when the delivery driver had last seen her and then came back at 5 and she was no longer there. And certainly there was no other car there. The witness who, only really got a look from afar would help police come up with a couple composite drawings. They don't know exactly how accurate these really are, though. But clearly, she was abducted sometime around 4:45 p.m. Because if you remember, 4:45 p.m. that same day is when her parents got that ransom call. Have they traced that call? I don't know. Kim, like I said, was married. They certainly thought at first, the husband, because obviously you have to always think about the husband first. He did not resemble either of the two men that person saw. They looked into him very thoroughly. They checked his alibis, his whereabouts, everything, and they actually end up clearing him. This happened in the middle of the day. It was broad daylight whenever it happened, but allegedly nobody saw the actual abduction and no one heard anything. Her car was left behind, her purse was inside, all of her belongings. She had absolutely nothing with her. She loved her child. She would never just abandon her kid, and she has never been seen since. Obviously, at this point, they know foul play was involved, and at this point, Kim is very likely deceased. Again, had people taken this seriously right from the beginning, had the FBI become involved very quickly, you don't know if she would have come home alive or not, but you'll never know. What if the ransom stuff was legitimate? What if it was real? What if you could have paid that and gotten her home? I don't think they ever actually found out, though, where the letter actually came from and who made that phone call. It was a lot harder to investigate that kind of stuff back in the day. I do know that in recent years they have swabbed the envelope to see if they can get some DNA from it, but it doesn't sound like it's led them anywhere yet. But they don't have anything else. They don't have a crime scene. They don't have a body. They don't have anything. They don't have fingerprints, nothing. This is pretty much what they have. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Kim Leggett on that day. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the disappearance of Kim Leggett, you are asked to please call 1-800-252-8477. You can also call 1-800-346-3243. You can remain anonymous. If you know something, now is the time to come forward and say something. He went into that water alive and died in a truly horrific way. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Kirk Knight. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Windsor, which is located in Ontario, Canada. That is where 24-year-old Kirk Knight lived. And this case seems to center around a biker gang that was known back then as Lobos. They were a problem there in Windsor. They were basically taking over all of the local bars. This would lead to a significant amount of tension in the area. This would include angering a local man named Reginald Knight. He was the brother to 24-year-old Kirk Knight. Well, on May 16th, 1980, a member of the Lobos biker gang was standing outside of a bar. The man's name was John Muzzatti, and all of a sudden, a car drives by, rolls down its window, and a gunshot rings out from the car. John Muzzatti is shot directly in his stomach. Muzzatti would end up surviving. A lot of people in the Lobos gang speculated, or they felt like they knew who did it. They think it was Reginald Knight, a man who was opposing them at every which way that he could think of to stop them from taking over all of the bars. Which takes us to 3 days after Muzzatti's shooting, now on May 19th, 1980. This is the home that Reginald lived in with his family, including his brother, Kirk. Well, Reginald wasn't home at the time. According to witnesses, a car pulled up to the house. It was a green 1972 Chevy Nova, something very similar to this. Someone got out of the car, walked up to Kirk, who was just outside the home, I guess, and they forced him into the car, and then they sped away. Kirk was then reported missing. A neighbor just so happened to take down the license plate of the car, however, and it would link back to a woman named Christina Ryzak, who was then linked directly to a member of the Lobos gang. On May 22nd, the car that was seen abducting Kirk was found. It was abandoned, but there was nothing in it to indicate where Kirk may have gone. Police then uncovered the name of one of the Lobos gang members, a man named Michael Plantis. Through witnesses, they were able to place Michael Plantis in that green vehicle just an hour or so before Kirk's kidnapping. However, they still haven't found Kirk. That search would end on May 25th, 1980. A man was out boating on the Detroit River there in Windsor when he saw something bobbing in the water. When he got closer, he realized that this was a human body. A body that was tied to a cinder block. The police are called and they recover the body from the river, and they confirm that this is the body of 24-year-old Kirk Knight, and he was dead. The autopsy would show water in his lungs. This would tell them that Kirk was tied up to these cinder blocks and then thrown into the river when he was still alive and breathing. He was tied up so he could not free himself. He slowly would drown in the water, unable to swim up to the surface. This man died a slow, agonizing, horrifying, and painful death. And why? For what? Well, they came up with a theory that the Lobos gang determined that it had to have been Kirk's brother, Reginald, who either orchestrated the shooting of Mr. Muzzatti or did it himself. There was never any proof to back that up. And so the intended target when they got to that house was to take Reginald, but Reginald wasn't there. So they took the next best thing to them, Reginald's brother, Kirk. The police would end up raiding the bikers' hideouts and where they hung out, and they went to all the bars and they questioned dozens of these bikers and everyone affiliated with them. There was, at a brief point, someone was arrested and charged with the kidnapping. However, they had no physical evidence. There was nothing physical to actually link them to the kidnapping or the murder. And Kirk's murder has remained unsolved ever since. He was simply a victim of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But also, if it wasn't him, it would have been his brother. Someone was going to die for this belief that his brother was involved in the shooting of the Lobos gang member. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who really did this to Kirk Knight. And I understand this situation may be scary. Coming forward could lead to possible retaliation. And I totally get that you may not want to say who you are in fear for your life. What needs to be said is that you can report information anonymously. You just need to tell them, show them the proof, the evidence that you know who did this. Because that person needs to pay for the murder they committed. If you are that person and you have information on this case, you are asked to please call 519-255-6700 or the Anonymous Crime Stoppers tip line at 519-258-8477. It is understandable if you are afraid, but there are ways around it. So if you know something, please come forward and say something. She was just feet from her doorstep, but unfortunately, so was he. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Krista DiFrancesco. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Evesham Township in the state of New Jersey. Krista Nicole Yarnes was born on October 12, 1978. She was born and raised in New Jersey. That's where she spent her entire life. Krista was one of 3 kids. She had a brother and a sister. She was someone who absolutely excelled in high school. She also loved playing sports like hockey. She was on the lacrosse team. She was just a really well-liked student there and was very popular. After high school, she met a man named William DiFrancesco. The two of them hit it off pretty quickly, and in her early 20s, they got married. Shortly after their marriage, they welcomed a little baby into their world. But sadly, Krista's life would take a very tragic end in 2003. It was May 9th, 2003. Krista was doing something she always loved doing, which was hanging out with her friends. They had gone to a bar just to talk and have a couple drinks. But eventually the night comes to a close and the group goes their separate ways, and Krista begins to head home. She had gotten literally about 9 or 10 feet from her front door when all of a sudden someone grabbed her from behind and pulled her away. And just feet from her were her husband and her 10-month-old baby, completely unaware that she was being attacked right outside. Krista was then stabbed by her attacker, and there were at that point screams heard, but it doesn't sound like anyone looked outside. She was then raped by her assailant as she lay there dying from the stab wounds. After he was done, he stabbed her again and left her for dead. She would be found a short time later, deceased. Her husband, who would go by Bill, was obviously the first suspect in this case. The fact that she was found and she was killed just outside of their home, and it's always the husband you have to think of first because it's typically the husband or the boyfriend that actually ends up doing it. Bill completely cooperated with police. He gave them everything they needed, fingerprints, DNA, everything. He also would later say he understands why he was a suspect. He understands why they looked heavily into him. That's just, he was actually happy they did, because he knew they would come to the conclusion that it wasn't him. In November of 2003, in that same area in New Jersey, another woman was attacked and raped in a very similar way. Despite being injured, she actually ends up surviving and ends up providing a composite drawing of her attacker. Described him as a very young-looking white male. They found a cigarette butt near Nancy's attack place. It was literally next to where she was. And police would collect it, and they were able to get DNA from it. But initially, that DNA did not match anyone. There were a series of other similar rapes and attacks and attempted murders. And through all this, they were able to determine that Krista's killer and rapist was likely the same person who was abducting and raping and almost killing these other women. And they were finally able to find out a name. This guy here, 18-year-old Christopher Kornberger. By early 2004, they are able to bring him in for questioning, and they confirm that his DNA was the DNA found on the cigarette next to where Nancy was attacked. And when they brought him in, he just confessed. He said, yeah, it was me. But then he does something surprising. He confesses to one other attack, the rape and murder of Krista DiFrancesco. These are the words from his confession. I crept up behind Krista about 5 steps from her door, and I stabbed her in the shoulder area and then the face. How scared she looked. She turned and began to scream and kick. People heard her screams, and so I waited in a bush before I returned to her body to rape her. I just went ballistic. He then later stated, I deserve to die. I really do. I can't imagine me doing this. I can't, but I know I did it. I never wanted to kill anyone. I just wanted to have sex. Whatever I had to do to get it, I just did it. He then confessed to another rape and attack, this time of a woman named Elizabeth. He struck her with his car and then took her to a different location where he raped her. But she also survived. In 2007, he goes on trial for the rape and attempted murder of the woman Nancy that I talked about earlier. He was convicted and got 18 years in prison for that. In March of 2008, he then goes on trial for the rape and murder of Krista DiFrancesco. He is also found guilty of that and sentenced to life in prison without parole, plus an additional 51 years. The 51 years was for the other rapes that he had committed. This is him years later in an appeal process, but this was all because a kid wanted to have sex. And he couldn't get it, apparently, the normal, legal, sane way. And so instead, he abducted women and raped them. This guy is exactly where he deserves to be, and thankfully, he will never breathe free air ever again. And so all of the other victims of this man got the justice they very rightfully deserved. He was sentenced to death 3 times for the same murder. Thankfully, the 3rd time was the charm. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Layla Cummings. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Elk City, Oklahoma. That is where 7-year-old Layla Cummings lived with her family. Layla Dawn Marie Cummings was born on November 7th, 1976, and I know she had at least one brother. Sometime during the night of July 5th, 1984, and the early morning hours of July 6th, 1984, Layla was abducted from her bed. Night of July 5th, her mother was working a late shift, and she left the 2 kids, Layla and her brother, alone in the apartment. Mother, though, had asked a motel clerk who was just across the hall to look in on the kids and check in on them a couple of times throughout the night. Well, at some point that night, now in the morning of July 6th, the motel clerk notices that the light above their front door was off, which was not supposed to be off. So they go over to check, and the front door is partially opened. As a matter of fact, their front door didn't actually work. It didn't lock. The lock was broken. So literally anybody could have just walked in whenever they wanted to. But when the individual walks in, they don't find 2 children there anymore. Instead, there's just one. Layla is missing. So they notify the mother immediately, who then notifies the police, and a search for her begins immediately. While police are questioning people at the apartment complex and speaking to whoever they can, they are also out there during a very thorough search. The search for the little girl, however, would not take very long because she was found the following morning. A farmer near the Burns Flat area saw what looked like a little body in a field. Upon closer inspection, that's exactly what it was. It was the body of a little girl. She had blood all over her. That little girl was identified as 7-year-old Layla Cummings. She had been repeatedly stabbed to death in her neck, and she had also been raped. So an immediate murder investigation would begin. The brother apparently did not notice anything. He was asleep. They shared the same room, but didn't wake up during this abduction. It also wouldn't take police all that long to discover who the likely abductor, rapist, and murderer was. This is kind of an older photo of him, but they determined it was a man named Richard Rogem Jr. Richard had previously been married to Layla's mother, Mindy. Richard Rogem had been in and out of prison in his adult life because of various assaults on women and children. He met Mindy Cummings' brother in jail, who then introduced him to Mindy. The two of them became an item and they got married. But soon after the marriage, he began to violently sexually assault Mindy. And he was also awful to both Layla and her brother. So eventually, Mindy files for divorce and then gets a restraining order against him. Well, Richard says, well, I'm going to get revenge on her then. He knew that the front door of the apartment was broken, that it didn't lock. And so, on that morning, he just let himself in, where he then abducted Layla and took her away from the apartment. Why? It was just to get vengeance against her mother. So he raped her. And then he stabbed the little girl in her neck. And then left her body out in a field somewhere as if she was garbage. Also, just outside of the apartment window, they found a little cup, and that cup had a fingerprint on it. That fingerprint later matched Richard Rogem. And that cup was stolen from a local bar that Richard Rogem had attended that same night. Now again, he's not supposed to be at this apartment or anywhere near it because of the restraining order. So the fact that that cup with his fingerprint is found just outside of her window, that says a lot. There was also tire tracks found in the field just where her body was. Those tire tracks matched Richard's vehicle. They also found a condom wrapper near little Layla's body, and the same brand, the same pack, was found in his home. Richard Rogem is officially arrested and charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder, and in June of 1985, he is found guilty of all charges. He is sentenced to 1,000 years each for kidnapping and rape, and then for the murder, he is sentenced to death. Over the years, Richard Rogem had attempted to appeal his death sentence, and I think around 1988 or so, the courts would hear it, but then they denied his appeal and they kept his death sentence. However, in 2001, an appeals court would overturn the death sentence and order a second sentencing trial. This was due to some kind of prosecutorial misconduct, not because of anything to do with the actual case or the evidence they presented. There is once again a resentencing trial. This is not a trial for the charges, just resentencing. So in 2003, he is resentenced to death. In 2006, that death sentence is also thrown out and overturned, and he is once again ordered to do another resentencing trial. In 2007, that resentencing trial occurs, and he is once again sentenced to death. He was sentenced to death 3 different times for this murder. It was the third one that finally stuck. On June 27th, 2024, Richard Rogem's final words were simply, "I don't have any. I've said my goodbyes." His last meal consisted of a small Little Caesars pizza with double cheese and double pepperoni, 8 salt packets, 8 crushed red pepper packets, a bottle of ginger ale, a styrofoam cup, and 2 vanilla ice cream cups. Perfect, he'll have permanent heartburn down there in hell. 40 years after he murdered Layla Cummings for revenge against her mother, he is executed by lethal injection. Layla finally got her justice. When a woman disappears during a cross-country trip, people begin to wonder, does this man know anything? Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Leah Roberts. Viewer discretion is advised. Leah Roberts, pictured here with her sister, was born on July 23rd, 1976 in North Carolina. She actually had a sister and also a brother, and they grew up in a really, really loving home. Growing up, Leah had a really close relationship with her mom and her dad. It seemed like she always was kind of like a free-spirited type person. She was really easy to get along with. People enjoyed being around her. She was fun. She was incredibly intelligent. She loved reading. But sadly, in 1998, her mother, one of the closest people she had in her life, suddenly passed away. And then soon after that, while she was now in college, her father passed away suddenly. And in between both of her parents' deaths, she herself had gotten involved in a major car accident which required surgery. Suddenly everything seemed to be going great, but then it just boom started to become really bad. Which takes us to March 9th, 2000. Leah was living with a roommate at the time, and her and the roommate had planned to do a joint babysitting thing the following day. Leah agreed to it. She said, I will definitely be there. And then the roommate goes somewhere to work or to school. She comes home later on March 9th and discovers that Leah is no longer in the apartment. Not only that, Leah's Jeep Cherokee is also not in its parking spot. Very soon after this, Leah's roommate gets in contact with Leah's sister and says, hey, something's very strange here. She just seemed to have vanished. So the sister goes to the apartment and they begin searching her room. In Leah's room, they find that there is a handwritten note with a big wad of cash, and that cash was going to be used to, I guess, pay for her share of the rent and bills. The note mentioned, I'm not suicidal, I'm quite the opposite. And in the note, she drew this random photo of the Cheshire Cat smile. The letter also mentions the author Jack Kerouac, which Leah had recently become pretty fascinated by. And there's this belief that maybe she wanted to go on some kind of journey similar to him. And as they're looking through Leah's bank records, they discovered that she had been paying for things kind of what looked like across the country. They found a hotel stay in Tennessee. She made purchases in California. She made a purchase for gas in Oregon. But no one had heard from her. And then something very alarming. March 18th, 2000, now in the state of Washington. So to those who weren't in the United States, she went from North Carolina all the way across the country. Some joggers noticed that there was a piece of clothing hanging from a branch. When they looked down this little hill, they saw a white Jeep that seemed to have crashed. Nobody was inside of it. It clearly was packed full of things. There was glass everywhere. The front of the car had been pretty badly damaged. It crashed into a tree. But something weird is that the windows that had been broken were now, they had like sheets and clothes covering the windows. And when police eventually looked inside, it looked as if someone had been maybe camping in the Jeep, like after it crashed. Also of note, there was no blood in the car. So if someone was driving it and it crashed, they didn't hurt themselves. They determined that the speed it had to be going at, though, to have the damage it did in the front of the car was at least 45 miles per hour. And if that's the case, the person behind the wheel, if there was someone there, should have had some injuries. But there were no hospital reports of anyone matching injuries like from this kind of crash. But who was staying in the Jeep? Was it Leah? Because it was Leah's Jeep. Was it somebody else? They don't know. In her belongings that were still in the Jeep, they found a ticket stub for March 13th, and it was for a movie theater playing the movie American Beauty. This was at a theater located at a mall there in Washington. They go to the theater, they go to a local restaurant nearby just to see if maybe she had gone to a restaurant or if anyone had just recognized her. And a couple people did notice that she had gone to a restaurant that was next to the theater. And she had actually told them about Jack Kerouac, this writer she had recently begun to like, and was emulating a trip he did. But then she leaves the restaurant with a man they only ever heard her refer to as Barry. No one seemed to recognize him. However, they would help police come up with a composite sketch of the man, which is this. They don't know if this man may have met Leah just on that day, if she knew him ahead of time. Was he involved in whatever may have happened to her? Did he kill her? Did he run away with her somewhere? They don't even know if he is really a real person. Because one of the primary witnesses who claimed that this was someone named Barry, well, this witness was a man. And they were having a hard time corroborating his story. They would think, is this guy lying? And maybe he's a suspect here. They did find DNA and fingerprints in the Jeep. They actually would take that man's DNA and his fingerprints, and they were not a match. Well, the fingerprint wasn't a match. I don't think they ever said if the DNA was or was not. They don't know how exactly her Jeep ended up at the bottom of that hill, crashed. If she was abducted, they don't know if maybe her abductor was living in the Jeep, or maybe was Leah living in it. Nobody knows what happened to Leah Roberts. Her bank account has not been used or touched ever since. Her social security number has never been used either. Is it possible she made herself disappear after having a rough stretch involving her parents' death and getting into a car accident, and maybe she just needed to start over? Maybe. Was she going on a journey, maybe one of some new self-discovery, and then she just ran into the worst possible person who did something bad? Somebody has to know, though. Somebody has to know where Leah Roberts is and what happened to her. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on what may have happened to Leah Roberts, you are asked to please call 360-778-6600 or 360-676-6711. This man goes on a crime spree, but two of his victims are still somewhere out there. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Linda and Lori Mae Peugeot. Viewer discretion is advised. This portion of the case occurred in the Bel Air area of Maryland. That is where 21-year-old Linda Peugeot was living with her daughter, 2-year-old Linda Mae. Linda's husband, Gerald, was actually serving in the United States Navy at the time of this case, and he was overseas. It was September 22nd, 1969. Linda and Lori would go to a local shopping center, which I guess was in the LaVale area of Maryland, and Linda was driving the 1969 Pontiac GTO convertible. By all accounts, they got into the store, they did their shopping, and then they left the store. But Linda and Lori never came home. Linda and her daughter would then be reported missing. Around this same time, another major story had broken out. A man named Stanley Barton Haas Jr. was wanted by the FBI. The 26-year-old man had been arrested and charged with and was about to go on trial for the rape of a 7-year-old child. However, he managed to escape and was then on the run. He had also been accused of a previous kidnapping. Shortly after he escaped, he was seen in the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area, and he was pulled over by a police officer. This officer here, Joseph Zanella, who was about 25 years old, had pulled Stanley over after he had escaped, and Stanley took out a gun and shot Officer Zanella and killed him. Stanley Barton Haas Jr. was then seen shortly after this in the LaVale, Maryland area where Linda and Lori Mae went missing from. Then a hotel clerk would come forward to police in Franklin, Pennsylvania, that a man fitting Stanley's description had checked into his hotel with a young baby, a girl. He had asked the hotel clerk for a crib and other items to accommodate a baby. However, the hotel clerk never saw an adult woman. The hotel clerk, though, would identify the little girl he saw later as Lori Mae, seen in the care of a wanted fugitive. So, what they believed was that because he was also seen in the area where they went missing from, they now believe he abducted them from the parking lot of the shopping center and held them as hostage. He was later seen checking into a hotel in Tiffin, Ohio, also with a little girl, but again, no adult woman. But after that September 24th, nobody can report seeing a little girl in his company. 2 weeks later, he is finally found in Iowa, and he is captured. The manhunt was over. He raped a 7-year-old child. He had abducted other young women. He shot and killed a police officer. He has escaped from jail. And now they believe he had kidnapped and possibly murdered a mother and her daughter. And he actually tells police and the FBI that's exactly what he did. He kidnapped Linda and Lori Mae and stole the car. The car was later found. He then admitted that at one point early on, he had murdered Linda, the mother. He says that at a certain point, Linda was becoming extremely agitated and very, annoying to him. She was concerned about her child. So he pulls over to the side of the road where he then shoots Linda. He loads her body into the trunk of her own car, takes her to an area near Akron, Ohio. He then dumps her in a field and fires 7 more bullets into her body. He then admits that he kept the baby for several more days, which is why he was seen with just the baby. But then in Kansas City, he says he no longer had any need or use for the baby, and so he smothered the child with a blanket until she was dead. And then he just dumped her into a creek. After he was arrested, he was then momentarily released into police and FBI custody to help find the bodies. But he led them places, however, they never found them. To this very day, the bodies of Linda and Lori Mae Peugeot have never been found. But they do believe they are both deceased. Stanley Barton Haas would then be convicted of the rape of the 7-year-old child, and he got 10 to 20 years for that. He was then convicted of the murder of the police officer, and then he got life in prison without parole. However, because their bodies have never been found, in the 60s and the 70s, they did not do trials without finding a body. That was not remotely close to being a thing that we do a little bit more frequently now. So, he was never actually charged or indicted with the murders of Linda and Lori Mae. And he never was convicted of it. As a matter of fact, Linda and Lori Mae to this very day have never got justice. And if he was responsible, they will never get justice. In 1978, Stanley Haas would end his own life in his prison cell. And if he knew the exact locations of these 2 individuals, sadly, he took that secret to his grave. This is one of the most unbelievably disturbing things I've ever heard. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Marcy Conrad. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the area of Milpitas, which is located in California. Marcy Renee Conrad was born in February of 1967, and she was actually born in Wisconsin. But eventually, her family would move to Milpitas in California. At the time, Marcy was a student at Thomas Russell Middle School. There's not really a whole lot known about her specifically, just that she was a good student in school. She never ran with the wrong crowd, and she never really seemed to get in any kind of significant trouble. But then on November 3rd, 1981, her life would come to a sudden end. On that day, she went to school in the morning, but she did end up skipping her afternoon classes and leaving the school. Marcy then met up with a high school student, a 16-year-old named Anthony Jacques Broussard, and he attended Milpitas High School. The connection between Anthony and Marcy seems to vary. Some people said that at one point they were a couple, but at another point they said that they were only ever just friends or just mere acquaintances, not really good friends. But Anthony would meet up with Marcy, and he brought her back to his home where they would sit on the couch and talk. And then what they know happens next is Anthony rapes 14-year-old Marcy. He then grabs her by her throat and strangles her until she is dead. No reason, no motive as to why it needed to happen. They then know he took her body, put it into his vehicle, and then drove her out to a secluded location. I don't know the precise area, but he took her into the foothills of Milpitas, and he brought her next to a ravine, where he then just left her body on the ground and left. But then he came back, and he raped her corpse. But that still wasn't it. Over the next 2 days, he would go to his friends, and he would bring his friends to her body. We're talking several people he brought there. And when he brought them there, they laughed about her corpse. They poked at her with sticks. One person just kicked leaves over her body. They threw rocks at her body. They removed patches off of her clothing just to keep. And it was like a big joke to these kids. And it's not like 1 or 2 kids. This is like groups of kids that saw this body and did nothing. Well, finally, 2 days later, one of the friends grows a conscience, I guess, and tells police. So Marcy's body is finally found, and the coroner confirms that she had been raped. She had been dead for several days, and she did die of strangulation. And they asked them, like all of these kids, why didn't you come forward? Oh, we don't want to narc. We don't want to rat him out. We knew he probably, he did something bad. This was a bad thing. But we're not going to tell on him. That's messed up. We don't do that. What? Some said, well, we don't want to get in trouble. Well, now you're going to because you said nothing. I know eventually a couple of these kids would face charges for concealing a body. One person was sentenced to 3 years for concealing the body, but Anthony Jacques Broussard was arrested and then charged with her murder and rape. Now at this point, all of these people are saying, oh yeah, he killed her. He's the one who brought us to her body. It's him. Suddenly they don't care about narking. He goes on trial. The evidence against him is overwhelming. They had just a slew of people who testified against him. And he was convicted of her murder and then sentenced to 25 years to life. He first asked for parole in 1985, but was denied. That being said, by 2023, he was paroled and was released from prison. In 1986, a movie starring a young Keanu Reeves came out called The River's Edge, and it was based loosely on this case, which was obviously not a pleasant thing to see for all of Marcy's friends and family. Marcy deserved way better than that. All of those kids are fucking terrible. And I sincerely hope that Marcy haunts them for the rest of their lives. 27 years later, they finally got the killer. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Mary and James Hudson. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular case is going to take us to Kingsport, Tennessee, and it will take us back to 1997. James Harvey Hudson was born on May 15th, 1980, and at the time this case occurred, he is a 17-year-old high school student. James is remembered as someone who had a very bright smile, who was always happy, and was excited to start his adventure in adulthood. But sadly, someone would cut his life short at just the age of 17. His mother was Mary Hudson. And from what I understand, it was her and James alone in their home. On September 6, 1997, I'm not sure if it was family or friends who made the discovery, but they would enter the home and they found James stabbed to death. And Mary was, from what I understand, unconscious, but alive. 46-year-old Mary was rushed to the hospital where she would end up recovering, but she had been brutally raped. 17-year-old James had been stabbed numerous times, and what they would later discover was that he was stabbed trying to escape the house, to escape the person who ended up killing him. It appeared that the killer, the assailant, broke into the home in the middle of the night. The killer did leave behind their DNA, which back in 1997, technology was fairly advanced, but it did not help them find who the actual killer was. I don't know if Mary was able to provide a description of the man, but sadly what I do know is that just about a year or so after this entire incident took place, Mary died. Some say of a broken heart. Her 17-year-old son was stabbed to death. And the question became, would they ever get justice? They had apparently arrested a suspect named Donald Ray Parker fairly quickly after the incident took place. It sounds like it was based primarily on circumstantial evidence, but the prosecution was never really able to come up with an indictment, so he was never technically charged, and he was released. Fast forward 27 years. It is now 2024. They have announced a breakthrough. We have a suspect. We know who did this. Thanks to Othram Labs and genetic genealogy, the thing that's been the saving grace for these unsolved cases now for several years, they were able to link the DNA found at the crime scene back in 1997 to a man named George Scott Robinson. In 2024, he was 60 years old. November 20th, 2024, the information had been presented to a grand jury who did feel there was plenty of evidence to indict him, and so he was. He was indicted for the murder. Unfortunately, he could not be charged with the burglary or the rape of Mary Hudson because there is a statute of limitations on that for some reason. However, when they go to actually arrest him, he corners himself in his home or wherever they found him, and after a brief standoff, he puts a gun to his own self and pulls the trigger. But here's the thing, it gets tricky from this point because from every article I have seen, he was still alive when he did this. And so he was taken to a hospital where he was being treated at the hospital. But that's it. That's the last update there is. This is November of 2024. It's now January of 2026. I have been searching for hours now to find out what happened to this man. And it just seems to all stop in November or early December of 2024. I don't know if he survived. I did one of those like Google AI things, and they said he died of suicide. But then all the articles they link in that, none of those articles mentioned he died. So I go through like obituaries and even on Find a Grave and stuff. I can't find him. I check Tennessee inmate records and jail records, and I don't know if I'm broken or what, but I can't find him. Maybe one of y'all can. I've been searching. I've been searching every which way I can think of, and I don't know the status of him. I don't see a trial date or anything. All I do know is that George Scott Robinson is the man who raped Mary Hudson and then murdered her 17-year-old son. For reasons unknown. Did he know them? I don't know. Was this random? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen such a... I don't think I've ever had like a roadblock like this before. It's just odd that it's not easily found. And watch, one of you probably does find it easily. I don't know. I don't know the current status of this case. I know he was arrested when he went to the hospital, but what happened after that? If he's dead, then they got justice and he's rotting in hell. If he didn't die, hopefully one day very soon he'll be taken to trial and he will be found guilty, and then that Mary and James will get their justice. He ran for state office and also for sheriff, but then he murdered a family. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Medeiros family. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular case takes us to my neck of the woods, Gilbert, Arizona. On May 2nd, 2012, Gilbert police were called to this home here because a shooting had taken place. There was a woman who was calling 911 about a dispute going on in the home when the 911 operator heard gunshots going off. When police arrive, they would eventually be able to enter the home, and they found 4 bodies and 1 living person. The person who was still alive was a teenage girl who was hiding in her bedroom, and she heard the entire thing. Her mother, 47-year-old Lisa Medeiros, her sister, 23-year-old Amber Medeiros, Amber's fiance, 24-year-old Jim Hyatt, and their 16-month-old baby, Lily Medeiros, had all been killed. There was also a 5th body in the home. The body of this man here, J.T. Reddy. The teenage girl says that there was a very loud argument and an altercation in the home. J.T. Reddy, who had lived in the house because he was dating Lisa Medeiros at the time, well, police had actually been called to this home before due to a domestic abuse situation caused by J.T. Reddy. But they also knew him as J.T. Reddy, a man who had recently run for a Republican seat in the Arizona House of Representatives. He lost his campaign. He had also recently run for the Pinal County Sheriff's Office to be the sheriff. He lost. It probably has something to do with the fact that he was a neo-Nazi. As a matter of fact, he put forth this motto, quote, "The purity of the Aryan race is the most precious resource nature has to offer all of humankind," end quote. He was a big fan of the Jim Crow era, and he also was a big supporter of racial segregation. He had then started dating Lisa Medeiros, who had been separated from the father of her children. He would then soon move into the home where Lisa lived. Not too long after that, it sounded like Amber and her fiancé Jim and the baby moved out because he was an incredibly controlling and mean person, a violent person, one who was always argumentative, and also he screamed a lot about neo-Nazi stuff, so... But for whatever reason, Amber and Jim and their baby were in the home on that particular May 2nd day. I don't know if it was Lisa or maybe Amber or the other teenage girl who had initially called police about a domestic violence issue happening in the house that day, but all they know is that one of them called 911, and then in that call they heard gunshots, and so they would rush to the home in Gilbert, where they found Lisa, Amber, Jim, and Lily all shot to death. Shot and killed by J.T. Reddy, who then put the gun to his own temple and pulled the trigger. It was a domestic violence situation that quickly escalated, and he decided for himself that he was going to end it with bullets. Meanwhile, this teenage girl upstairs hears all of it, hears the arguing. She said she heard her mother screaming, she heard Amber screaming, she heard the baby crying, as this man systematically went through them and put bullets in them. And she hid in her room and cried and was in terror, hoping that this man would not come up there and kill her too. Thankfully, he did not, because then he just shot himself. It doesn't sound like she knew what the initial start of the argument was about, but it doesn't really matter because you don't win arguments with bullets. He had no drugs or alcohol in his system. He's just a monstrous piece of crap. And thankfully, he's dead. He looks like a human weeble wobble. A 16-month-old baby. I don't understand why he killed any of them, but a 16-month-old baby. I don't... And the worst part is they won't ever get legal justice for what happened to them. Lisa won't get justice for what happened to her. But hopefully Lisa and her daughter and her granddaughter and her son-in-law, hopefully they're resting in peace while their killer is rotting in hell. Would glitter help solve a murder? Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Megan Barroso. Viewer discretion is advised. Megan Barroso was born on March 15th, 1981, and she was born in Camarillo, California. Megan had one brother, and then she had two half-brothers and one half-sister. At the time, Megan was living in Moore Park, California, because she was attending Moore Park College. Megan was a wonderful young woman. She was a very loving person and a phenomenal friend. She was described as an incredibly kind-hearted person who never had an enemy in the world. On the night of July 4th, 2001, Megan and her friends were at Silver Strand Beach in California, and they were there to watch the fireworks display, which they did. The fireworks ended at about 10:30 p.m. Then Megan and some friends would go to her friend's apartment, and then Megan left the apartment at about 2:45 a.m. They had no idea that that was the last time they would ever see Megan alive again. A couple of hours later, police are notified that there is a vehicle on this median and it's just under a highway overpass. When police arrive, they find this car and it looks like someone had either maybe crashed there or they were drunk and maybe they just drove onto it and then got out of the car. That is until they saw the bullet holes in the windshield and the bullet holes through the doors. Pieces of glass on the floor, a woman's shoe on the floor. There were blood spots on the steering wheel. Blood caked into the flooring of the car and on the seat. But where is the person who drove the car? If there's bullet holes, surely there should be a body. There wasn't even blood trails leading away from the car. But in the car, they found a purse, and it had blood on it. And in that purse, a California driver's license belonging to a woman named Megan Barroso. And the car was not actually hers. It was a rental car. The rental company would then inform police, hey, guess what? We also have a new monitoring system built into the car where they could literally check all the movements and the speeds and everything. And what they realized was that Megan was driving at a normal speed, and then all of a sudden the car seems to stop. The tracking data they found with this indicated that it seemed like she was either being chased by someone or someone was trying to swipe her off the road. They did find that there was a scrape alongside the vehicle, which did look as if someone, another car, had scraped along it, possibly trying to drive her off the road on purpose. Shell casings found at the scene would also show that the murder weapon was an AK-47. So who on earth would drive this 20-year-old college student off the road and then unload into her vehicle with an AK-47? On July 26, 2001, this man here, Vincent Sanchez, was arrested for attempting to burglarize a friend's home. When he was arrested, he called to his roommates and said, hey, you need to get this box I have in my room and you need to get rid of it. When the friends looked at that box and they opened it, they see VHS tapes. And they actually give that box to the police. On those tapes was Vincent Sanchez, who had filmed himself raping women. As a matter of fact, they would determine that he was the man they referred to in the news as the Simi Valley Rapist. A series of kidnappings and rapes that began in 1996. Primarily teenage girls or women in their very early 20s. But what's the connection, though? Well, at that point, police were able to get a warrant to search his home. They found an AK-47 in his home. This is where the connection comes in. Unused bullets they found as well would match the same bullets found with Megan Barroso's car. They would end up linking this gun directly to those bullets. Did they just kill two birds with one stone? Did they just find the Simi Valley Rapist and Megan Barroso's killer? Just in case they got more information, they found a speck of red glitter in the car. When they searched Vincent Sanchez's home, they also found this jacket, which also had a speck of red glitter. This jacket was then confirmed to have belonged to Megan Barroso. On the gun, they also found a speck of red glitter. When they finally searched Vincent Sanchez's truck, they found more specks of red glitter inside his vehicle. This was extremely relevant because Megan's friend Lindsley had been using glitter at the fireworks party on the beach. When they collected the glitter from Lindsley, they matched all the specks of glitter under their microscope with fancy science and all that, as all coming from the same bottle of glitter. On August 3rd, 2001, in a ditch off the side of a road, skeletal remains of a person were found. The remains were soon identified as Megan Barroso. With her remains, they found bullets that again matched the gun that was found with Vincent Sanchez. Vincent Sanchez is then arrested and charged with Megan's murder. He is also charged as being the Simi Valley Rapist. Vincent Sanchez would plead guilty to 61 counts of sexual assault related to the Simi Valley rapes. He was also found guilty of the murder of Megan Barroso. In 2003, he was sentenced to death. But in 2006, there has been a moratorium on executions in California, so his conviction stands now at life in prison without parole. Why did he kill Megan, especially in this kind of random way? I don't really think they know for 100% certainty. It sounds like he was at the end of his rope mentally. There's a belief that maybe he tried to pick her up. She said no. He got pissed off, followed her, and then did what he did. Simply put, Megan was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But she got her justice. A woman is seen here getting her marriage certificate with her soon-to-be husband. 2 days later, she would be dead. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Molly Watson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the Monroe County area in Missouri. Molly Watson was born on December 15th, 1982. She was one of two kids. She also had a brother. Molly was also a mother at this time. She had a young son, and she was the best mom, and her son was everything to her. Molly Watson was known for her sweet and bubbly personality. She was known for her warmth and her love. And Molly also had a YouTube channel at one point where she just vlogged weekly about her life. She also worked as a correctionals officer at the Burrell Behavioral Center in Moberly, Missouri. That is actually where she met this man here, James Addy, and they met about 7 or so years prior to this case occurring. They would bond very quickly, and Molly fell in love. He fell in love with her, and at some point eventually, Molly would be the one to propose to James, in which he said yes. And the plan was to have a Disney-themed wedding at Disney World, a place that Molly absolutely loved to go. But sadly, that wedding never got to happen. This is CCTV footage of Molly and James getting the marriage certificate just a few days before the wedding, which now takes us to 2 days before the wedding, April 27th, 2018. A man is driving down this road here when he sees headlights that are kind of stopped on this side of the road. At first, it seems like the guy in that car is trying to get past him, so this guy gets over to the side, but this person doesn't move. And as the driver gets closer to the guy, he sees an older white gentleman, and he asks him, hey, do you need help? Is somebody stuck? And the older gentleman tells him, no, we're good. And then the guy drives away. Then he comes back a little while later. He sees a vehicle. Earlier he saw 2 vehicles, but now when he came back, he saw 1. And on the front, lying in front of the vehicle, was a woman. And it was very evident when he looked closer, she was dead. The woman, sadly, is identified as 35-year-old Molly Watson. Molly had a single gunshot wound through the back of her head. It appeared to be an execution-style shooting. In her car, which that was her car seen there, they found the marriage certificate, which is how they realized who this was. The other name on that certificate is James Addy. Police will go to James Addy's house to knock on the door to inform him that his wife-to-be is dead. James opens the door to the cops and says, hey, what's going on? But as that's happening, someone else comes out from behind James. A woman. Police say, may I ask who you are? She says, I'm Melanie. I'm James's wife. And they were like, huh? They say, are you the James Addy on this marriage certificate? And that's when everything just blows up. Melanie had absolutely no idea that her husband was in a relationship with another woman for 7 years. She had no idea that he was proposed to by another woman. Now, James had told Molly that he and his ex-wife had been divorced for some time. He later tells Molly his ex-wife sadly died in a car accident. No, she was definitely still alive and definitely still married to James. Also, James had kids. He never told that to Molly. How he was able to keep this a secret for 7 years, I don't know. Because I asked questions like, did Molly never go to his home? Like, not once? Because his wife, Melanie, would say that he was home every single night. And he was actually someone who constantly complained about people who cheated on their significant others. He hated people who had affairs. Now, police would eventually talk to the man who discovered her body, but who had also seen an older gentleman by a car that was where Molly was eventually found. That gentleman described James Addy as the guy he saw just before Molly's body was found there. James had become very concerned that this wedding was going to blow up his life. No shit, James. I wonder why. That this affair was going to be exposed and his actual wife was going to leave him, drag his name through the mud, and his life would be in turmoil. He might lose his kids. I wonder whose fault that is, James. And instead of just coming clean to Molly saying, listen, I haven't been honest with you, and just saying, all right, we need to end the relationship, I'm sorry, we're done. No, he just kills her instead. He says it's easier just to shoot her in the back of the head. I don't want to have to go through all of that other stuff, that icky stuff, ugh. Except he was very quickly caught after he killed her. And he was very quickly arrested and charged with the murder. And he very quickly went on trial and was found guilty of the murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. So now James lost his wife, his kids, and his supposedly soon-to-be wife. It's interesting because he would still have probably at least some of that had he not killed Molly. But instead he lost all of it. And Molly got the justice she deserved. They caught the killer because you could hear his voice on the 911 call. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Nikki Halpin. Viewer discretion is advised. Nicole Nikki Halpin was born on June 20th, 1971, and she was born in Virginia. She would go on to graduate high school in 1989, then attended the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Nikki would eventually meet a man named Don Halpin, and the two of them would get married, and they went on to have 2 kids together. They had 2 boys. But their marriage would end in divorce. Nikki herself was always a very happy-go-lucky, very energetic person. She was sweet, she was loving, she was charming. She was a fantastic mom. So this case takes us to the area of Safety Harbor in Florida. On January 8th, 2004, Nikki was actually out on a date with her boyfriend, Chris. Nikki would end up dropping Chris off at his home at 9:30 p.m., and then Nikki was going to head straight back to her house. That was about a 15-minute drive, but then it gets eerie. because just 5 minutes after he enters his home, he gets an instant message on his computer from Nikki, which was on her computer. And all the message said was the letters HB. Chris responds back, "Wow, you got home really fast." Several minutes go by, and she responds finally with saying, "I didn't send that message." He then gets a phone call from Nikki. Nikki says, "I need you to stay on the line with me because something feels off at my house." She had this feeling it looked like someone may be in her home. And then within like a minute, all of a sudden Chris hears blood-curdling screams. Nikki is telling her two sons, "Run, go hide." You hear a loud altercation. And so what he does, Chris, is he takes his cell phone and he calls 911 while he's on his landline talking to Nikki. Police arrive at her home and they're able to enter the house because it's open. They find Nikki Halpin on her bed and she is deceased. She is in a pool of blood. Her shirt has blood on it. The glasses next to her had blood on them. And the most haunting part of all, one of Nikki's sons pokes his head out from behind her bed. Her son Max had seen the entire thing. He watched his mother get murdered. Max had special needs also, and he was unable to communicate. He was 9 years old. The other brother then comes rushing into the room after the attacker is gone, and yeah. The first suspect they had was the boyfriend, Chris, but they were able to very quickly rule him out because they can confirm he was at home when he made the 911 call. He made that from his cell phone. They know he wasn't there. The next person they look into is her ex-husband, Deonn. Deonn technically would have had a motive, about $1.5 million worth of motive. When their son Max was born, he was born with special needs, and there was a surgery that happened where they messed up or gave him the wrong medication, and it caused more life-altering issues. So they filed a lawsuit and they settled for $1.5 million. The settlement came after they were divorced, and Nikki was the sole beneficiary, the sole owner of that $1.5 million. And so that may have pissed him off, and maybe that was a reason to kill her. However, they were also able to clear him. They can tell where he was during the murder, and they know for sure it was not him. The other son said, when asked, who did you see who did this? And they said he was just wearing a mask, and he described him as the knocking on the windows guy. This is when they would find out that Nikki had another ex-boyfriend. They dated for about 2 years, and Nikki, realizing that this guy was not looking for the same thing she broke up with him. Well, he would then stalk her, and he would go to her home, and he would knock and bang on the windows at night. That man was Dan Welch. The two boys were not able to identify him as the attacker, though, because he was wearing a mask. Police wanted to check his alibi, and he says, well, yeah, I was out that night. I was on a bike ride with my neighbor, Larry. Well, the police go to Larry, and Larry says he was with me, but then all of a sudden he said at about 9 p.m. that he was feeling really sick and he had to cut his bike ride short, and so he left. Nikki wasn't even home yet by 9 p.m., which gives him time. So they believe he found a way to enter her home, where he then sent that message to the boyfriend, that instant message, and then he hid and waited for Nikki to get home. And then when she came in, he attacked her. And then they replayed the 911 call several times. There was an administrative assistant whose job it was to transcribe the calls, and she heard something in the background through the screaming and everything like that, because she's hearing it through Chris's phone. So it's like 2 phones worth of she has to listen through. But she clearly hears a man saying, "Nicole, calm down." One person and one person only ever called Nikki Nicole. That was Dan Welch. They played that voice for Dan Welch's own family before saying it was his voice. His own sister says, that is Dan. That is Dan's voice. Putting Dan Welch in the home during the attack where Nikki was killed. Dan Welch would be arrested and charged with her murder. They were prepared to go to trial. However, Nikki's family, and the kids ended up going back with family, Those two boys were the sole witnesses to the attack directly. The family did not want these two young children to have to get on the stand and detail and remember watching their mother get murdered. So the family agreed to let them offer him a plea deal. Dan Welch accepts a plea deal of second-degree murder, and he is sentenced to 25 years in prison. It just sounds like the motive was he didn't like the fact that she broke up with him, and he continued to stalk her. And then finally he just did what he did. The sad thing is he didn't get 25 years to life. He will be free at some point. That violent person will be free to roam the world. And is that really justice for Nikki? Unsolved murders are always scary, but unsolved serial killer cases are like an extra level of scary. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of the Oklahoma City butcher. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It was April 1st, 1976, at a house, an abandoned house that was located at 325 Northeast 6th Street, which is no longer a house. There were a couple of local oil workers who were taking their lunch break and decided to explore this abandoned home. And when they did, they found much more than they bargained for. They found the severed head of a female inside of a popcorn bucket. Police are obviously notified right away, and as the police begin to search the house more, they find more body parts. They found each leg of the victim in different locations, each arm in different locations in the house. Her torso was found in a different spot. The woman's face had someone had taken a knife and carved a smile permanently in the skin. The victim would remain unidentified for years. She wasn't identified until 1993. That is when Kathy Lynn Shackelford, who was an Indigenous teenage girl, was reported missing. She disappeared back in the 70s, but for whatever reason, wasn't reported missing until the 90s. She was a member of the Sac and Fox Nation. Back in the mid-70s, she had run away from home and was living in homeless camps. And she was 17 years old when she vanished. 3 years after her remains were found, another body was found. There was a group of kids playing at a park, and I feel like it's kids so often that find these things. They were playing and they found a severed human head of a woman. And the police spend the next couple of days searching this park, and they find body part after body part after body part. Most of the body parts were wrapped up in newspapers or, in some cases, a plastic bag, and then just thrown about the park. It appeared to police that whoever did this was trying to toy with people, that this was a game to him or her. And in this instance, the body parts were completely cleaned, meaning that whoever did this dismembered the victim and then washed all of the blood off of the body parts, then wrapped them up, and then disposed of them. The parts of her that were found were her left hand, her pelvis, her head. They also found bits of her flesh at the park as well. A week later, she was identified as another Indigenous young woman, 22-year-old Arlie Bell Killian. Arlie was also a homeless young woman. She had been battling issues with drug and substance abuse, and so she was living out on the streets. Now, in her situation, she was only missing for a few hours before she was found in the park. Then there was a third one. This wasn't until 1986, so the killer took a very long gap to kill his next victim, or at least the victims in terms of what was found. There was a man walking by his property, his home, when in an alleyway that was just outside of his backyard, right over the fence, he found a body part. He found a torso. He walked a few more feet and he found a leg. So he reports this to police, and then another body part shows up. This time, they find, about a block away, they find a human head in a trash can, and the head had been set on fire. So this was done very recently, within a very brief time of this person putting the head in the trash can. She would soon be identified as another missing Indigenous young woman. Her name was Tina Marcia Sanders. She too had been living on the streets for some time. She was 22 years old at the time of her death. The last time anyone saw her was just the day before her body parts were found. At this point, the police in Oklahoma City say, we have a serial killer on our hands. And I think the press would end up nicknaming this guy the Oklahoma City Butcher for very obvious reasons. And it was quite easy to connect these victims because these are 3 indigenous young women who were all homeless. Some of them have been dealing with substance abuse. All of them had been dismembered and put into several different pieces, and those body parts were scattered in a certain location for people to find. And in all of the cases, their sex organs had also been removed and never found. At one point, hey, Jesus! God, wear a bell next time you show up like this. Christ. This, face clearly smashed in by a frying pan, would end up confessing to one of the murders. You know him, Henry Lee Lucas, otherwise known as the Confession Killer. Well, he had at one point confessed to murdering one of the 3 victims, Arlie. But the police in Oklahoma were never able to actually link him through any kind of evidence to her murder or the murders of the other 2 women. Henry Lee Lucas confessed to hundreds and hundreds of murders throughout the entire country. And the vast majority of them, they were able to determine he was just bullshitting. They've only ever been able to confirm 3 murders, and he was convicted of those 3 murders. But he claimed somewheres in the ballpark of 300 killings, sometimes while working with another serial killer, Otis O'Toole. Henry Lee Lucas was never charged or indicted or anything with the murders of the 3 indigenous women killed by the Oklahoma City Butcher. To this very day, the murders of these 3 women have gone unsolved. And they're, a lot of times it's, they're indigenous women, right? And there is a history with indigenous women going missing or being murdered where, they just don't investigate them thoroughly. Oh, they were also homeless, so it's like, it's the flippant attitude that detectives and police have had towards indigenous women just over the course of history, as if they just simply didn't really care that much. As a matter of fact, there is very little published about their case. I couldn't even find a news article about the first victim. Not one mention of her in any news articles. And there was like 1 or 2 articles that mentioned the other 2 victims. That's insane to me, but sadly, it's also expected. But they deserve justice. I mean, their killer might be dead, or maybe he is still out there somewhere. Maybe he killed more people and just hasn't been connected yet. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth about who killed these 3 women, and perhaps that someone is you. It is never too late to come forward. If you have any information about these murders or the identity of the Oklahoma City Butcher, you were asked to please call 405-297-1000. Imagine your child goes missing, and then about 10 years later, another one of your children goes missing. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of the Palmer brothers. Viewer discretion is advised. The first part of this case is going to take us to Wasilla in Alaska. Wasilla, Alaska is one of the larger populated areas there in that part of Alaska. But that is where 15-year-old Michael Timothy Palmer lived with his family. On June 4th, 1999, Michael would go and hang out with some friends. I think the plan was for him to spend the night. That same evening, Michael and 3 of his friends would get on their bikes and they would go to a nearby graduation party. And then at about 4 o'clock in the morning, Michael and his friends would get back on their bikes to begin the process of heading home. A few short minutes later, the friends turn around and notice that Michael is no longer there. And at this point, they are going down Pittman Road. And so they stop at a nearby 7-Eleven, a place that the boys had frequented. And they sat there and waited for Michael to get there. But he never arrived, so they kind of just assumed, oh, okay, he just went to his house, and that was it. But Michael never arrived at his house. He never got home, and Michael has never been seen since. His mother would report him missing that same day at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. An extensive search of the Wasilla area was done, but they never found Michael. However, they did find his bike. So Michael's bike was found here in this area. And it was located in the Little Susitna River, which goes just along Pittman Road where he was last seen riding his bike. So the bike is found here, and then over here in a private little airstrip on the runway, a pair of Converse sneakers is found. And they were caked in mud and were still wet. So how is that? How was his shoes found here, his bike found over there? What was he doing on this property? How did his shoes even get there? It's possible Michael may have just gotten turned around at some point and fell into the river. But they searched that river. I mean, they really, really searched it, and they found no trace of him. There's also a theory that Michael may have bumped into the wrong person, and that person may have beat him to death and then threw his bike into the river and tossed his shoes in a different location to throw people off. No trace of Michael has ever been found, no sign of him, no social security number being used. This is an age-progressed photo of what he may look like closer to today. He would be somewhere around his 40s now. Michael had a brother named Charles Edwin Palmer who would go by Chucky to everyone. His case occurs in 2010, and he is last seen in the Talkeetna area, and this is Wasilla where his brother disappeared. And the circumstances, there's some eerie similarities to it. So Charles was with a group of friends, and they were at the Talkeetna Mountains. I guess they were heading to a cabin, and they had all brought their snow machines, and they were using those. He is last seen at 7:15 p.m. This is on April 10th, 2010, and he never got to his cabin. His brother was with 3 of his friends riding bikes, and they turned around and he's gone. Then in 2010, Charles is with 3 or 4 of his friends on snow machines. They turn around and he's gone. He's reported missing the following day. Now, Charles had nothing with him. I mean, he had the appropriate clothing on for the cold weather, but he had no food or water or anything with him. His snow machine, which is actually a borrowed snow machine, which is also kind of strange because in Michael's case, again, just another eerie similarity, the bike he was riding when he disappeared was also a borrowed bike. Charles's snow machine was found just sort of lightly covered in some soft snow, and it was miles away from the cabin where he was supposed to be going. So a search for Charles was done. It was heavily covered in snow at that point, which did make searching difficult. And so after, I think, several days, they ended up calling off the search. A later search would be done when it was easier, and they found no trace of Charles. Charles has never been found, just like his brother. They lean more towards the side of Charles just was a victim of an unfortunate accident. Something happened with his snow machine that caused something to happen where he died or injured himself, which later led to his death. But it is also strange that his body has never been found. But it is also kind of a large area. Michael, on the other hand, is considered endangered missing, that there is possible foul play involved in his case. There wasn't a lot of crazy terrain, and for his bike to be found where it was and for his shoes to be found where they were, he would have had to go so far off path that it doesn't even make sense that he took a wrong turn somewhere, especially since he had used that road all the time. Michael knew the area well, but they also can't say for sure that foul play was involved. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Michael Palmer, and possibly what may have happened to his brother Charles Palmer in 2010. If you have any information in either of these cases, you can contact the Alaska State Troopers at 907-745-2131.
Is it the Sweeney residence? Yeah. Okay, what's the problem there, sir?
There's somebody killed.
Okay, who?
Pam Sweeney.
Pam Sweeney?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Pamela Sweeney. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Andover, Minnesota. Pamela was born on May 17th, 1956, and she would go by Pam to everyone. Pam was always a really well-liked individual. She was a hard worker, and everything she did was for her son. She had divorced the father of her son. At the time of this case, she was actually in a relationship with this man here named Larry Fleck. The two of them were described as a really solid couple. They appeared to be very much in love. Pamela loved being with him, and he would end up proposing to her. And at the time this case occurred, they were engaged to be married. But unfortunately, the wedding never came to be. Pamela Sweeney was working at this company, and at some time before this happened, someone had either stolen her keys or she misplaced her keys to her home. And this did cause her to be very nervous and scared because she didn't know if anyone had them. And she would ask her fiance Larry to, come by the house just to check on her, even if this was really late at night, because he worked an overnight shift and he would get off work around like 3 or so in the morning. He gets off work in the early morning hours of May 31st, 1991, and he arrives at Pamela's house at about 3:15 a.m. Shortly after, he makes this 911 call.
Okay, did you see her?
She's dead. She's cut all the hell.
Okay, hold on just a second. Okay, Larry?
Larry made that call from a neighbor. He did not call 911 from Pamela's house. But when he walked in, he found Pamela on her bed, and there was blood everywhere. And then something strange happens. They get another 911 call about the same thing, but now from a different man.
Is it the Sweeney residence?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the problem there, sir?
There's somebody killed.
Okay, who?
Damn Sweeney.
Sam Sweeney?
Yeah.
Okay.
That call came from a co-worker of Pamela. His name was Patrick Walsh. When police enter, they do find Pamela on the bed, and she is very much deceased. She is partially clothed. Pamela had been brutalized. She had 5 bullet holes to her head and at least 4 stab wounds, and she had been raped. They determined that Pamela had been shot on the lower level of her home. They pulled up some carpet where they found her blood, but also a bullet. But the murder weapon was not in the house. As they're searching outside of her home, they notice this little shed, and so they begin to search just behind it. They find a knife that had been stabbed into the dirt. And then a little under that shed, they found this gun, which was later determined to be the one that actually killed Pamela. The knife also matched the knife wounds to her chest. But who killed her? Was it the fiancé, Larry? They questioned, why on earth are you coming there at 3:15 in the morning? Well, he told them, we have this arranged. She wanted me to come over. I work late. She is my fiancé. I can come over. Okay, that makes sense. But what the Christ is her coworker doing there at 3:15 in the morning? Turns out Patrick Walsh is a bit of a creep. He worked with Pamela and he harassed her at work all the time. Then he got her phone number and he harassed her over the phone for 6 months. She told the police there was really not much they could do though, because he had not indicated any signs of violence or anything. But he wanted to be with her. He wanted to have sex with her. But did he kill her? Now, Larry did have some blood on his pants, but they determined that was just from normal transfer when he found her body in the bed. Patrick Walsh, however, had numerous blood stains on his pants and on his shirt, not consistent with a normal transfer. They also found a candy wrapper in his car. They found a bag of candy in Pamela's kitchen, and the lot numbers from the wrapper in his car and the wrappers found in her home were identical. The candy came from the same bag. Now, he had told police that he had never entered her home before. But who discovers a dead body, calls 911, and then just casually takes bags of candy and then goes out to their car to eat them? It's very strange. Furthermore, they found some vegetation and plant life stuck to Patrick's jeans. Some very smart people would determine that the vegetation they found on his jeans was identical to the vegetation where the knife and gun were found. They also discovered that Patrick Walsh was the one who stole Pamela's keys from work, and he let himself into Pamela's home with her keys. Ultimately, they realized Patrick Walsh was Pamela's killer. He harassed her for months. He then decided that he was going to have sex with her whether she liked it or not. So he stole her keys and waited for the opportune moment to enter her home and wait for her, where he then pounced on her. He then shot her several times in her head, then dragged her upstairs to her bed where he raped her, and then stabbed her 4 or 5 more times in her chest. And then he just left and ate candy in his car. And then the boyfriend or the fiance came, found her, called 911 from a neighbor's house. Patrick calls 911 from Pamela's house. This was after Larry had left the home to go to the neighbor. Patrick Walsh was arrested and charged with the murder of Pamela Sweeney. The motive was rape. It was sex. She didn't want to give it to him, but he wanted it anyway. And so he did it, and then he killed her. Patrick Walsh was convicted of the murder and sentenced to 30 years to life. He was first eligible for parole in 2021, but was denied, and he still resides in prison, hopefully for the rest of his stupid life. And Pamela's son had to grow up without his mom. So hopefully Patrick Walsh rots in his prison cell and dies there. A child would kill another child, and nobody knows why. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Pamela Yurta. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Hogansville, Georgia. Pamela Yurta was born on July 23rd, 1990. She was a kid, a typical kid. She loved cats. She was a wonderful little girl who loved to play, and she loved to talk. She loved to tell stories. But unfortunately, there isn't much known about Pamela because she only got 7 years on this earth. It was December 18th, 1997. Pamela had been out playing, and at some point when she didn't come home, her family would report her missing that same day. So they began a search of the neighborhood, and including like a wooded area that was behind the housing complex where Pamela lived. And it was within an hour or two of her being reported missing that they found her. Pamela was dead. The 7-year-old girl had been stabbed repeatedly in her neck. She also had other stab wounds in her upper body. All said and done, there were 17 stab wounds to this tiny child. There was no evidence that she was raped. That is when police learn about a teenager who lived in the neighborhood, the same housing complex, a 14-year-old boy named Scotty McTaggart. Well, apparently a few days before Pamela's murder, Scotty had told his friends that he wanted to rape the 7-year-old girl. He was known to be a bully. He had problems his entire life. He grew up in a very broken home. This is a kid who spent a significant portion of his young life at boot camps and in institutions to help correct his behavior. And apparently none of it ever worked. They also said he was incredibly intelligent for his age. He had an IQ close to 100. For a 14-year-old, that's impressive. But he was also really mean. He was known as the bully of this neighborhood. And it didn't take long to link him to the murder of Pamela. As a matter of fact, he was arrested within a short period. And then they charged him with murder because he confessed. But he didn't confess out of just the goodness of his heart. He confessed because he didn't want to go back to boot camp. Apparently, he would have rather have gone to prison. Well, he admits that on that day, he lured the 7-year-old girl out to the woods because he said he wanted to show her some kittens. Kittens that weren't there. They don't know exactly why it happened, but he says from that point, when he got her to the woods, he strangled her. And then when she was unconscious, he went back to his home, grabbed a steak knife, and came back to her, where he then stabbed her 17 times in her neck and her upper body. They think that he likely tried to make advances on this 7-year-old child. And obviously, a child who is 7 isn't going to understand what that means, and also probably resisted him. And it caused him to snap. And so he choked her, and then realizing, dang it, I might get in trouble for this. Now I need to just kill her. So that way she can't tell anyone. I can't go back to juvenile court. I can't go back to boot camp. And then realizing after she was found dead that people were going to, eventually link it to him. He said, I don't want to be sent to a place I've already been to, so I'm just going to admit that I do it, and hopefully I'll be put in a better place. There's no mistaking that he did this. It's not like a false confession. He did it. He absolutely did it. They had physical evidence connecting him directly to the murder. It's just a matter of why. Why did he really do it? He pleads guilty. He says, I did it. It was me. But he never gave a reason why. There's only speculation, but he never said. Why did he target Pamela? Why a 7-year-old kid? He has always left that a mystery. I think ultimately, though, this is just an extremely troubled young man who was not getting the help he needed. Even though he was being put into places and institutions, he just wasn't receiving the help. This may be one of those kids who just was not fixable. But could anyone have known he would ever go this far? I don't know. But he did, in the end. He killed a kid. And ultimately, it's over. It doesn't matter why he did it. He just did it. So, Scott McTaggart was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. He was sentenced at the age of 15. Because he was a child himself, he could not be sentenced to death, and he could not get life without parole. He would have been eligible for parole after the first 14 years, but as far as I can see, he is actually still in prison. And perhaps that is where he should remain for the rest of his life. Even though he was a kid, I don't know if that kind of thing just goes away when you get older. It doesn't. And so, for Pamela's family's sake, I hope he remains in prison forever, and that Pamela got the justice she very rightfully deserved. 2 men were convicted of killing her, but she has never been found. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Patsy Gazier. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Harrisburg in Pennsylvania. Patsy Gazier was born on February 27th, 1949. She was one of 5 kids in the family. She was the 4th of 5. She was always incredibly active at church. She actually sang in the church choir. And then she would end up graduating from high school and then attended Madison University in Virginia. At the time this case occurred, Patsy is 31 years old, and she's actually working as a secretary. She was a service representative for Bell of Pennsylvania, where she was regarded for absolutely fantastic customer service. She was kind, she was gentle, she was always such a nice person to everyone. And then suddenly, she had a very horrific end. It was December 3rd, 1980. Patsy would take her lunch break, as she did every day, around 1:30 p.m. She would head back to her apartments, which was then the City Towers apartments there in Pennsylvania. But she never got back to work, and nobody ever saw her again. And Patsy would then soon be reported missing, because not coming back to work, that's not her. That's not what she does. Not contacting your family all of a sudden. That's not her. That's not what she does. Something happened to Patsy. But they didn't really know what that thing was, not until July 23rd of 1981. A man named Gilbert Johnson would come forward to police to say that his brother confessed to kidnapping, raping, and murdering Patsy. And his brother did so with a friend. The brother was 23-year-old Frank Johnson, and the friend was 21-year-old Robert Andre Ruff. The brother boasted and bragged about all of this just openly in front of his brother. And what he said, the brother said what happened was that they both abducted Patsy from the parking area of the apartment complex. They forced her into the car at gunpoint, where they then drove her to her bank. They went through the drive-through teller, and at gunpoint, they forced her to withdraw as much money as she possibly could, which she did. This story is later corroborated by the bank teller that helped her. The bank teller said that she, in fact, did see Patsy in the driver's seat, and next to her was one male, and then behind her in the car was another male. But nothing seemed unusual. No one seemed like they were in any distress or anything. She wasn't, giving any signals or clues or anything to indicate that she needed help. So no one really thought anything of it. Frank and Robert, whose photos I can't even find, I can find their inmate records, but there's no photos with them. They would then transfer her across state lines, actually to Washington, D.C., where they then took her to Anacostia Park, where they would then beat her, rape her, and then shoot her with a .22 caliber. A .22 caliber gun was later recovered in the possession of Frank Johnson. They also found 2 spent bullets in a pocket in his home. They then claimed they just threw her body into the Anacostia River and went home. They would search the river as best as they could back then, but they found no one. They found nothing. To this very day, in 2026, her body has never been found. That being said, both men would go on trial together. They were represented, I think, by 2 different lawyers, where the evidence against them was honestly purely circumstantial. They had no physical evidence because they had no body. They had no actual crime scene. They didn't find anything in the vehicle that the 2 men would have been driving in. All they really had was the testimony of the brother, who stated that his brother told him the story, which was then corroborated by the bank teller. Both men were found guilty of the kidnapping of Patsy. They were never charged with murder, though, and that's because, again, they don't have her remains. But they were convicted of all other charges related to this case and were both given life in prison without parole. At first, they were serving time in state prison, but then they were soon transferred to federal prison. I believe Frank Johnson is serving his time in a prison in Indiana, and Robert Ruff, at this point, I believe, is serving his federal sentence in New Jersey. They have no evidence or proof that Patsy was actually murdered, but also people don't fall off the face of the earth this way. There has never been any single trace or sign of her ever found. It's obvious that she is dead. But is the story that was told at trial, is it the real story? It's impossible to say if that really is what happened. The 2 men had always denied guilt when it came to talking to police, but also they told a very specific story. One that wasn't prompted by anything. I mean, the brother said that the story was told to him before anyone even knew Patsy was missing. So it's one of those things where it's like, it kind of has to be true, right? But her family doesn't have that closure because they don't have her. And if she was put into that river, the odds of finding her are probably slim to nil at this point. But you never know. Crazier things have happened. And so hopefully her actual killers are the ones who are behind bars. And hopefully Patsy Gazier got the justice she rightfully deserved. Imagine being pulled into this machine as you're working on it. Not seen here, by the way. This is another worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. So this particular story will take us to Randleman in North Carolina, specifically to the Deep River Dyeing Company. It was a fabric mill. I don't know the exact precise machine that this unfortunate event occurred with, so I found a couple of pictures. I think it's referred to as a hydrocentrifugal extractor. So basically what it does is they put clothing in there. It's like a gigantic washing machine that spins at a very rapid pace, and it's meant to extract any waters from the fabric. I think it was similar to this, like what I showed at the beginning, because in this place, a man named Martin was working on this machine. When fabric was being spun into it, something occurred where he either accidentally fell into it, or from what it sounds like, I think they believe he got tangled in the actual fabric and then sucked into the machine at a very rapid pace. And it goes very, very, very fast. So the second you make contact inside this machine, because it's metallic, you're banging against this thing. I don't know how quickly other people noticed or responded. From what I understand, it's extremely loud in these types of factories. But he was eventually found inside the machine while it was still going. Obviously, at that point, once they noticed, they immediately stopped the machine and called 911 to get an ambulance. But by the time the ambulance arrives, the gentleman is deceased inside the extractor. Like, I can't imagine... I'll show you the video again. Just like looking at how this thing operates, I can't imagine the instant fear a person would have to experience once they get yanked by fabric and pulled into this thing. Because it also has to feel somewhat helpless, because it's like, it's so loud in this factory that if you're calling or screaming for help, is anyone really going to hear you? Is anyone going to hear like the thuds of a person smashing against the walls of this? It's horrifying. But it was an accident. I can't find any mention of like any kind of lawsuits or fines. I know it was investigated, but I think ultimately it was just a really unfortunate and very rare incident like this. The Zodiac Killer probably had more victims. Was he one of them? Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Ray Davis. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to my hometown, Oceanside, California. It's where I was born and raised. I had no idea that the Zodiac Killer had any connection. But that is where 29-year-old Ray Davis lived, and he was a cab driver. He lived here in this home with his brother after he had recently become estranged from his wife. One of the most haunting aspects of this case was that in the days leading up to it, a man, an unknown man, would call the authorities to say that he was about to commit a baffling crime. And then there was. It was Tuesday, April 10th, 1962. At 11:10 p.m., it is believed that Ray picked up someone in his cab near Tremont and Mission Avenue. He radioed into the cab company to say that he would be dropping off a fare in South Oceanside. They never heard from him again. The following morning, the body of a man was found in an alleyway in a prominent neighborhood in Oceanside. The man had been shot through his back and the back of his head. He would soon be identified as cab driver Ray Davis. 2 miles away from where his body was found, they found his cab, abandoned. It was found on 400 South Pacific Street. There was a very obvious bullet hole in the windshield, and it looked like the bullets had entered Ray while the passenger was in the back seat. The police would dust the entire vehicle, especially the steering wheel and the mirrors and everything, for fingerprints. But clearly, whoever killed Ray then drove the cab themselves to drop it off where they left it. Ray was killed with a .22 caliber. That might become relevant here in a minute. But the murder of Ray itself was immediately a mystery. Nobody knew who did this or why. There was absolutely nothing stolen from Ray. His wallet was on him. His fare wasn't stolen. He had an ex-wife. Maybe that could have, been something to do with this, but they didn't find any link to that. But then Oceanside police remembered, wait a minute, we got a threatening phone call just a couple of days prior. A man saying that he would be committing a baffling crime. And lo and behold, now they have a baffling crime. Nobody saw or heard anything. This person did this as a shadow in the dark of night. That individual later calls back and actually admits, I was the one who did it. And I'm going to do it again. I'm going to kill another cab driver or a bus driver. And so this would prompt them to start utilizing the military because Camp Pendleton is right there by Oceanside, and it's a big military town, obviously. And so the military was used to safeguard people. But then nothing happened. No other cab driver, no bus driver was killed. Well, fast forwarding now to 1968, Northern California, our dear old enemy, the Zodiac Killer, strikes, killing a confirmed 5 victims. One of them being a cab driver, a man named Paul Stine. Paul Stine was found murdered in his cab in the Presidio Heights neighborhood. He was shot and killed with a .22 caliber. The exact same ammunition that Ray Davis was killed with, also a cab driver. Well, the Zodiac, as we all know, became well known not only for his murders, but also for taunting the police. Very cryptic messages with codes and everything, taking credit for these murders. Well, one could argue that Ray Davis's murder was an early prototype, if you will, for the Zodiac, calling the police with a very mysterious and ominous message that he was going to commit a baffling crime, basically saying, ha 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 ha, you'll never catch me. The Ray Davis murder, however, has never been mentioned in any of the Zodiac letters, but he has in recent years now been linked to the murder of Ray Davis. It's not a confirmed link. They're basically just speculating that there is a possibility that this was done by him. Or this may have inspired the actual Zodiac to kill the cab driver he killed in Northern California. But the similarities they're very close. It's kind of eerie if you think about it. Ray Davis's killer has never been captured. They have no idea who killed him. Whether that be the Zodiac, or someone that inspired the Zodiac, or someone completely unrelated who had nothing to do with the Zodiac. But the caller was right. He was going to be committing a baffling crime. One with no clear motive. One whose victim, really, there was no one in his life that would have wanted to do this. Meaning that this was likely a stranger on stranger crime. But was it premeditated? Judging by the phone call, it sure was. But was Ray Davis the intended target? Or was it just whoever picked up that fare that night? Ray Davis was murdered in 1962. That was 63 years ago. There is very little chance that his killer is still alive. But if that killer is still alive, they're at least in their 80s, but more likely their 90s. Even if his killer is dead, it doesn't mean that the answers don't deserve to be told. That whatever surviving friends and family he still has out there, that they don't deserve that justice. Someone, somewhere out there, might know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Ray Davis, you can call the Oceanside Police Department at 760-435-4900. I wanted to make a video response to this because it is strange, right? Like it's bizarre that a person goes missing in like 1990 something, and then their family or loved ones don't report them missing until 2008. And for the longest time, I would have probably said, yeah, that's insane. That doesn't happen very often, right? But ever since I started covering like true crime cases, which I've been doing this for like, 5 or so years now, I've noticed that it is incredibly common. And that's always so bizarre to me. Like in this case, a body is found at a certain time, and then no one knows who that person is for years or decades. And that's a lot of times because the family didn't report the person missing. I think what it is I think it's kind of like a sign of the times, like the 70s, the 80s, and even the 90s. I don't know. I feel like it was just different for some reason. Because nowadays, if someone goes missing, it's like reported within the first day and a search begins. Well, depending on who you report it to in terms of what police department. But I don't know, like even if my family was kind of like, in this case, this victim appeared to have been someone who traveled a lot without telling anyone anything and may have been gone for long periods of time. I don't know, I still would be like, we haven't heard from him in a while and we can't get a hold of him. He hasn't written us or anything. Should we probably report him missing? Like I don't know what it takes for a family to finally go, well, it's been about 20 years now. Maybe we should report him missing. Is that like a mentality that people had in the 70s and the 80s? I was only a child for the 80s and most of the 90s, right? I was still technically a kid. And thankfully, I never had to think about this kind of thing. But like, I guess for like maybe the older generations who were adults, functioning adults at that time period, like what was the mentality that you would think would cause people to not report their loved ones missing? Like what would cause them to wait 10, 15, 20 years to report them? Is it because like people back then it was a lot more common for people to kind of just go off on their own for months, if not years, without talking to anyone, and that was just sort of like the expectation? And then did people just kind of casually begin to forget about that person, or what? Like, it's a genuine question, because I don't know. Even if it's like a family member that you don't really talk to or interact with much, but you do notice, oh, you haven't seen him in a while, you figure there would be questions asked at least that would then lead to, well, maybe we should do something about it. Now, obviously, in that time frame, like, when a picture is shown on the news where a body is found, let's say in, Utah in this case, back then, that's not going to travel very far. We didn't have the internet back then. So like these composite drawings weren't being shown to a lot of people, just locally. So I get that side of like, oh, how come they weren't recognized? Well, because information wasn't all over the country. But yeah, I just want to know, does anyone from that generation know like what would have caused a family to not even like think about reporting a family member missing? I'm curious to know, really. A teenage girl was sentenced to death for what she did. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Sergeant Ronald Wojciech. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Biloxi, Mississippi, and it is 1982. Staff Sergeant Ronald Stanley Wojciech. He was born on December 10th, 1952. He was originally a native of Chicago, Illinois, but he did, travel around because of his service. Eventually became a staff sergeant with the U.S. Air Force, then a telecommunications instructor with the school squadron at Keesler Air Force Base. Ronald was also a father. He had 2 young girls, and he was an amazing dad to both of them. He had been divorced, however, from their mother, and at one point, around 1981-1982, Ronald begins having a relationship with another woman. Ronald was 29 when he began this relationship with this young woman. She told him that she was also in her early 20s. But then he found out that was a lie. She wasn't in her early 20s, she was 16. So Ronald immediately breaks up with her. The young woman in question was Atina Marie Canaday. She had been sexually abused by her own father throughout her childhood. She got married at the age of 13 and then divorced at the age of 14. And it did not sound like she was too pleased with Ronald breaking up with her. And so she hatched a plan. It was June 3rd, 1982, a little after midnight. Ronald Wojciech was in his apartment with his new girlfriend, Sandra Sowash, when all of a sudden, someone broke into that apartment. They were all armed with knives, there were at least 3 of them, and they abducted Ronald and Sandra. They then forced them into Ronald's vehicle, which was a van. Then they drove them out to an area near Gulfport, where the older man who was a part of this, you can only find this photo of him back at that time, but his name was David Randolph Gray. Well, he would then rape Sandra Sowash. After that was concluded, 16-year-old Atina told Ronald Wojciech to get out of the van, and she was holding him at knife point as well. He hesitated. That's when David Randolph Gray came back and forcibly removed Ronald from the van, putting a butcher knife to his back. He walks Ronald about 50 to 60 feet into the woods, where, according to witnesses, Atina then says and screams at him, "Kill him now." That's when David Gray tells her, "Bring the other girl over here now too, so we can kill her." Well, Sandra hears this and she bolts, she takes off. Eventually, Sandra is able to get to police. The following day, the body of the 29-year-old Sergeant Ronald Wojciech was found in the woods. He had been stabbed 19 times. Sandra Sowash was able to identify at least one of the perpetrators, which was 16-year-old Atina, which then led police to 28-year-old David Randolph Gray, and a third person, a 15-year-old girl named Dawn Bushart. Was all 3 of them that abducted Ronald and Sandra. Okay, but whose plan was it? Well, according to literally everyone, this was all Atina Canaday's plan, to kill the man that broke up with her. Well, Atina would later say, well, no, I was just an innocent pawn in all of this. But then it would be revealed that the actual person who stabbed Ronald was Atina. After she was finished trying to chase after Sandra, and she actually threw a knife at Sandra but hit her in the back with the butt end of the knife, she then goes back to David Randolph Gray, where he now has Ronald. She tells David, hey, walk away from here, I need to talk to Ronald. She then comes back with blood all over herself, blood all over the knife, and she had killed him. David Gray goes on trial, and he is found guilty of the capital murder as well as other charges along with rape and kidnapping, and he is initially, from what I can tell, sentenced to death. The 15-year-old girl, Dawn Bushart, was found guilty of manslaughter with her connection to this and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Atina Canaday, who was considered the mastermind and the actual person who killed Ronald, was also convicted and sentenced to death. One of the youngest people to ever be sentenced to death in the United States. 2 years later, the Supreme Court takes up a case which leads them back to her sentencing, which then they toss out her death sentence and resentence her to life in prison with the possibility of parole, in which she was paroled in 2008, and so she is free as a bird now. This is David Randolph Gray now. I was trying to figure out when his death sentence was supposed to be carried out, if it had not already been done so. And so when I look at his inmate records, it actually just says life in prison, and he's still alive. And so it looks like his conviction was also, or his sentence was also overturned, and he got life without parole. And that's where he is to this very day, rotting away. She basically got off the death sentence simply because she was a minor when all of this occurred. Eventually, Lifetime would turn this story, loosely based, into a movie starring Brad Pitt and Juliette Lewis called Too Young to Die. Oh, Lifetime. When you think back to all of this, you have two girls who lost their father forever. And the actual person who truly did it is out there free, just walking around amongst everyone. And is that really justice? Is it? A murdered girl would get justice, but she is still somewhere out there. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Rosemary Calandriello. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in the Atlantic Highlands neighborhood in New Jersey. Rosemary Calandriello was born on June 11th, 1952. She was the youngest of 4 kids in the family. When this all occurred, she is 17 and is the only one of her siblings still living at home. Rosemary, it sounds like, kind of lived a bit of a sheltered life. Her parents were just super protective. Her dad was sick at the time and couldn't do much, and so the parents especially needed help around the house, and so Rosemary would be the one to go out and do the grocery shopping. She was also responsible, obviously the parents gave her the money, but she was the one to physically go out and pay all the bills. And I think that kind of led to her just having a shy type of life, described as being very bookish. This takes us to August 25th, 1969. Rosemary was asked by her mother to go get a couple of things from the local grocery store. She was given like $2 or $3 to buy those things, which, things were cheap. A neighbor would later recount seeing her walking down the road to the store, and another neighbor saw a man driving in a black and white Ford vehicle, kind of a huskier guy, just sitting behind the wheel right past where Rosemary walked. 4 teenage boys also saw a very similar vehicle, or the exact same vehicle, with what they described as a heavier, older man behind the wheel, also in the proximity of Rosemary. Later, those teenage boys would see Rosemary in the vehicle with that man, as did another witness. And Rosemary never came home. And the fact that she wasn't home within a brief, 20-30 minute window of time, which is when she was expected home, her parents would report her missing. And the police would begin their investigation immediately. Now, the guy seen in this Ford looked so concerning to some people that one witness actually wrote down the license plate number. And when this all came out on the news that Rosemary was now missing, they would basically go to police and give them all this information, including the license plate number, which led them to a man named Robert Zarinsky, a man who spent the majority of his life in trouble with the law. He would actually later on be considered a suspect in the murder of at least 2 or 3 other young girls. And when the 4 boys and the other witness say that that is the guy they saw and that is the car they saw, because police had his car now, and these witnesses are placing Rosemary in the vehicle with him, they arrest him and they charge him with murdering Rosemary. And this is sometime after she goes missing, and she was just still missing. Even after he is arrested and charged, they still haven't found her. But they are confident enough that he killed her and did God knows what with her, and they were confident that they could get a conviction in this case. And they do. He is found guilty of the murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. In 1988, he does end up confessing that he, in fact, was the person to abduct and murder Rosemary. He says after he killed her, he just buried her in some random location in northwest New Jersey, but didn't know exactly where. So he wasn't able to lead police to a body. Another time he changed it, that he threw her into the Atlantic Ocean, which, if that's the case, she'll definitely never be found. And given his history of, he wasn't convicted of any of them, but his history of being accused of murdering other young girls, it sounds like his motive here was just, probably sexual in nature. Meanwhile, Rosemary is still out there. She got justice. Her killer will never be free again. He won't hurt any other young girl ever again. But where is she? Her parents have since passed, never knowing where she was, never being able to bury her. But that doesn't mean that she doesn't deserve to still be brought home. And maybe there's a chance that someone knows where she is. And so hopefully one day very soon, Rosemary Colandriello will finally come home and be laid to rest. When a couple was found murdered, the question became, was this a robbery gone wrong, or was it a hate crime? Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Roxanne Ellis and Michelle Abdill. Viewer discretion is advised. So this particular case is going to take us to the area of Medford, Oregon. 53-year-old Roxanne Ellis and 42-year-old Michelle Abdill were a couple. They actually met while living in Colorado. Roxanne Ellis had previously been married and had 2 kids, but was divorced. The two of them would eventually meet in Colorado while both working at a doctor's office. And they soon became an item. And there was, unfortunately, a lot of homophobia in the area they were living in there in Colorado Springs specifically. This was around the 80s, early 90s when they were dealing with that. But eventually they would find themselves living in Medford, Oregon, where they would start their own real estate company. And when they weren't doing that, they were also very proud activists in the area. And they fought very publicly against anti-gay laws. The date is December 4th, 1995. Roxanne Ellis had an appointment to show a rental property to a man, and so she would leave the office and head to that property. At approximately 5 p.m., Michelle, who was still at the office, gets a call from Roxanne saying she's having car troubles and asked if she could bring her car to help give a jump. Roxanne and Michelle were never seen alive again. So eventually, Roxanne's daughter, who was also living in the area at this time, she goes to the apartment and condo complex where her mother was having this appointment, and she finds her mother's car. Nothing unusual about it. There's no signs of foul play or anything. Now the couple is reported missing, and there is this initial belief, especially within the gay community there, that this was a targeted thing against them for being a lesbian couple, especially given that this particular couple was very active and very vocal in trying to do away with anti-gay laws and legislation there. 4 days later, Michelle Abdill's pickup truck was found by a cableman. When he looked inside, there were 2 bodies in it, the bodies of 2 women. So he contacted the authorities. And the bodies inside were confirmed to be that of Roxanne and Michelle. Both of them had been shot to death while laying in the back of their truck. A composite drawing was eventually drawn up of the man that Roxanne had gone to the appointment with at that particular condo. And so this was being circulated around the news and all the newspapers, and police would get information from a very unlikely source, this man's own mother. And when she saw that composite drawing, she said to herself, "That's my son." And she goes straight to police with it and tells them, "I think my son is the person who killed those 2 women." Obviously one of the hardest things a mother probably ever has to do. Her son was 27-year-old Robert Acremont. They would confirm that the appointment that was scheduled for Roxanne that day to show this man the apartment came from a local motel, and they were able to link that motel to a room where Robert had been staying at one point. Robert was someone who served in the Air Force, and he seemed to do really well for himself for some time. But eventually, he seemed to fall in love with a stripper at a Vegas strip club, and he spent every last penny he had on her. This would lead to him basically becoming broke and then depressed. Also because that stripper rejected him. And at the time of the double homicide, Robert was very much strapped for cash. But the issue is a lot of things were left behind. Like there were purses left behind, there was money left behind, and so they weren't sure if his actual motive truly was money. However, they track him down to another motel where he is arrested without incident. He does eventually fully cooperate and admit that he was the one to set up that appointment for the purpose of taking them hostage. And he said the plan was to try to rob them or get money from them, to have one of them write a check for a large amount payable to him. But it doesn't sound like that plan worked. He forced Roxanne at gunpoint to call Michelle to have her come to the place where she was showing the apartment in order to get her there because she could also sign this check. But something happened where he ended up killing them both. In September of 1996, he would plead guilty and was found guilty, and he was sentenced to death. And he personally requested to be sentenced to death by lethal injection. He would never be executed by lethal injection. That is because on October 16th, 2018, he was found dead in his prison cell, later determined to be from just natural causes. There are some people who it sounds like there is belief that this may have been partially some kind of hate crime, but there was never any actual solid proof to show that. The only evidence or proof they really ever had was more in the direction of this was a robbery that just went wrong. This was a plan to extort money out of these women, and it just went south real quick, so he killed them. But now he is dead, and so thankfully they and their families got justice. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Sally Weaver. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular case takes us to the area of Hanover, Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, this is one of those cases where I do not have any photos. And I'm also seeing conflicting information about where it happened. One article says it happened on 28 York Street, which would be here. But then another one says it was on 228 York Street, which would be here. But on October 5th, 1968, police in Hanover were called about a distressing situation going on at an apartment building. The call came in at 3:40 p.m. and it just basically said that there was trouble happening there. And I'm going to toggle back between both of these places. When police arrived, they see a man standing in a window on the second floor, and then as they get out of their car, the man then jumps or falls. They weren't really sure at the time. The man then lands on the staircase. So if this is the building, you actually have a set of stairs underneath a second floor window. I guess with this one you do as well, assuming maybe the awning wasn't there at the time. The man would be rushed to Hanover General Hospital, and police entered the apartment building where the call came in from. When they entered the apartment, they went to a bedroom where they tragically found a little girl lying on her bed covered in blood. And unfortunately, she was deceased. She was identified as 8-year-old Sally Rebecca Weaver. The coroner would later determine that the little girl was strangled, but she was also stabbed numerous times. The man that fell or jumped from the window, which would have been from that same apartment, was identified as Lawrence Eugene Weaver. He was still alive when he arrived at the hospital, and he was conscious for a brief amount of time. And in that brief amount of time, he confessed. He was the one who strangled and stabbed his daughter. The why, however, unknown. And it will also probably never be known because he ends up dying. From what I can tell, Lawrence Weaver was 52 years old. He was married and they had 6 kids, one of them unfortunately being Sally, who passed away. He actually served in the Navy during World War II. And that's all I really know. And I don't know anything about Sally. I can't even find her obituary or anything, or find a grave or anything. It's tragic because it's like, what led a father to brutally murder his own daughter that way? And then he clearly, immediately knew what he did because he also had a cut down his wrist. So clearly the intent was for him to end his own life in some way. And it's just sad, and it's eerie also that this man, 52-year-old man, could kill his 8-year-old daughter that way, and nobody knows why. I don't know if there was any sexual component to this. It could have been one of those things where maybe he was doing something very bad to his daughter, and in order to prevent her from saying anything, he kills her, and then he takes his own life because he can't deal with it. Just speculation. I have no idea. All I do know for sure is that poor little child did not deserve that. And so I hope that father is resting unpeacefully in hell, and I hope Sally has found peace. A teenage boy goes missing, mysterious letters, and then bones. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Samuel Lottery. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to London in Ontario, Canada. That is where 17-year-old Samuel Lottery lived. Samuel at the time was a student at H.B. Beale Secondary School there in London. Samuel had an absolute love for basketball and for hip-hop music. He was incredibly intelligent. He could fix anything. And most importantly, he loved his family. But then one day, he just vanished. It was January 18th, 1996. Samuel was not at home at that time, but he had begun to walk back to his home. His family would report him missing by the following morning. And for a short time, there was nothing. No sign of him, no news of what happened, no witnesses, absolutely nothing. Then, a letter was dropped off here at this church. This was the Pillar of Fire church located on Gun Street. The letter said to search the nearby Thames River for him, for Samuel. But in that letter was also a photo, and the family confirmed it was a photo that came directly from Samuel's wallet. So, believing that this person literally knows what happened, they search as much as they can the Thames River, but find nothing. 8 months go by, and they receive another letter. This is the letter, obviously you can't see the words, but it was written on very unique stationery. And according to police, the letter contained more specific information that would be relevant to what happened to Samuel. What that information is, though, they haven't exactly said, but it is believed to be a very credible letter. A year after that goes by, and a man who was just walking his dog next to the Blackfriars Bridge, well, they find a human arm bone. So the police go to that area, and they find more bones scattered around. Because they were able to get DNA samples that would help them identify if they ever were to find Samuel, they were able to determine that the bones found were his bones. And unfortunately, they now know that Samuel is dead. And so now police there in London say this is no longer obviously a missing persons case. They then changed it to suspicious death because the remains they found didn't indicate how he died. In 2003, sort of in the same area, a human jawbone is found. Again, DNA linked it to Samuel's, but again, it did not tell them how he died. In 2008, a human skull was located. This was found along the Guy Lombardo Bridge that goes along the Thames River. Once again, the skull they determined belonged to Samuel Lottery. At this point, after investigating this further, they then change it from suspicious death to this is a confirmed homicide. I don't know if they determined how he died when they found the skull, but that is when they changed it to murder. Not to mention, they received at least a few very suspicious letters, very mysterious letters, directing police where to find these remains. And it sounds like some of the letters actually, it sounds like it might have come from Samuel's actual killer. And that's when police have stated that they believe at this point that Samuel Lottery was specifically targeted and that whoever did this knew him. However, they do not know who that is. They don't know if this was done by one person or multiple people. The who and the whys remain a mystery. But they do believe that there are people in London, Ontario who do know exactly who killed him and why. Because as we always say, someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth. There's always at least one person. And in this case, perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of 17-year-old Samuel Lottery, you were asked to please call 519-661-5670. Or you can call anonymously to 1-800-222-8477. She was just walking to her car, and then she vanished. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sarah McDermott. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Victoria, Australia. And this was 23-year-old Sarah McDermott. She was actually born in Scotland, but her family would end up moving to Australia. On July 11th, 1990, Sarah and a couple of her friends would go out and play tennis, something they did all the time. And they were doing so at a place called Flinders Park, which was at the time located in East Melbourne. After they were done, Sarah and her friends would then go to Richmond Station, a train station, where they would then board a train to head to Caulfield and then change to the Frankston service. At that point, when they got there, Sarah's friends would get off the train, but Sarah would continue going on because her vehicle was parked at the Kananook station. So when her friends got off the train, they had no idea that that was the last time they would ever see her. The train arrived with Sarah aboard at Kananook station sometime around 10:20 p.m. Then, witnesses would later state to police that they saw Sarah at about 10:20 p.m. walking towards the car park, where her car was in fact located. Sarah, by all accounts, seemed to be totally fine. She wasn't in any kind of distress. Nobody saw anyone following her. But Sarah never got home. So the following day, on July 12, 1990, her parents report her missing. They would discover that her last known location was at Kananook Station, where in the car park they found her car. It was a red 1978 Honda Civic. On the ground next to the car was a lighter that they later determined belonged to Sarah. But the most alarming aspect of all of this was that right next to her car was blood, and it was fresh blood. There were then blood drops that led them to an area of bushes right next to the car park. When they got to that area, they noticed a little bit more blood, but they also noticed two very distinct drag patterns. It looked like someone's feet were scraping against the dirt as they were being dragged. When witnesses would come forward to state that they saw Sarah, there were other people who also said they heard something very concerning that night. They heard a woman very clearly screaming, "Give me back my keys." And then someone else said they also heard the woman say, "Stop fooling around." And then a scream, just a solid scream. Did anyone try to approach the situation or find out where it was coming from? I don't know. But from all I can see, no one reported seeing the actual abduction. And that is what police believe happened. She was abducted. Someone had approached her as she got right next to her car. She was about ready to get inside of it, and then someone attacked her. But they don't know who that person is. They also do not know where Sarah is. Sarah's body has never been found. No sightings of her have ever been reported. Sarah was there, and then she wasn't. The likelihood is that she was likely abducted, possibly raped, and then murdered, and then dumped in some unknown location. Someone somewhere out there knows exactly what happened to Sarah McDermott and where she is located. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about the disappearance of Sarah McDermott in 1990, you are asked to please call Crime Stoppers there in Australia at 1-800-333-000. If you know something, please come forward and say something. This is a bizarre case that leaves behind 3 bodies and 2 still missing children. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Jeannette Kirkpatrick and Schuch Henson. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 3-year-old Jeannette Kirkpatrick and then her 2-month-old sister, Schuch Henson. And they are pictured with their mother, Kimyala Henson. The 3 of them were living in Portland, Oregon. One day in 2001, a childhood friend of Kimyala's, pictured here, and I'm sorry, this is the best photos I can find of them. Her name was Christina Noel Mayer. She called Kimyala and said, "Hey, I'm going to be in town. Do you want to meet up with me?" And the person she said was her husband. Christina gave a fake name to Kimyala, but Kimyala was like, "Yeah, of course, let's do it." Now, the husband that she claimed was her husband that actually wasn't her husband is actually a man named Frank Lee O-Ring. He's a fugitive from Missouri, and he was actually currently on a path to find his ex-wife and kill her. But the 2 of them told Kimyala, "Hey, do you want to take a road trip to British Columbia in Canada?" Kimyala says, "Yeah, of course, that'd be kind of fun." So, the plan was to go from Portland, Oregon, up to British Columbia, Canada. They would have to cross the border, obviously, but that's not the direction they went. They actually end up going south, and they go to Redding, California. They also stop in Sacramento, California, because apparently that is where Kimyala Henson, where her birth certificate was. The couple, the fake couple, told her, "Well, you might need your birth certificate to travel across the border to Canada." Kimyala and the 2 girls and the couple were seen in Redding, California on April 5th, 2001. Oh, and by the way, here's another little interesting nugget. The reason why Frank and Christina were teamed up here was because Frank was one of the leaders of a satanic cult. And she was a member of that cult. Fun! But after being seen in Redding, Kimyala's not seen again, and the couple isn't be seen by anyone in California. Fast forwarding now to April 20th, 2001, now all the way across the country in Naples, Florida. A woman was found shot to death on a picnic table at a park there in Naples. A short distance away, there was a man with a gun lying next to him who also had a gunshot wound through his head. The woman was pronounced dead at the scene. The man was still alive. He was rushed to the hospital where unfortunately they were not able to save him and he died. It turns out the man had shot the woman dead and then shot himself. They were identified as Christina Mayer and Frank O-Ring. In their possession, they found the birth certificate and ID of Kimyala Henson. Kimyala and her 2 daughters had been reported missing a few days later. April 28th, 2001, now in the area of Nixon, Nevada. We're all over the map here. Buried in a shallow grave in the desert was the body of a woman who had been beaten to death. She was beat to death, they later determined, with a hatchet, and she also had been shot. Now, that hatchet was later found in the car in Florida where the couple was found dead. On that hatchet was dried blood. That dried blood would match Kimyala Henson, and that's who was identified in that shallow grave. 21-year-old Kimyala Henson was now a murder victim, but nowhere near her were the 2 girls. Those 2 kids have never been found. None of the physical evidence, meaning like DNA and fingerprints and stuff like that, have ever matched any of the 2 girls. They don't even know if they're alive or if they're dead. There is a belief that the 2 kids may have been sold to someone. They may have been trafficked, or they may have been killed and buried in a shallow grave somewhere else. Or they were given to someone. They don't know. It's just a complete mystery as to what happened to the girls. But both kids are now on the FBI's website because this is a federal case and they're still trying to find them. This is a 3-year-old and a 2-month-old baby. This was an age-progressed photo of Shayna Kirkpatrick, which she would have looked like around 14 or 15 years old. I don't see an age-progressed photo of Shasha. It's a baffling mystery at this point. Why was Kimyala, was she a target? Was this their plan the whole time? To steal her identity and kill her? And oops, she also had 2 kids with her. That wasn't part of the plan. Was it random? Sadly, none of it is known because all the adults in this are dead. All found dead, so no one can talk. And the 2 girls obviously can't talk because no one knows where they are. But you have to believe that someone somewhere out there knows the truth about where these 2 girls are and what the true story is of what happened in this whole thing. Perhaps that someone is you. Both girls were last seen alive in Redding, California in April of 2001. Shayna would be approximately 27 years old. Shasha would be approximately 24 years old. If you have any information on this case, you can call your local FBI office, or you can specifically reach out to the Portland, Oregon FBI office at 503-224-4181. You can also leave tips at tips.fbi.gov. 27 years later, they still do not know who would do this to such an innocent young girl. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Shamika Ray. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Beulah, Alabama, and it's 1999. Shamika Denise Ray was born in 1988, and she lived in Alabama her entire life. I know Shamika had at least one sister who was about 16 years old when this case occurred. Shamika was described as an incredibly bright and very friendly young girl. She had a big, beautiful, friendly smile, and even at the age of 11, she was just kind to everyone. At about 10 p.m. on January 27th, 1999, Shamika would say good night and I love you to her family. She would go to her room, which she shared with her 16-year-old sister, and she went to bed. The following morning, her mom is getting up and, getting stuff done around the house when she goes to check on, the kids, and Shamika is no longer in her bed. She is no longer in the house. She is missing. Based on information from the sister who shared the room with her, they know Shamika was in her room at about midnight, so she disappeared sometime between midnight and 7 a.m. They would soon report her missing, but unfortunately it would not take very long to find her. Along Chambers County Road 269 and Judge Brown Road, there was a bus of kids going down the road when the kids looked out the window and noticed something very strange on the road. They alerted the bus driver, who then stopped, got out of the bus to see what this was. It was the body of a child. And this poor girl had been bludgeoned to death. And sadly, she was soon identified by her father as Shamika Denise Ray. She didn't have any issues at school with anyone. There didn't appear to be any issues in the home. And the other thing is, they don't even know why this happened, because from what the coroner states, Shamika was not raped. So how did this 11-year-old girl in the middle of the night get out to this road and then was bludgeoned to death by someone? How did that even happen? According to the sister who shared the room with her, she heard nothing out of the ordinary. Didn't see anything either. Her parents were, also in the house. They didn't see or hear anything. I don't even know if they know exactly how she got out of the house in terms of, was it a bedroom window? Was it the front door, a back door? They don't know if she was lured out or if someone abducted her right from the home. But then how would nobody hear or see that? I mean, it's happened before. It is possible. I've covered cases before where, the suspect is caught, it wasn't known to the family, and no one heard it. So it is entirely possible. Did she leave on her own accord? They don't know. And that's the sad thing. They just don't know. They don't know who did this. They don't know why it was done. They don't know how she got to be where she was found. There are so many questions with zero answers. It doesn't sound like they have any forensic evidence like fingerprints, palm prints, like on windowsills or doors. Or if they do have those things, they haven't matched anyone. It doesn't sound like they have any DNA found on her body because, again, they don't believe she was raped. But that doesn't mean that her clothing wasn't touched by someone where you can get touch DNA, which back in 1999 wasn't a thing. I also don't believe the police suspect anyone in the family of being involved. The family has been continuing to put pressure on the police, rightfully so, to solve this case. There is a monetary reward for any information that helps lead to her killer. And somebody somewhere out there has to know the truth about who did this to this 11-year-old child. And if you're afraid to come forward, you can report information anonymously if you need to. They just need the answers. They need to know who did this so that that person can be put in prison. So if you have any information on the murder of Shamika Denise Ray, you were asked to please call the Chambers County Sheriff's Office at 334-864-4335. She was a 6-year-old girl. She was 6. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cherie Beasley. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Melbourne, which is in Victoria in Australia. Cherie Joy Beasley was born on February 25th, 1985. She only got 6 years on this earth, but in that 6 years, she was vibrant and youthful and a joy to be around. She was a true source of happiness for those around her. She would talk your ear off. She was free-spirited. She was fun. Cherie was someone who just enjoyed the simple pleasures of being a child. She was the epitome of innocence. And then a monster stole her from the world. It was June 29th, 1991. Cherie would get on her trusty pink bicycle, put on her pink helmet, and she was asked to go down to the local milk bar to get some groceries. I don't think this is the exact one, but I guess this is what a milk bar was back then in the 90s in Australia. I think it's like a convenience store. Her mom gave her a small amount of money just to go down to the store, get some things, and Cherie said with a smile, "Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes, Mom. I love you." That was the last time she ever heard her daughter's voice. After an hour, Cherie was not home. The family went to go look for her. She was nowhere to be found. So they report the 6-year-old child missing to police. And then a very alarming discovery. About 100 meters away from the milk bar where she was supposed to go, they found her bike and the groceries just on the side of the road, abandoned. Cherie was nowhere to be found. At that point, a massive search was underway for the little girl, including hundreds of volunteers. They were going door to door. They were asking all the local businesses if anyone saw or heard anything. A couple of months later, they finally get some information from a young boy. He said on that day he saw a small blue car and that a little girl was being forced into that car. It looked like the little girl was trying to fight off the man who was putting her in the car. And then it just sped away. When the boy saw this, he was alone, and there was no one there to corroborate his story, so it was hard to verify. But it was lining up with various other people who had seen a blue car kind of driving erratically in the area when she was likely taken. A month after that witness comes forward, another one comes forward. She said she also saw a small blue car, possibly a Toyota, something along those lines, that she saw there was a man behind the wheel. It was driving kind of erratically, and she saw a little girl inside. The little girl was wearing a pink helmet, and the girl appeared to be crying or in some kind of distress. The reason why this witness didn't come forward right away is because they were told in the newspapers that Cherie's pink bike helmet was found with the bike, which in fact it was not. So the news articles got it wrong. Once this witness found out about that, she then said, okay, well, I saw a little girl with a pink helmet in the blue car. 3 months after Cherie's disappearance, they finally located her. Her body was discovered off the side of a road inside of a drain. She was very badly decomposed. As a matter of fact, it actually took a few months for them to actually positively identify her. They suspected it was her the entire time, though, because they found clothing next to the body that matched the clothing she was wearing. And you have kids who had to walk by this sign that says, Girl 6, body found in gutter. Just as a reminder to kids that this happened, which obviously is going to put the kids and the parents more on edge and to also be more careful. Then in May of 1993, almost out of nowhere, they announced that we have arrested a suspect. And as a matter of fact, we have charged him with kidnapping and murder. His name is Robert Arthur Selby Lowe. He was a married father of 2, a former salesman, and a church elder. Apparently, he had been considered potentially a suspect early on, but it wasn't until they got recordings of him talking to a psychiatrist. So basically, the police were looking into him, and they started to record these sessions with him and the psychiatrist, unbeknownst to him or the psychiatrist. Then the psychiatrist found out, and she's like, yeah, okay, we can do this. And so she started recording conversations because she was very uneasy with this man. He was essentially talking about his involvement in Cherie's murder, asking the psychiatrist, like, what would I get for manslaughter if I pled out in this case to save my marriage? It was all very incriminating, and so he was arrested. This is him pictured there, but his wife would later testify that on the day that Cherie disappeared, he comes home and decides to wash his own clothes for the very first time in their entire 19-year marriage. He also thoroughly cleaned and vacuumed his car the following morning, something he had not done before. She also would tell police that, I don't know where he was most of that day. At his trial, there would be numerous witnesses who would testify that it was him they saw in the blue car. He did drive a blue car, the same one they saw. They had the testimony from his wife. It was a lot of circumstantial evidence, but it was very strong. Robert Lowe was found guilty of the murder and kidnapping of the 6-year-old girl, and he was sentenced to life in prison. And in this case, there was no option for parole. After his conviction, he would plead that he was innocent. While in prison, though, he is revealed to have been orchestrating a child pornography ring in the prison. He died in prison in November of 2021. Again, she was a 6-year-old child. And this man apparently needed to do unspeakable things to her and then kill her. And hopefully he is boiling in the fires of hell as we speak. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Shortstop Market Murders. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to 1989, Phoenix, Arizona. Specifically at the corner of 48th Street and Broadway. That is where, back in 1989 at least, the Shortstop Market was. This was 61-year-old Richard Butts. He was a security guard for that little shopping center. The manager at the time of the Shortstop was named Ron Barman. I have been trying to find photos of him, but I just cannot. But Ron Barman was working the night of December 23rd, 1989, and Richard Butts was working as a security guard at that same time. Just a few minutes after midnight, two men would walk into the convenience store, and they held a gun to Ron Barman's head as they demanded money from the cash register, which I believe was less than $100. Witnesses nearby would then hear the sound of two gunshots. Then a short time after this, another gunshot. When several people ran to the convenience store, they found two people dead. Ron Barman and Richard Butts. Witnesses would come forward fairly quickly that actually recognized the two individuals. Specifically a man named Eric John King. He was the one that people actually could recall. He was wearing a very distinctive sweater that he owned. It was something that stood out. It had this very unique diamond-shaped pattern on it. Later, when police are looking at the surveillance footage, which this convenience store did have, was not very common in 1989, they also see a man entering the store with a diamond pattern shape on his sweatshirt, committing the robbery and murder. Now, the footage does not clearly show the face. Again, this is 1989 technology. It's going to be very, very blurry. Another witness saw two black men running from the store from the scene. One of the witnesses was actually a woman who was dating this man here, Michael Page Jones. She saw him running from the store just as she saw Eric John King, someone she knew personally. So it didn't take very long for police to find them. As a matter of fact, Michael Page Jones was still in the vicinity of the convenience store directly after the murder. Eric John King was not, but they were able to find him relatively quickly, and both of them are arrested. They are charged and indicted for the murders of both men. But police did not have any evidence placing Michael Page Jones directly in the convenience store, or they could not place a gun in his hand and firing at any of the two deceased individuals. They do have witnesses who saw him outside of the convenience store, but because the case against him was really, really weak, they did present him with an option. You can testify against Eric John King at trial, and we're going to drop charges against you. And that's exactly what they did. All charges against Michael Page Jones were dropped, and he did testify against Eric John King. There would be numerous witnesses who would take the stand at his trial, as well as the surveillance footage that showed the diamond-shaped pattern sweatshirt with a male wearing it. And the jury came back with a verdict of guilty of both charges of capital murder. Eric John King was then sentenced to death. All of this, by the way, for like $100 or less. That's it. And I've seen this happen numerous times before, where other people robbed convenience stores and abducted, like, the woman behind the counter and killed her and raped her and stole like $27. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing what people will kill for. Why did Ron Barman even need to die? Like, I don't even understand. Because he saw your face? Like, okay, sure, maybe you would have been arrested for the robbery and got a short amount of time in prison, but now you've killed someone, and now you're gonna be killed yourself. Over the years, he would try to contest the conviction. He would appeal his sentence, saying that it was actually Michael Jones who did everything, and he was with somebody else wearing a sweater like I had. Which, by the way, the sweater was found a short distance away from the convenience store because Eric King had removed it and thrown it. I'm assuming because people would recognize it, and also it probably had blood on it. His defense would argue over the years that the surveillance footage never should have been shown to the jury because it was essentially an edited or cut down version of the entire tape. and suggested that that could be misleading. I don't understand how, though, because as long as they're showing the individual entering the store and shooting the clerk and the security guard, I don't really know why you would need to see the rest of it. What relevance would that have? Needless to say, he lost every appeal. In 2011, Eric John King would be executed by lethal injection. And with that, Richard and Ron finally got their justice. More infamous than Ted Bundy? This guy might have been, and you've probably never heard of him. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Stephen Morin. Viewer discretion is advised. Stephen Morin was born in Rhode Island in 1951. From what I can see, he had a relatively normal childhood, but as he got older, he became more of a troublesome person. He would start committing crimes that seemed to get worse and worse and worse. And by his late teens, early 20s, he is now just roaming the entire country. On September 26, 1976, in San Francisco, California, he actually abducts a 14-year-old girl, takes her to an apartment where he then hangs her by a hook in his ceiling, where he then rapes her repeatedly. And then he just let her go. Then he travels to Nevada, where he finds himself primarily in the Las Vegas area. January 16th, 1980. A young woman went shopping and was then abducted out of a parking lot. 18-year-old Susan Belote. She was reported missing by her family, and she was not found until May 26 of 1980. Her remains were so badly decomposed that the coroner could not determine how she died. June 27th, 1980. This is outside of an Alpha Beta grocery store in Las Vegas. 20-year-old Cheryl Daniel had been shopping there, and as she left, she was abducted from the parking lot. She too was reported missing, but is not found until December of 1980. Her body was found with a single bullet hole through her head. By this point, a composite drawing of this man had been circulating, and Stephen Morin's name had already come up early on in the investigation. Because of his criminal history in various states, he was known to the authorities there in Nevada, and he sort of matched the description of the person seen abducting these women. And so at that point, they were already on the hunt for him. But before the authorities could find him, he had already left Nevada and went to Colorado. And what they now know after the fact is that on November 6, 1981, Stephen Morin had gone out on a date with another woman and then dropped her off and left her unharmed. Then he goes to pick up a 23-year-old woman named Sheila Whalen. The following day, on November 7th, the body of 23-year-old Sheila Whalen was found inside of a motel room. But now he heads back to Texas. He's bouncing all over the place so that he could evade authorities. I can't find a photo of the next victim, unfortunately. But a 21-year-old woman named Jana Bruce was abducted right after she left work at a Hilton hotel that she worked in Corpus Christi, Texas. On December 3rd, 1981, Jana Bruce's body is found floating in a body of water. She had been raped, and she was also strangled to death with a ligature. They found Jana's vehicle, and when they dusted it, they found fingerprints. Later, those fingerprints would link back to Stephen Morin. On December 6, 1981, Stephen Morin, pictured here, would shoot two people, Michael Reed and Pearl Lutz. He had attempted to abduct Pearl, but there was resistance, and so he shot at both of them. And then he ends up fleeing, not getting what he wanted. Both victims would end up surviving. December 11th, 1981. 21-year-old Carrie Scott and her 25-year-old friend Drew Valdez, they had walked out of a restaurant when they were approached by Stephen Morin, who wanted to steal their car. There was again some resistance, and he shot at both of them as well. Both of them were struck by bullets. Drew Valdez would end up surviving. Carrie Scott, however, did not. She would die from her injuries. December 11th, 1981, police have finally tracked him down. Stephen Morin was located at a Sands Motel in San Antonio, Texas. They surrounded the hotel, but what they did not know is that Stephen Morin, unfortunately, had already opened up the bathroom window and began to escape. When police break down the door of the motel room, they enter it and they find two women inside. One of them was Sarah Clark. The other was Pamela Jackson. She was actually abducted by Stephen 11 days prior. Meanwhile, Stephen was able to escape and he evaded authorities once again. December 12th, 1981. A 30-year-old married mother of two was out shopping. Her name was Margaret Mayfield Palm, pictured here, when suddenly she was jumped by Stephen Morin, who flew out of some bushes, put a gun to her head and said, "You're going to take me to the bus station." So she drives him to the Greyhound bus station in Kerrville. But the authorities were able to catch up to him, and they found him at the Greyhound station. This time, they surround him, and they arrest him. Margaret Palm was left unharmed after that. They are now trying to piece all of this together. He had abducted other people. He was also suspected in the murders of other women. This man left a trail of bodies. And, they called him a homicidal maniac. Wow. No kidding. Initially, they believed Stephen Morin had probably killed somewhere around 30 people. But when it was all said and done, they actually suspect him somewhere between 40 to 50 murders. His known crime spree started in 1976 with the abduction of that 14-year-old girl who survived. This is now at the time where Ted Bundy is also going through the country from various states abducting and murdering women. Now, Bundy is suspected of killing somewhere around 30 to 35. And there was even belief at one point that Stephen Morin and Ted Bundy might have been dropping bodies and it would be impossible to know which one did which one. But oddly enough, Stephen Morin is not a name you've ever really heard of. As we all know, Ted Bundy was convicted and sentenced to death where he was executed, which would end up being the exact same fate as Stephen Morin. Stephen Morin was convicted of 4 murders. The murder of Carrie Scott, the murder of Jana Bruce, the murder of Cheryl Daniel, and the murder of Sheila Whalen. He got the death penalty for all of his convictions, which was in multiple states. Stephen Morin was actively investigated for homicides of 48 people, and these were in the states of Utah, Colorado, Nevada, Washington, Idaho, Indiana, Missouri, Pennsylvania, Texas, New York, and California. And I think they feel pretty confident that he was responsible for a very large portion of those. Not all of them, but most of them. He was convicted in 1984. This is back at a time where we just executed within like 10 minutes of their convictions. On March 13th, 1985, that's exactly what happened. His final words were, "Father, forgive these people, for they know not what they do. Forgive them as you have forgiven me, and I have forgiven them. Lord Jesus, I commit my soul to you." His final meal was steak, baked potatoes with butter, green pea salad, banana pudding, and coffee. They then injected him with chemicals, and he died, bringing his horrific reign of terror finally to an end. Did they execute an innocent man? Well, they sure seem to not want you to find out. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Suzanne Marie Collins. Viewer discretion is advised. Suzanne Marie Collins was born on June 8th, 1966, and I believe she had a brother. Growing up, Suzanne was always a really popular kid. She got along with everybody. She would sing in youth choirs. She loved to read. One of her favorite things to do was to run. She would run every single day. She joined the Marine Corps on June 26, 1984. And this will take us to Millington, Tennessee. Suzanne was stationed here at the Naval Support Activity Mid-South in Millington. And on July 11th, 1985, her life would end. Like I said earlier, Suzanne would run or jog every single day, and she would always jog around the base. That is what she was doing on that July 11th afternoon. Around that same time, 2 other Marines would hear the sound of a woman screaming and then the sound of a car. They would run over to where they think the screaming came from, but they didn't see anyone. Instead, they actually saw a car screeching away, and it may have like a really loud muffler. They would then report this to the base. Later that afternoon, they are asked to come into the security office to tell them what they heard, and as they're doing that, they actually see a car in a parking lot, and they say, "Oh, that's the car we saw." That car belonged to this man here, Sedley Alley, a fellow Marine. Now, at this point in the afternoon, Suzanne's roommate has reported her missing to the base. The security personnel would interview Sedley and his wife. They both gave a detailed account of where they were, and they were satisfied with their responses, and they let them go. But then the two Marines who earlier heard the screaming and the car driving away with the loud muffler said that they don't think Sedley's telling the truth. Because Sedley Alley's car, when it ran, it had a really loud muffler. Just like what they heard earlier with the sound of a woman screaming. The following morning at Edmund Orgill Park, which was just a short distance away, the body of a deceased and badly beaten woman was found. She had a severely fractured skull, and she also had a tree limb shoved into her vaginal area. It was so deep into her body that it actually pierced her lung. She died, the coroner determined, from blunt force trauma and internal hemorrhaging due to the tree limb in her body. Near her body, they found a pair of men's red underwear. There were fresh tire tracks and also fresh shoe impressions. There was another witness who also came forward to state that they saw a man near the site where they believe Suzanne was abducted from, the same location where those two Marines heard a woman screaming and a car speeding away. They described this individual as a male who was 5'6" to 5'8", had short brown hair. They had a dark complexion. They drove a station wagon. But it was Sedley Alley who was arrested and then charged with Suzanne's murder. This is hinging almost entirely on the fact that his car's muffler made a sound that the Marines heard near the potential abduction site of Suzanne. Well, Sedley Alley is 6'4". He had red hair, and he had a significantly light complexion. But again, he is still the one who was arrested and charged. The shoe impressions they found near where the body was left did not match his shoes or his shoe size. The tire tracks found near the scene did not match his tires. Now, you could also say that those shoe impressions and the tire tracks had absolutely nothing to do with the murder, which is true. You don't know if it is involved or not. So that wouldn't even be conclusive evidence regardless. Now, in 1985, when this happened, DNA technology was very, very new. It was literally just starting. And so while they collected a ton of evidence, like the men's red underwear, various other items, and they did like vaginal swabs and everything, they, at that point, didn't really know if they had anything substantial DNA-wise. So the truth is they really had no physical evidence connecting him to this murder. However, when he is talking to the authorities in the interrogation room, he confesses. He says he did it. But here's the other problem. The way he says he did it has absolutely no connection to how she was actually killed. Every piece of his story was completely wrong. It did not match the crime scene whatsoever. He actually said he accidentally hit her with his car. He may have changed his story a couple of times, but never once did his stories ever match the forensic evidence. And then he goes on trial for the murder of Suzanne Marie Collins. And the married father was found guilty of her murder, and he was sentenced to death. His trial is in 1987. DNA technology, again, is still very new, and it was never tested. The DNA was never once tested then. As a matter of fact, whatever DNA evidence they may have had back in 1987 has never been tested. As the years progress and the technology progresses, they have still never tested any of the evidence for any additional DNA. Not once. And when Sedley Alley years down the road says, I want to have all these items tested for DNA because I didn't do this. And at one point, it sounds like the Supreme Court of Tennessee agreed with him, but then that was reversed. And they basically just told him, well, whatever the DNA shows, it doesn't mean you're not guilty of the crime. Well, what does show that he's guilty of the crime, though? Every time he requested to just simply test the DNA, just to show, okay, you'll prove that I'm guilty or you'll prove that I'm not guilty. Just do it. They said no. Nope. On June 28th, 2006, Sedley Alley was strapped to the table and he was executed by lethal injection. His daughter, years after this, would work with the Innocence Project, who are still fighting to get that DNA tested. They have taken this to the higher courts, and they keep getting denied. We have the ability now, we have the technology to say that Sedley was her rapist and killer or not. The courts still say no. Suzanne Marie Collins was brutally raped and murdered. I would think you would want to know just for sure that you got the right guy, that you executed the right guy. No, we don't. No, we got him. He was convicted. Based on what? I'm not saying he's innocent. He could very well be guilty. I'm also not sitting here saying that I know that he's guilty, because I don't. Here's why I think they don't want to do any of the testing. They don't want to test it before his execution because, well, oops, if he's innocent, now we have to release him, we have to apologize, and he's going to sue for millions of dollars. The victim's family will be upset with us, we'll have to try to find the actual killer, it's a lot of work. So it's easier to just deny and execute. Why won't they do it now after the fact? Well, the family is still there. Oops, they tested. Oh my God, it's the wrong guy. We've executed. We have now murdered a person. And now we're going to have to probably pay his family even more millions of dollars. And admit that we were completely wrong. And tell the victim's family, wow, we really fucked up. Now the killer is out there somewhere and they'll probably never be caught. Because maybe they're dead already. Or maybe that DNA matches someone. And maybe they find out that person has killed and raped other people. But if they had arrested the right person ahead of time, those rapes and murders never would have happened. You see what I mean? It's a snowball effect. Too much time, too much money. We don't want to be blamed for anything. I would want to know if I got the right person, if I executed the right person. Wouldn't you? They may have very well got the right guy. He may have killed her. He may have been executed for a crime he committed. But you are supposed to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that they still refuse to test that DNA tells me that they themselves have a lot of doubt, and they cannot have the public finding out that they were very wrong. It's not worth the gamble. It's not worth rolling the dice on this one. Because, oh my God, we tested it, it was him. But what if it isn't? Again, he could very much be guilty. I'm not saying he isn't or is. I'm just saying, I wish we would know for sure. And all I can really say here in the end is I hope that Suzanne Marie Collins and her family truly got the justice they deserved. A mother would be buried with her children, and the mystery of who murdered them remains unsolved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tammy Cooper and the Allen children. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Lubbock, located in Texas. Tammy Anita Cooper was born on October 10th, 1959, and she was born and raised in Dallas, Texas. In 1992, she gives birth to her first child, a daughter, and her name was Mahogany Jasmine Allen. And in 1994, she gives birth to twin boys, Cadiz and Kashim. From what I understand, when she gave birth to all the kids, she was married to another man. However, the father was not the person she was married to. And Tammy was a great mom. She did everything she could to support them. And she certainly loved her children. The father of the children would say that his daughter, Mahogany, absolutely loved to sing and dance around the house. Even at a very young age, she said that that's how she was going to make money one day, by singing and dancing. The twin boys, he said, were inseparable, of course, and they really loved watching martial arts movies and trying to do martial arts. They were well-behaved kids, they were well-loved, and it is just so impossible to understand why somebody would kill them so brutally. It was October 25th, 2004, here in the apartment they lived in Lubbock, Texas. A family friend had gone there because they usually picked up the kids for school to drop them off at school. But this time, when the friend arrived, they found something straight from a nightmare. All 4 members of the family were dead. Police were called and they confirmed that there was the body of an adult woman and 3 children. They said it was an incredibly brutal and incredibly violent scene. There was blood all over the kitchen, all over the living room, all over the dining area, blood in the hallways. The victims were identified as Tammy Cooper and her 3 children. All of them had suffered extreme blunt force trauma to their bodies. Tammy put up a hell of a fight, they determined. There was definitely a very big altercation that happened because there were things everywhere. The struggle was big. But unfortunately, Tammy did not win, which was really surprising to the neighbors. They told police that it was because it was a Sunday night when the murders would have had to happen because they were found on a Monday morning, and it was quiet. It was a pretty quiet evening. They didn't hear any kind of altercation. Police did collect a significant amount of evidence, and over the years they have tested that evidence, but so far to this very day, that evidence has not led to a suspect. The only thing they know with certainty about what may have happened on the night before, Tammy was on a phone call with a good friend of hers at about 10 o'clock at night, when all of a sudden the friend on the phone heard a really loud banging sound coming from the other end in Tammy's apartment. And the friend believes that one of the kids opened the door, and the friend asked Tammy, what's that all about? And she just said it was a friend of hers named Butch. And so Butch, whoever this Butch is got to be at least a suspect or a person of interest. They just don't know why this happened, and they don't know who actually did it. Who was Butch? Have they found him? I don't know for sure. What I do know is they have never announced him specifically as an actual suspect. I'm pretty sure from what I was reading, they looked into the father of the kids, and it doesn't sound like he's ever been considered a suspect or person of interest. This was a mother and her 3 kids, who it sounds like were just enjoying a night in before school the following day, and were not causing any harm to anyone. This was a family that did not ever get involved in anything bad. They were a well-liked family, and no one knows the who and the why for this. No arrests have ever been made. No suspects have ever been listed or persons of interest. There's been nothing. They have tested and retested evidence from the crime scene, but unfortunately, it has still yielded no results. But a person or a persons can't just enter a home, which they believe they entered because the person let them in based off that phone call, because there was no forced entry. But this person just entered the home and brutally bludgeoned to death 4 people, including 3 kids. If nothing was stolen, if Tammy, for example, wasn't sexually assaulted, what's the motive here? Why did this happen? What kind of anger did this person have to these people to do this? That person has remained a mystery, and they are out there somewhere, roaming the streets. You may know them. You may talk to them every day and not know it. And maybe they have said something to you. Maybe you're afraid to come forward because retaliation. Understandable. Well, the good news is you can always report information anonymously to police. You don't have to say who you are. All you have to say is what you know. Help them find the monster that did this to this poor innocent family. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. Again, this is a mother and her 3 children buried together. If you know something, it is time to come forward and say something. Get this monster off the streets and get them justice. If you have any information, you can please call 806-741-1000. This man would tell the courts, hey, please execute me now. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Ted Price. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Mesa, Arizona. Ted Jeffrey Price was born on August 6, 1962. He was born in Ogden, Utah. He was one of 4 kids in the family. He had 3 sisters. Ted was an avid sports fan who loved motorcycles. He had a soft spot for animals. He was described as an incredibly kind and very compassionate person. He was a really fun person to be around and really made sure everyone around him was having a good time. In 1985, he got married, and he and his wife would go on to have 2 kids. His children were 16 and 14 years old at the time this case occurred. Ted Price had wanted to become a radiology technician and was planning to go to school for it, which would have been in Arizona. An ex-girlfriend of his named Catherine said that basically he could move in with her in Mesa since it was near the school. But when Ted got to the ex-girlfriend's home in Mesa, he realized quickly that this is a problem. Ted had discovered that his ex-girlfriend's home had become a drug house. Not only were drugs done there, but they were sold out of there. Catherine would literally just do meth right in front of her kids. And that angered Ted. Like, why are you doing this in front of your kids? Why are you having your children in this situation? And he was going to do the right thing. He was going to go to the authorities and report her because this isn't right. They actually got into a fight over this, Ted and Catherine, and at that point, Catherine grabbed a telephone and she smashed it over Ted's head. This was on November 14th, 2002. Catherine then calls her current boyfriend, a man named Aaron Gunches. When he got there, he sees that Ted is basically unconscious on the floor, and so he asks Catherine and a friend of his to help load Ted into his vehicle, which they do. Aaron then drives Ted to a secluded location somewhere out in the desert and takes Ted out of the car, throws him to the ground, pulls out a gun, and shoots Ted Price 4 times, killing him. Ted's body wouldn't be found until 26 days later. It sounds like police were pretty quickly able to, at that point, discern kind of what happened and who did this to him, but they also couldn't find Aaron Gunches. But then they got kind of lucky when they pulled over a vehicle on January 15th, 2003, and they realized it's Aaron. This was actually a routine traffic stop. Well, Aaron took out a gun and started firing at the police officers. He didn't kill anyone, but he did injure a cop because the cop was shot twice. He then speeds away, and then a pursuit begins, and there's like 50 to 100 law enforcement officers trying to find this guy. They finally find him the following day on January 16th, and he is arrested. And he is then connected to the murder of Ted Price, where by all accounts, it sounds like he admitted to it. He said it was him, and then he was charged with capital murder. I don't see any mention of what actually happened to Catherine, because at one point it sounds like Catherine called Aaron to literally take care of Ted after she had struck him over the head with a phone. She didn't kill him, Aaron did, but I can't find any, I don't know, maybe I'm not looking hard enough, I don't know, but I can't find any records of what happened to her. Ted Price was essentially killed because he was going to report someone to the authorities who was doing drugs in front of very young children, trying to help the kids get out of that very dangerous situation. He was killed for that. That's why he died. Being a good person. This family man with 2 kids who had a promising future ahead of him because he was planning on going to radiology school. But his life was cut short at the age of 40. Aaron Gunches would go on to be convicted of the capital murder, and he was sentenced to death. In November of 2022, he had reached out to the Arizona Supreme Court and said, listen, you need to execute me now. I will sign my own death warrant, which he basically did. He said the victim and his family deserves closure. Then later down the road, he ends up withdrawing that request because he says that he had heard that it was basically torture to be executed by lethal injection. But it didn't really matter whether or not he took back his own request or not. He was still being sentenced to death, which takes us to March 19th, 2025. And this was at the Florence State Prison in Arizona. His final meal consisted of a double Western burger, spicy gyros, onion rings, and baklava. He had no final words. At 10:33 a.m. on March 19th, 2025, he was executed by lethal injection. And Ted and his family got justice. It took over 40 years, but justice is finally coming. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Terry McCauley. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Sioux City in Iowa. Terry Ray McCauley was born on January 3rd, 1965. She was an indigenous young woman, and she was a part of the Omaha tribe. By the time this case occurred, Terry McCauley is 18 years old, and she is a mother to 2 young children. Her children's names were Felicia and Nate. Terry was last seen by anyone in her life on September 26, 1983. She was with her friends that evening when a man pulled up in a white Chevy Nova in a parking lot in Sioux City, and she got into that car. The friends recognized that there was a white male driving it, but it was not someone they knew. She told the friends, oh yeah, I'm going on a date. And then she closed the door, and the guy took off, and that was it. Her family will file a missing persons report on October 5th, and within 24 hours, they would find her. A man was walking his dog along 33rd and Pavonia Street when they came across the body of a woman just thrown on the side of this dirt road. and she was nude. The victim would soon be identified as the 18-year-old missing young woman, Terry McCauley. Terry had suffered a 20-gauge shotgun blast directly point blank to her face. Some of her clothing was found next to her body or within a few feet. Police would try to process anything they could for evidence. This is 1983, and, obviously DNA technology was not really a big thing yet. And because of the heat, her body had already started to decompose pretty badly, and they just weren't able to get much evidence back in 1983. So they had to rely on who was this guy in the white Chevy Nova. 3 months after Terry's murder, police are notified of another situation, completely, they think, unrelated to Terry. A man had fired a shotgun into his former girlfriend's house. When police arrive, the man is there, and he has a 20-gauge shotgun. He also drives a white Chevy Nova. Police were able to search that Chevy Nova, and unfortunately at that time they found no evidence that Terry McCauley was ever in it. They had no physical evidence connecting him directly to the murder itself. They, I think, thought that this guy was probably involved, but they wanted to have the evidence to make sure they could convict him, which at that point they just didn't. Fast forward over 40 years later, in January of 2025, police have announced they have arrested the suspect and have charged him with her murder. The man was... All right. The man was identified as Thomas Dwayne Popp. He, in fact, was the man who they had suspected way back in the 80s. He looks like a Muppet. I don't know what evidence they had that finally linked him to this, where they were able to confidently get an indictment and charge him, but they've got something. And he was living in Washington in 2025, and so he was arrested and he was extradited back to Iowa. And that is where this case currently is at. I'm filming this in January of 2026. It does not appear that he has gone to trial yet. But I do know that Thomas Popp has been charged with first-degree murder, and he has pleaded not guilty. It is not often that Indigenous victims, especially women, ever even get something close to justice. Oftentimes they go missing and they're never found. Or if they are murdered, the effort isn't put in to catch their murderer. But it sounds like in this case, they actually were working diligently to capture her killer. And they just wanted to make sure they had the evidence to confidently indict him, charge him, and have confidence that he would be convicted. Which I commend that, to be honest with you. And so hopefully in this case, and hopefully in all cases like this, but for her, I hope that Terry McCauley gets her justice very, very soon. An entire family vanished, never to be seen again. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of the Thompson family disappearance. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Chicago, Illinois, and it takes us to 1996. The Thompson family consisted of husband and wife Everett and Lydia and their two young boys, Everett Jr. and Andrew. Everett and Lydia were the proud owners of a restaurant as well. They owned the Eat Co. Pizzeria, which used to be in this building, but it is now abandoned. The Thompsons were a well-respected and well-liked family. The employees of the pizzeria would say that they were really great people to work for, and their two kids were as sweet as can be. So how on earth did a family like this just vanish into thin air out of nowhere? So the Thompsons lived in a house at the 8100 block of South Rhodes Avenue there in Chicago. I don't know the exact address, but it is in this neighborhood. The houses all look pretty similar. The house was actually from Lydia's family. It had been passed down to her and her siblings when her parents passed away. And each one of the three siblings, Lydia and her two siblings, owned 1/3 of the property. One of her brothers was named Kenneth White. I don't have a photo of Kenneth, unfortunately. But Kenneth had been in prison for committing a rape, and he was released Lydia offered to have him stay in the home with them for some time. This quickly, however, became problematic, and Kenneth White was an issue. Everett's family did not like the guy and said that he was freeloading house guests, as they called him. And something obviously was off with the guy. I mean, he did commit a rape, so yeah, definitely something was off. On July 3rd, 1996, Lydia makes a very panicked call to 911. Her brother, Kenneth, is threatening to kill her with an axe. Police quickly arrive, and by the time they get there, the argument seems to have died down, and they end up arresting no one. They leave Kenneth there. The following day, on July 5th, Everett is actually at the pizzeria working when his father calls him. Mid-conversation, Lydia is calling Everett on another phone, and Everett picks it up. And what Everett's father basically understands or hears is that there is a frantic argument or something happening at the Thompson home. Lydia was begging Everett to come home immediately because Kenneth now had an axe and was again threatening to kill her. She had locked herself and the boys in a bedroom because, they don't know what he's going to do. So Everett tells his coworkers, I have to go, this is an emergency, and he takes off. About 2 or 3 hours go by. Kenneth White now arrives at the pizzeria, and he is seen driving Everett's van, which was the pizzeria's van. Kenneth White comes in with what appears to be red stains on his sneakers and on his shirt. He tells the people at the pizzeria Everett had gotten into a big car accident and he was arrested. So you may not see him for a little bit. I don't know why there's such a large gap in time here, but 12 days later, Everett's family finally reports the family missing. The police then go to the Thompson home in response to this. When they get there, they don't see the Thompson's van. But when they knock on the door, Kenneth White answers it. He tells police that his sister Lydia and her family had to leave suddenly to go to Pennsylvania, because that's actually where Everett's family was living. That's where he was from originally. But the parents would later say, nope, that's not true. But because the van wasn't there, which was also their family vehicle, the police believed it, and there were no signs of foul play in the house. They did do a cursory check of the home and didn't notice anything unusual, and so they leave. Over the course of time, Kenneth White is now telling people at the pizzeria and other people various stories. Oh yeah, they had gone to Philadelphia to see Everett's family. They actually went on vacation. Now, the police will also talk to the employees at the pizzeria, and one of the employees told them about the incident with Kenneth White coming, saying that Everett got into a car accident and there was red stains on Kenneth's clothing. Well, police looked into this, and as a matter of fact, there was no car accident, and certainly nothing involving Everett. Now they're seeing that Kenneth White is starting to write checks in Lydia's name, and he is forging checks. When the police go back to the home, now they notice some changes. They see that in the bathroom, one of the toilets, or a fixture in the bathroom, is now painted totally in red, and the kitchen flooring is completely gutted out. And they also discovered that Kenneth White had sold the Thompson home. Well, technically it was in his family, but it was an illegal sale. He was not allowed to sell the home. But unfortunately, by the time police were able to secure warrants and all of that, this new family he sold it to already moved in, and they have already started to refurbish the home. And whatever evidence may have been there was no longer there. But also keep in mind, they did do a search where, right after the disappearance was reported, where when they went into that bathroom, there was no red painted toilet, the kitchen flooring was still there, and they didn't see any blood. So if that was Kenneth trying to cover up a crime scene, it's just weird that they didn't notice anything initially before all that happened. But also, Kenneth had 12 days in between to get things cleaned up if he did something to the family, which, let's be real, he probably did. In July of 1997, they actually end up searching a trailer that Kenneth was now living in Gary, Indiana. In there, they find a pair of bloody children's socks and a pair of men's gym shorts with blood on them. But all they could ever arrest him for were for forging checks in Lydia's name. But at that court proceeding, the prosecutor just very boldly stated, Kenneth White axe murdered his entire family in order to be able to sell the home. That was why he did it. The prosecutor had no evidence that he axe murdered the family, but that is what he said in court during this fraud case. The fact that no one has seen a single member of this family ever since, none of their social security numbers have ever been used. The fact that Kenneth White had threatened to kill Lydia with an axe, and he was doing that literally with an axe the day the family seemed to disappear. It all does pretty much point to the fact that Kenneth White did likely kill this entire family. And he had almost 2 weeks to dispose of their bodies and clean the house before anyone ever even noticed they were missing or came to search. Were they ever going to have the evidence to arrest and charge him with the 4 murders? They don't really know, and they never will know. Because in 1997, Kenneth White, while in a jail cell, hangs himself, and he dies. If Kenneth White knew the location of the Thompson family, where he had buried them, or wherever they may be, he took that secret to his grave. And with his death, the Thompson family will likely never be found. She got into this car to scope out some new homes, but she has never been seen since. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tot Tran Harriman. Viewer discretion is advised. Tot Tran was born on February 20th, 1944, and she was actually born in Vietnam. Her father died when she was at a very young age, and she was basically struggling to help support and take care of her family. She would end up taking jobs for rich women so that she could have enough to support her family. In 1968, she had a literal run-in with this man here, a merchant marine named Clint Harriman. She literally ran into him on accident with her bike. But for them, it was love at first sight. And eventually, they got married. They then had a family together. For the first 6 years of their marriage, though, Tot was basically still in Vietnam. Clint would go to her all the time to visit. Her life was surrounded by warfare, and she had to do everything in her power to protect her kids. And eventually, they were able to get her daughter into the care of Clint, and so that he could bring her to the States. Clint, or Clinton, would give a note to someone there in Vietnam that says, basically, I need you to help take care of my wife, and I need you to help me get her out of this country. And that's what happened. She eventually was able to get out of Vietnam and was taken to the States, where she was reunited with her husband Clinton, where they would settle down and live in Maine. Sadly, Clinton died in 1992. So then Tot Harriman would then move to Florida, where she lived for quite some time. She had made a pretty good friend there, but unfortunately that friend had passed away in 2001. And so Tot would then get on a plane, and she would fly from Florida to Texas to be where her kids were at that point. When she got there, they were discussing, her living situation, and she was saying, I want to purchase a home here in Texas to be close to you guys. And then so what she ends up doing is she takes a map out and maps out a point between League City, Texas and Corpus Christi, Texas, a long stretch of road, and she wanted to find a new home along this path. And this would take her down Highway 35. So she would get into her car, this one here, a rose quartz colored 1995 Lincoln Continental. She departed at 5 a.m. on July 12, 2001. They had attempted to call their mother's cell phone at about 8:30 that morning, a couple hours after she left, but it rang several times, but she didn't answer. But they knew her cell phone was still turned on because it rang. However, they tried calling her again 2 hours later at 10:30 a.m., but this time it went straight to voicemail, which means her phone was powered off in some way. Whether she turned it off, someone else turned it off, or the battery died. They then never heard from her later that evening. She had promised to call them from wherever she was to let them know that she was okay. That never happened. She was supposed to meet up at a friend's house at some point during this, and so the family, her kids, call that friend and they say she has not showed up here. At this point, they are now extremely concerned. Something has happened to their mother. Something bad. They end up reporting her missing, and they also include the car in the description, but this car has never been located. It has a personalized Florida license plate, and the license plate has the word Totsy. Totsy. They even included the VIN number of the vehicle in the report. So just in case, that number is 1LNLM97V35Y755926. They have searched along the entire stretch of Highway 35 that she would have been on. They have not located her. They have not located her car. They have not located a single trace of Tot. There is a witness who basically would place an unidentified younger black male in the vicinity of where Tot would have disappeared. And for whatever reasons, they're considering this person just simply a person of interest. This is a composite drawing that this witness would help provide of that individual. They believe he is somewhere in his mid-20s. He is pretty slim, and he was seen in the Houston area at one point. How exactly they've connected this man to Tot's disappearance, though, I have absolutely no idea. But her children have been without their mother since 2001. It's 2026 now. Surely someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Tot Tran Harriman. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the disappearance and what may have happened to Tot, you are asked to please call the League City Police Department at 281-332-2566. She agreed to take someone's shift for them, and unfortunately it led to her murder. Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Valerie Brooks. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred at the very end of 1990, and it happened in the little town of Versailles, Kentucky. That is where 22-year-old Valerie Brooks lived. Valerie was the proud mother to 2 young children. Her family would say that Valerie was the type of person who wanted to take care of everybody if she could. Family and her friends were the most important thing in her world, especially her kids. Valerie was a fiercely loyal person, and she was someone who would always, help cover a shift at her job if she needed to. And that's unfortunately what happened here. Valerie worked here at Thornton's gas station there in Versailles, and it was New Year's Eve, 1990. Valerie was not supposed to work that night, but one of her employees had to have that shift filled in or covered, and so Valerie took it. The next thing they know is that at 1:40 a.m., Valerie would trip the burglary alarm inside the gas station. But when the police arrived at the store, there was nobody inside. Valerie wasn't there. Valerie was also working the shift on her own, something that unfortunately was very common back then, to work an overnight shift by yourself. At the crime scene, they didn't really notice much of anything, like any kind of sign of altercation. However, they did know for sure that it was robbed. $230 had been stolen from the cash register. Later that day, about 9 miles away from the Thornton's gas station, someone was driving past down this road and they saw the body of a woman just on the side of the road. Police would arrive and they confirmed that this was a deceased woman. It was 22-year-old Valerie Brooks. She had been raped and stabbed to death. They do have DNA from her body, DNA that was not hers, that they believed would clearly belong to her killer. However, back in 1990, DNA technology was still very, very new, and it wasn't very advanced. And there wasn't like a big database where you can plug it in and boom, you got a suspect. But they do have it. Her brother Michael would say, quote, "If it was random, it's something that someone was going to repeat. Nobody does, and I've said this in the past, nobody goes to that level of violence over that long a period of time, and it just only happens once." Which I agree with. Kidnapping someone from a gas station, raping them, and brutally murdering them, that's not one of those one-time things. And the fact that this person wasn't caught makes them more confident. I've done it before. I can certainly do it again. Maybe Valerie was the I can do it again person. She may not have been the first victim of this person. Years later, there would be a potential connection to a serial killer, a suspected serial killer named Glenn Rogers. He became known as the cross-country killer. He had 2 confirmed victims, but police believe he had at least 3 more. He claims he killed up to 70 people. But there was a point where he was a suspect in this. But in May of 2025, in the state of Florida, he was executed by lethal injection. I have to assume they looked into that and maybe even tested DNA, and he just found out he wasn't actually the guy. But he was thought of. In terms of the DNA that they have, I don't know for sure. I can't tell you for certain that they have put it into the database to see in today's world that if it's matched to anyone. Because now we do have that humongous database where you put that profile in and it gets you a match. The fact that there's no arrests tells me that there have been no matches. I said this in a recent case as well. I don't know why every police department isn't just doing genetic genealogy, because it is proven time and time again that it solves cases, old cases. And from what someone has said, it sounds like some states are different with how they can handle that. Sometimes warrants are needed. And I know also it costs a lot. Still baffles me that it's just not something we can just do to catch a murderer and get a killer off the streets. But at this point in 2026, Valerie's case remains unsolved. It sounds like everyone in her life, every one of her co-workers have all been ruled out, and they do believe that this was a stranger-on-stranger crime. Likely a crime of opportunity that led to rape and murder. Robbery that led to that. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Valerie Brooks, you are asked to please call 859-873-3126. The boyfriend said she was there, and then she wasn't. What more does he know? Hello, true crimer-ers. This is the case of Vicky Carrier. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to the little area of Wagamin in Louisiana. And we're going back to 1987 for this case. And unfortunately, I don't really have a lot of information on it. Vicky Lynn Carrier was born in September of 1968. And when this case occurred, she is 18 years old and she is 8.5 months pregnant with her first child. Her boyfriend, who was also the father of the baby, his name was Joseph Phillips. It was July of 1987, and Vicky and Joseph would be going to, I guess, the Phillips family had a fishing camp, and they had planned a little trip to go there to do some fishing and camping. When they were done, the plan was for Joseph to drop Vicky off at her parents' home. However, he never does that. And he says it's because Vicky is missing. She's gone. On July 12, 1987, after their supposed fishing and camping trip, they went to this convenience store, and he parked in the parking lot. Joseph Phillips says he then goes into the convenience store as Vicky would sit in the car and wait. He went in there, he made several purchases, and then he came back out to the car, and Vicky was now gone. And he also states that a bag of her belongings, which was primarily clothing, was also missing from the car. The thing is nobody saw her get out of the car, nobody saw her walking away, and it doesn't sound like anyone actually saw her in the car at the convenience store at all. I mean, no one really even saw her in the parking lot, so no one really saw her until before she left for this fishing and camping trip. There was a planned baby shower that would be happening a week after this all happened, and she failed to show up for it. Her parents, her family, had purchased a lot of the items for the baby, the crib, the clothing, everything the baby would need was all there at the house. They also prepaid the hospital delivery bill, so that was all taken care of. She was preparing. She had things. She was getting things for the baby. Spending money, spending time to get all this stuff. It seems very unusual that she would just suddenly decide to go, you know what, never mind, I'm leaving all of it, with no provisions for the baby at all. So obviously the belief is that foul play is involved here, especially considering no one can recall seeing Vicky at that convenience store, in the car or outside of it or in the store or anything. Joseph Phillips therefore becomes primary suspect number 1. Only suspect, really, because according to him, he's the last person to ever see her. When they asked him to take a polygraph test in connection to this, he absolutely refused. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. That is not always a sign of guilt, because as we all know, those things aren't exactly the most reliable. But it does go to show he was not cooperative with police when it came to this. That is a red flag of possible involvement. But whatever Joseph Phillips knew about Vicky's disappearance, he took it with him to his grave. In 2002, at the age of 47, Joseph Phillips died. And the belief is that he is the one and only person who knew where Vicky was located. We've seen this all the time. A woman gets pregnant, man does not want the baby. The woman does not want to give up the baby. Man doesn't want the responsibility. Doesn't want to have to fork over the money and having to take care of a child. So what do? They just kill the woman and the baby and then hide them in a grave somewhere for no one to find. Is that what happened here? I can't say. But I have covered stories exactly like this countless times. It sure sounds like he probably killed her and buried her somewhere and never told anyone. But maybe he did. Maybe he got drunk or high one night and spilled the beans. Maybe he had someone help him bury the body. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what happened to Vicky and where she is. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the disappearance and possible murder of Vicky Lynn Carrier, you are asked to please call 504-832-2300. She gave birth to her daughter in 1970, and almost 16 years later, she would die alongside her. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Wanda and Sheila Romines. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case is going to take us to Union County in Tennessee. Wanda Romines was born in 1934, and she would go on to have several children, one of them being Sheila Romines, who was born in 1970. And Wanda was married to this gentleman here, Jack. At the time this case occurred, Sheila Romines was 15 years old, and she was in high school. On March 17th, 1986, that is exactly where she was supposed to be. But before she could even leave for school, her life would end. The Romines lived here in this home, and what would later be learned is that Jack Romines left the house for work that morning at about 5:20 a.m. What he and Wanda and Sheila did not realize was that there were two men who were hiding, waiting for him to leave. When Jack Romines comes home later that afternoon around 4:30 p.m., he walks into an absolute nightmare. He saw his partially clothed wife, Wanda, lying face down on her bed, and she was covered in blood. And unfortunately, it did not stop there. He then found his 15-year-old daughter, Sheila, lying face up on her bed, partially clothed, also covered in blood. Both had been killed, and it was later learned that they had been both stabbed repeatedly. And this devastated Jack, this devastated the family, this devastated the entire community. Wanda and Sheila were a very close duo. They were always with each other. The Romines in general were a really well-respected and well-liked family. This was a family that never caused any trouble, that never got involved with the wrong people. They were just your normal, typical, everyday American family. And it wouldn't take long for police to discover who the assailants were. This is a 17-year-old kid named Ronald Martin. He actually went to the same school as Sheila. Based off of witnesses who were in the neighborhood, who saw people either entering or leaving the vicinity or in the area, one of them at least matched the description of him. That's when police found out that he had gone to the same school as Sheila. And so they brought him in for questioning, and he pretty much confessed. I mean, sort of. He said it wasn't him who did it. It was actually his 23-year-old friend. This man here, Stephen Michael West. Ronnie had said that it was him who did all of it. He just basically helped get him inside the house because he knew Sheila. Stephen and Ronnie had actually been working together at a local McDonald's. They had got off sometime really late the night before or in the very early morning hours. Ronnie told Stephen, "I know a girl that we can get sex from." And he said, "Sheila, and I know where she lives." He also knew that Sheila's dad would be there and would probably leave sometime around 5 or 5:30 in the morning. So the two gentlemen went there and they parked their car far away and they hid behind some bushes and watched the father leave. Then they approached the house and knocked on the door. I guess they were able to gain entry when Wanda opened the door, because I think she probably recognized Ronnie, and then he was like, we need to borrow some money. Is there any way you can help us? They would end up stabbing Wanda several times with very deep cuts. They were about 5 inches deep. She also had some superficial cuts that looked like more like torture marks. Sheila had more than that. She had like 5 or 6 very deep, several inch wounds into her chest and other places like her stomach. And she had several deeper slash marks that were indicative of her being tortured. And she was also raped by both men. Ronnie tried to say he had nothing to do with the murders. It was all Stephen. Well, when Stephen's brought in for questioning, he basically says the opposite. He says it was all Ronnie who did everything, and he was just there. But through this, both men have now admitted that they were in that house and were present when these murders occurred. So they're both arrested and charged with the murders and the rapes and also kidnapping. One of their defense attorneys, because this is the 80s, of course, this is right in the middle of satanic panic, one of the attorneys tried to say that this was related to a cult. This was a satanic worship type thing. It was like the go-to defense when a defense attorney just didn't have a good defense. And I think this was the attorney of the 17-year-old. He was like, he was an unwilling participant. It was Stephen. He did all the cult things. Nobody believed that. Stephen West would go on trial first in March of 1987, and the jury was shown the images, the crime scene photos, and they were told the stories about how these 2 women weren't just stabbed and killed and raped. They were tortured for literally like 2 hours. They died very painful deaths. Wanda likely died within 5 to 10 minutes of her injuries, but that was not the same for Sheila. She was actually alive, the coroner determined, for almost the entire time, a couple of hours, in excruciating pain. It was hell on earth for her. Stephen West is found guilty of both rapes, both murders, and both kidnappings, and he is sentenced to death. Ronnie Martin, because he was 17 years old at the time, was offered a plea deal, and if he pled guilty to everything, they would not give him the death penalty. And so that is what happened. He pled guilty to all of it, and he was sentenced to 2 life terms with the possibility of parole. His very first parole eligibility is actually in 2027. Stephen West here had the nerve to sue, along with other death row inmates, sue Tennessee because they were going to execute him with lethal injection. And this son of a bitch had the nerve to say, well, I heard getting a lethal injection is torturous, and it's cruel and unusual to torture us that way. Really, Stephen? Cruel and unusual to torture a person to death? That's very interesting coming from you. It's great. He actually tried to get the firing squad done because it would be an instant death. He failed, though. However, he was granted the right to be executed by the electric chair. On August 15th, 2019, his final words were, "In the beginning, God created man, and Jesus wept. That is all." Oh my God. He had a Philly cheesesteak and French fries as his final meal. And at 7:27 p.m., he was pronounced dead. And Wanda and Sheila got their justice. How to predict who the killer is in the true crime show you're watching in one easy step. The moment they show a photo of someone with the blue backdrop, it's him or her. They did it. They're the killer. Blue backdrop gives it away every time. Especially if the person pictured is frowny-faced or looks somewhat perturbed. That's the killer. Turn it off, you're done. It's over. You figured it out. Good job. Go back to sleep. Stop, Mike. Stop talking. Okay. Blue backdrop. You're welcome. An explosion rings out and a man is killed. 10 hours later, another explosion. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of William Walker and Javier Adame. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Moses Lake, Washington, right where that little red dot is. A relatively calm, normal, small town. But in 2008, this small town was rocked by 2 explosions. The first one occurred on August 2nd, 2008, here at this home. A 69-year-old retired electrician named William Walker was doing some work around his home. And what they believe happened next is that someone had delivered something to him, and in that package was a battery charger. They then believe he takes that battery charger into his shop on his property and then plugs it in. And then instantly, an explosion occurs, killing William instantly. This was a very quiet, just unassuming guy, just living his retired life. He was a beloved father and a beloved grandfather. And nobody knows why anyone would attack him in this way. Because this murder, this attack on this property was deliberate. Someone did this to him. And before they can even get their bearings, a little under 6 miles away, it happens again. 10 hours after the first bomb exploded, another man gets a mysterious package. In that package, this time was a police scanner. And they believe that the victim took the scanner and placed it on a counter, and when he did that, it instantly exploded, killing him. The victim was identified as Javier Adame. He was also a father. Also, just a quiet guy living a quiet life. Who on earth would send him a bomb? And why? ATF obviously becomes involved in this case, and they are collecting as much evidence as they can. These are actual pieces from the explosive devices, and they did determine that both devices were made by the same person. And the items that were used to make them were extremely common items you can literally buy anywhere. None of the items used to craft these devices were hard to get. And as quickly as it started, it stopped. No other explosive devices were sent to anyone in this area, even well outside the area. As a matter of fact, nothing like this has occurred that's similar in the years since. William Walker and Javier Adame also did not know each other. The police, working with the families and doing some very diligent work, determined that there was no connection whatsoever between these two men. They never met, they never knew of each other, they didn't run in the same circles, they were complete strangers. And then branching out into their lives individually linked them to no one who would have maybe done this. Police have stated, and I don't know where they got this from, obviously they're keeping some things close to the chest here, but they stated that William Walker, they believe, was a victim of mistaken identity. But they have not said that's the case with Javier Adame. So I don't know if maybe Javier was an intended victim and William was not, or were both men randomly targeted by this random person. And by the way, that person is random. They don't know who it is. They couldn't find anyone in Javier's life, anyone in William's life that maybe they felt was wronged. Maybe they're out for revenge for something. Nothing. It's honestly just a very strange case, because this also could have just been a crazy person who randomly attacked random people with no reason, no explanation, nothing, which is honestly terrifying. But that person has never been found. They have never found a person of interest or a suspect or anything. This person is a ghost, a stranger, a shadow in the night, and he or she is walking amongst you, capable of doing this exact same thing again whenever they want. Somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this. That person who did this needs to be off the streets immediately. Perhaps the person who knows something, though, is you. If you have any information on the bombing murders of William Walker and Javier Adame, you were asked to please call the sheriff's office at 509-754-2018.